Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The sound was almost imperceptible. It was the sound of Euclid's body being pulverized into a bloody mist beneath the fist of the giant god. A full power strike from someone ranked near the top 10 in the world was enough to annihilate a main god. Euclid had made it even easier. From the very beginning, he had taken no defensive measures at all, committing himself fully to the most extreme offensive posture. He never stood a chance. Eurystheus stared at the empty air where Euclid had been only moments before. Her eyes dulled. If it had been possible, she would have preferred to capture her brother and bring him back for judgment. Eternal freezing or endless imprisonment, either fate would have been acceptable to her. She had not expected Bai Chen to kill him outright. The implication was obvious. If Bai Chen could kill Euclid instantly, then killing her would be just as effortless. Alas. Bai Chen shook his head as he watched her expression. Too kind. Far too kind. It was precisely this compassion, this unwillingness to cut ties completely, that would bind Eurystheus in the future and become a lingering burden tied to Euclid's existence. Close your eyes. The command came suddenly. Eurystheus froze for a moment, then obeyed instinctively as the contract reacted before her thoughts could catch up. Only after her eyes shut did she realize the order had come from Bai Chen himself. Why? She never finished the word. Sizzle. The faint tearing sound of skin being pierced echoed in her ears. Then came the sensation. It went straight past pain, past fear, and into something far deeper. Her soul felt as though it were being tugged free, her very existence drawn out with each pull. Her body grew light and heavy at the same time, drifting and sinking in a dizzying cycle. At a time like this, you're still thinking about sucking blood? The thought flashed through her mind in disbelief. Then it vanished, drowned beneath the overwhelming reaction of the blood-sucking itself. Everything else followed. Euclid. The battlefield. The shock of what had just happened. All of it faded. That had been Bai Chen's intention from the start. From a distance, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Theodora had already been shaken by Bai Chen's strength, but this was far beyond what he had imagined. Euclid, someone stronger than himself, had been erased in an instant. Then came the second shock. A piece of gossip so explosive it could overturn the underworld. Euclid's twisted obsession with his own sister was already enough to make one's skin crawl. But what unfolded next eclipsed even that. The queen of the underworld. Eurystheus. Her blood, being sucked by Bai Chen. Theodora was certain he had not misheard. Judging by her reaction, this was no act. If word of this ever spread, the underworld would descend into absolute chaos. And yet, the madness did not end there. Just as Theodora steadied himself and prepared to attack, Euclid was killed. Instantly. The realization made his soul tremble. For a fleeting moment, he almost turned and fled. Instead, he witnessed something even more surreal. Bai Chen did not pursue them. He simply continued sucking blood. Theodora began to question reality itself. Then his eyes hardened. A perfect opportunity, he snarled. Now, attack. He barked orders to the demons and dragons behind him. If his knowledge was correct, a vampire's defenses plummeted while feeding. Whether Bai Chen was being arrogant or had lost control of his instincts did not matter. This chance would not come again. Go! Dragon roars tore through the air as massive magic circles ignited. Dragon breath and destructive spells converged, swallowing Bai Chen and Eurystheus in a storm of smoke, light, and collapsing space. The bombardment lasted an entire incense stick. By the time it ended, the alien space itself was cracking apart under the pressure of the accumulated energy. He must be dead, Theodora muttered, staring ahead with strained anticipation. Even the 4 great demon kings would fall under that. Then the smoke cleared. His heart sank. At the center, Bai Chen and Eurifia stood calmly within a translucent blue circular barrier. They were completely unharmed. Not even dust clung to them. Mimesis ending. Energy absorption. Completed. The barrier dissolved and flowed back into Bai Chen's body as if it had never existed. "Stop clinging to the dead," Bai Chen said, his expression more serious than ever as he looked at Eurifia. "Have you ever considered that he was nothing more than a burden? To you. To the underworld. To the world itself." He did not deny her feelings. Compassion for her biological brother was natural. But that had ended the moment Euclid used the snake of Orpheus. The moment he attacked. The moment he tried to abduct her. The moment he intended to kill. Before that, Bai Chen might have listened to her request and merely restrained him. Now? Never. Eurifia parted her lips, wanting to speak. In the end, no words came. She had regained her clarity. Perhaps this outcome was inevitable. Still, she could not help regretting that she never had the chance to say a final word to the brother she once knew. "All right," Bai Chen said lightly. "It's time to get up." He held her by the waist, reminding her of how closely she was still clinging to him. Her body felt weak and sore, refusing to cooperate. He did not mind. In fact, he had one more thing to say. "By the way," he added, glancing around at the petrified demons and evil dragons, "it seems everyone here saw what we just did. If this reaches the underworld, that wouldn't be very convenient for you, would it?" Eurifia felt a tightness in her chest. She wanted to cry, but no tears came. She had not wanted this exposure. But she had also had no choice. The contract had forced her compliance, and the rest had followed naturally. Bai Chen smiled. "Looks like we only have one solution left." He met her eyes. "Erase them all. If you can really do that." Eurifia felt a headache coming on. Was he seriously suggesting wiping out everyone in this space? Leaving no survivors at all? She was certain that even Surzex would hesitate before crossing that line. "So," Bai Chen said casually, no objections. Instead of acting, he merely blinked at her, the corner of his lips lifting slightly. "If you're asking someone for a favor, shouldn't you show a little sincerity?" He shrugged lightly. "Besides, I don't really care if our story spreads through the underworld. I always assumed it would happen sooner or later." Eurifia stared at him, stunned and helpless. "Fine," she said at last. "Just be quick." She had absolutely no idea how to deal with someone like him. After a few seconds of hesitation, she stepped closer and tilted her head, exposing her pale neck to him. The message was obvious. Do whatever you want. After everything that had happened, Eurifia felt strangely numb, even reckless. Worse, there was a faint, undeniable sense of familiarity and something dangerously close to pleasure. Living beings adapted. They fell, they changed, they grew used to things they once resisted. At some point, she had grown accustomed to Bai Chen's presence. Even to this. "No," Bai Chen said softly. "That's not what I want." He smiled, shifted his position, drew a slow breath, and pressed down instead. Eurifia's eyes widened slightly as she felt the intrusion of a soft, unfamiliar sensation. Her heartbeat spiked, unease flashing through her chest. But she had no time to dwell on it. Behind Bai Chen, a massive red and black shadow rose, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the air itself. A terrifying presence unfolded. When thunder splits the heavens and chaos descends, the sky dragon reveals its form. The dead gods are bound within the chain. Their power knows no limit. Sky, underworld, and earth bow before you. Those who speak your name are perfected. God descends. Sky Dragon of Osiris. Divine armor deployed. Slifer the Sky Dragon, over-armored. A crimson gem flared, and two colossal black cannons materialized on Bai Chen's shoulders, their barrels shaped like devouring maws. An invisible wave radiated outward. Thunder is the wrath of God. Those unworthy to witness divinity shall kneel. Thunder bomb. The gem burned fully red. The dragon-shaped god atop the cannons roared. The moment the shockwave spread, the world changed. Centered on Bai Chen and Eurifia, every being dropped. Demons. Evil dragons. Magicians. All of them were slammed into the ground as if crushed beneath an unseen mountain. No, not one mountain, but an overwhelming suppression that pressed down on existence itself. Theodora barely had time to react before he was pinned flat, unable to move even a finger. His magic power was sealed. His origin suppressed. Even the power of Orpheus refused to answer him. He could only stare at Bai Chen in disbelief. Killing a main god had already been beyond imagination. This was something else entirely. Even the stronger evil dragons were immobilized. Casters fell from the sky like broken dolls. Within sight, beyond sight, everything was suppressed. Everything. Except one. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. There was a presence resisting the sky dragon's suppression. Not merely enduring it, but standing against it. And somehow succeeding. He turned his gaze in that direction. Eurifia noticed his attention drift and felt a strange flutter of confusion. Why did it feel like he was distracted now? Shouldn't they be focusing on? The thought cut itself off as heat rushed to her face. A deep blush spread uncontrollably. Why was she even thinking something like that? In the distance, a massive figure stood upright. Intricate magic arrays covered his body, overlapping and reinforcing one another. They supported his stance effortlessly, his expression calm and unchanged. Analysis initiated. Scanning unknown dragon-type magic formations within a 100-meter radius. The Great Sage responded instantly, more active than ever. Every existence in this space had to be erased before the Demon King's evolution could begin. Bai Chen recognized the figure immediately. That magic. That presence. That body. There was only one answer. The forbidden dragon of the magic source. Azi Dahaka. Not the absolute calamity of another world, but the three-headed evil dragon of this one. A being who commanded thousands of magics. A battlefield tyrant. A monster who had once fought Team Valley head-on. Sky Dragon level. Tier 2.6. Only existences at this level or higher could resist the Sky Dragon's roar. Even so, Bai Chen showed no urgency. Compared to what he was doing now, a lone Sky Dragon was irrelevant. This moment was rare. Why ruin it? I'll leave it to you, Bai Chen said silently. Understood, my lord. The response came immediately. The gem embedded in Bai Chen's armor shifted. From red to blazing gold. Commission accepted, calculation begins now. This was another voice, a quiet female voice. With the activation of the god's armor mechanism, Bai Chen's armor gave an echo. The spirits sing, the eternal power governs all things. The highest and most ancient god, the god of life and immortality, manifests himself here. His life, his soul, and even his body. Life dies here. Life will also be rekindled here. He who calls your name is your lord. God descends. Array's winged dragon. God's armor. The winged dragon of Array over armored. Behind Bai Chen, a pair of golden wings, seemingly cast from gilded metal, spread out, representing the sun god displaying its wrath. Boom! A layer of pure golden sun flames ignited on the golden wings. A flame that can burn away evil and purify the world bursts out. Mighty flame cannon. La infinite flame. The sun flames that had been condensed to the extreme began to gather from the golden wings. The pterosaur of law, receiving Bai Chen's order, chose this approach, using its full strength to strike directly and completely destroy this alien space, including Azi Dahaka. Countless layers of forbidden spells and magic appeared on the body of the demonic source Forbidden Dragon. He had come to watch the fun, at most to ensure that Eurifia was captured and used as capital to threaten the red-haired Demon King. From the beginning to the end, he didn't take Bai Chen seriously. But now he had to admit that he was indeed negligent and did not expect Bai Chen to have such strength. Not only did they easily suppress everyone except him, but even he showed signs of being unable to resist. In his memory, there is only one person with this level of strength. That god, the one considered the second most skilled in the world. Perhaps he even possesses the power of Shiva, the god of destruction, who can fight the dragon god. DB. Just as this thought came to mind and Azi Dahaka let out a painful sound, his voice suddenly stopped. Because his existence was completely destroyed. Whether it was the body, the spirit, or the abilities, they all vanished without a trace under Bai Chen's absolute power. Of course, Bai Chen's own attack power is not to such a terrifying level. The terrifying thing is that Ra's pterosaur absorbs Bai Chen's blood and lifespan and transforms it into attack power. Corresponding to the effect in the game, pterosaur can absorb the user's strength and characteristics, thereby unleashing unimaginably powerful attack power. Under this unparalleled divine flame, the entire space also collapsed. The concepts of time and space were completely burned out, and this top-level alien space began to gradually collapse. It's almost time to go back. Bai Chen looked at Girifia, who was limp in his arms, filled with shame, helplessness, and self-blame, and said with a smile. She was paralyzed because she had experienced something she had never experienced before, and she was ashamed and angry because Bai Chen did this without even asking her. He felt helpless because he had no way to stop Bai Chen from doing such things. After seeing the scene of Yang Yan burning the world just now, he felt even more helpless. As for self-blame, it made Girifia even more upset. She blamed herself for having the thought of sinking into it, just enjoying it, just accepting everything. Unlike Surzex's gentleness and reliability, she felt something more fiery and intense from Bai Chen. She is feeling a little complicated now. At first, her feelings towards Bai Chen were of course quite ordinary at most. He was an excellent new generation devil or something like that. Only later did subtle changes occur. Moreover, she also knew some things that Surzex didn't know, such as the relationship between Bai Chen and Orpheus, but because of the contract, she couldn't say such things out loud. Knowing this, Girifia was very curious about Bai Chen. What kind of person was he? What was his relationship with Orpheus? After that, I was forced by Bai Chen. This kind of thing. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. She was of course very reluctant and even disgusted at first. But after receiving Surzex's acquiescence, she also developed a mentality of lying down and acquiescing. It is because of this mentality that she feels quite self-blaming and guilty. How could she have such a mentality? This feeling has continued to this day, until Euclid was killed. She was indeed a little reluctant, but at the same time, she could also feel the relief in her heart, just like a bird that had finally broken free from its long-term restraints. This fact made her wonder whether Bai Chen's actions were correct, which then extended to her emotional issues. If decisiveness is the right thing to do, then what's happening on Surzex's side? Girifia was originally thinking about this kind of thing, but ended up encountering something unexpected again. Are you satisfied? Girifia opened her eyes and looked at the young man in front of her, her angry eyes filled with a considerable degree of dissatisfaction. No, it's still early after all. You're very beautiful, Girifia. How can I be satisfied with this level? Bai Chen said lightly. Snort. Girifia didn't say anything, but just silently shifted her gaze. She found that she was 030 and really had no way to deal with this person. Okay, it's almost time to go back. Bai Chen had no intention of teasing Girifia anymore, but instead looked at the gradually collapsing space. After LA's pterosaur unleashed a powerful attack, this space began to collapse with the location of the magic source Forbidden Dragon as its center. In the near future, this space will completely disappear in the dimensional gap. It is a created alien space. It is normal for it to disappear after the nodes of the space are attacked by a force beyond the limit. QT. Girifia was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Almost in an instant, she stood up from Bai Chen's body, adjusted her maid outfit, and returned to her previous cold-maid look. One day, I will allow you to appear in the underworld in your original form. Bai Chen smiled and said with a hint of sarcasm. Girifia seemed to be enjoying herself just now, but now that she heard that she had to go back, she changed her attitude instantly. It was certainly worth making fun of. Of course, the silver-haired queen looks quite cute like this, which makes Bai Chen feel the so-called contrast of cuteness. If you can really do it. This was Girifia's response. On the way back, Bai Chen heard the voice of the great sage. Soul collection completed. Please tell me if you would like to evolve. When leaving that space, the great sage finally collected all the fallen souls within it. The soul of the devil, the soul of the magician, the soul of the dragon, and, of course, the soul of Euclid. Bai Chen had no intention of letting go of Euclid's soul. This hidden danger should be eliminated as soon as possible. Evolution. Bai Chen said silently in his heart. Evolution does not refer to his evolution, and he will not fall into a dormant state when the Great Sage is evolving, so he directly agreed to the evolution of the Great Sage. When Rimuru and the Great Sage were evolving, Bai Chen would at most be unable to use their power, which had minimal impact on Bai Chen, so he decided to start early. As the power he can use increases, Rimuru, who is just a demon king, is no longer a frontline combat force. She must evolve. Bai Chen believes that in the later stage, there is the potential for spiritual sticky life forms that are at least larger than a single universe. Announcement. About to awaken into a demon king. Body tissues reconstructed, evolving into a new race. Confirmed. The slime race undergoes a super evolution, evolving into the slime telekinetic sticky spirit. Success. The body's overall functions are greatly enhanced. Ability to switch between physical and spiritual forms at will. Gain the inherent skills infinite regeneration, magic manipulation, multiple barriers, universal perception, universal transformation, demon king's dominance, strengthened clone, space movement, black flame thunder, universal silk. Then regained various resistances. Success. Pain invalid, physical attack invalid. Holy demon attack resistance. Gain the above resistance. Evolve. Nullify abnormal status, resistance to mental attacks. Completed. The voice of the Great Sage rang out in Bai Chen's mind, announcing the beginning of evolution. The Great Sage is a unique skill. Logically, it does not have self-awareness, but it wants to respond to the creator's wishes and desires to evolve. Announcement. Once again attempting to acquire the previously requested skill. Unique skill, Great Sage, challenge evolution. Fail. Fail. Execute again. 1 failure. Execute again. Fail. It looks like the Great Sage's evolution will take some time. Bai Chen looked at the sleeping Rimuru and the Great Sage who is working hard to evolve. It seems that they won't be able to use their power in the short term. But it doesn't matter, the next thing is quite simple. Demon Lord's territory. Lucifer. Lucifer has been the inherent territory of the demon king Lucifer since ancient times, and is also considered the capital of the demon clan. Many celebrations and activities have always been held in Lucifer, such as the engagement of pure-blooded demons, the ceremony of the succession of the old and new demon kings, and so on. And today, something happened in Lucifer that will be remembered by the entire underworld. Lucifer, at an engagement ceremony with the 4 demon kings as guests, was attacked by a terrorist. Fortunately, the strength of the 4 demon kings is real. In the defense network woven by the demon kings and the upper demons, all the ancient sites and places have been preserved intact. No, not only that, even all the rebellious demons from the old demon king faction were arrested. What's wrong? Are you wondering why your reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Surzek smiled and looked at the highest-ranking demon in front of him and said, this old, highest-ranking demon had just spoken to him just to see if the 4 contemporary demon lords had noticed what they had done. D9. The highest-ranking demon turned his head away, refusing to communicate with Surzek. He was one of the ancient demons who was willing to communicate with the reformists after they came to power. Of course, he did this just to make it easier for him to be an undercover agent. He never thought that the reformists were right from the beginning. Now, we have finally waited for an opportunity to prepare for a counterattack. But something unexpected happened. It was agreed that after finishing the matter over there quickly, the battle space of the Phoenix family's imps and the Astaroth family's imps would be transplanted directly here, and then the 4 current demon kings would be killed together. But after waiting for so long, there's no response from the other side at all. That's right, no reaction at all. Even after the people on this side were eliminated one by one as the situation gradually stabilized, no news came back from the other side. I got scammed. I must have gotten scammed. This was the only thought in his mind at this moment. He was told that a powerful person of the heavenly dragon level who could devour the Demon King had been sent over from the other side, so he was so confident and was able to chat and laugh with Surzex before. As a result, until now, the so-called strong man has not yet appeared. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have trusted others so easily. However, the Trouble Group really had no intention of tricking them. It was just that their plans could not keep up with the changes. As a red-gold flame descended from the sky, the remaining high-level demons also turned their attention to the descender. If they were not mistaken, it was the flame of Phoenix. Sure enough, the red-gold flames dissipated, and a young man with black hair and black eyes walked out from the flames. Bai Chen. Since it's Bai Chen who came out, then Mingwan's issue has been resolved. Duke Phoenix stroked his beard and said with a smile. He still felt a little regretful. The communication had just been interrupted, so he didn't get to see Bai Chen easily secure the victory, and he lost the opportunity to brag in front of some old friends. Of course, this is not bad. He believed that Bai Chen would continue to demonstrate his strength in the coming days, enough to suppress the Zhengshi Dai. It would be nice to talk about it then. The winner is the third son of the Phoenix family, and the loser is the next head of the Azi Dahaka Talit family, Theodora Astaroth. On the red carpet, the silver-haired queen calmly announced the result. Euryphia's expression was quite indifferent, and there was no trace of the shyness and helplessness she had shown before. On this wedding day, I would like to introduce a good friend of mine to all the senior demons. Bai Chen glanced at Euryphia and slowly walked towards the center. I always feel that the temperament of the young master of the Phoenix family is a little different from before. Some senior demons noticed the difference in Bai Chen. Before, it was a sword wrapped in a scabbard, but now it is a sword with its sharp edge exposed. She is my good friend and also my first dependent. In the future, all matters concerning my demonic side, including communication with various families, organizing raiding games, etc., will be handed over to her for handling. Hage, come out and meet everyone. Papa double. As Bai Chen clapped his hands, a girl with a black cat tail appeared from space. Meow meow, I'm Hage, please give me your guidance. Hage wagged his tail and cat paws, giving a rather energetic response. Although he was indeed full of resentment, Hage did show full vitality at this time. Kuroka. As soon as Hage said his name, some of the higher-level demons changed their expressions and involuntarily retreated. Isn't the name Kuroka the one that appears on the list of the most dangerous lost demons in the underworld? According to that information, Kuroka belongs to the rare species of catman, which also corresponds to the cat tail and cat ears displayed by this black-haired kimono lady. Yes, that's the Hage everyone is thinking of, my first follower, Hage, Bai Chen said lightly. Hage, at this time, had already half-separated from ballet and became his follower. Dependent chess piece, Monk, Lu ZB +3. After absorbing the demon chess piece made from the king chess piece, Hage's talent was catalyzed and his strength evolved to an unimaginable level. Hage was of course very happy that her strength had improved, but the price was becoming that man's dependent, and she had to accept this price, and she was unhappy again. If she hadn't thought about her chance to take revenge, she would never have been able to smile in this situation. However, this man claimed that he wanted to capture one of the remaining members of the old Demon King's faction and make an example of him, so he brought up the Nibirius family. Actually, it's probably because of Chiron. Hage understood very well that if they just killed a chicken to scare the monkeys, the representativeness of the Nibirius family would not be enough. It was only because of the matter between the two of them that Bai Chen had a reason to do so. Let's just say you've met the minimum requirement. Hage hummed in her heart and continued to focus on her first appearance in the world. Bai Chen, you should know that Kuroka is a wanted criminal in the underworld, right? By taking a wanted criminal from the underworld as your own, are you planning to violate the laws of the underworld, go against the Nibirius family whose descendants Kuroka killed, and defy the authority of the Demon King? Hage had just finished introducing himself when a superior demon put 3 hats on Bai Chen. The laws of the underworld? The Nibirius family? And the Demon King? Bai Chen smiled and shook his head, temporarily noting the family to which this superior demon belonged. As expected, they were the families on the list given by Surzex. They were the remnants of the old Demon King faction who had pretended to surrender and accept the reformists' call for amnesty. Seriously, how come these people's statements are so consistent and stupid? Even they thought of this kind of thing when they first heard about Kuroka. Why would we assume that they, who had more time to think and make decisions, wouldn't think of this kind of thing? Isn't it the Nibirius family who violated the laws of the underworld and went against the will of the Demon King? Bai Chen curled his lips and swung his hand forward. As he waved his arm, an image appeared in the air. Looking at the familiar terrain and the familiar castle, a drop of cold sweat dripped down the face of the patriarch of the Nibirius family. That's right, absolutely right. What's shown in the image is the land of the Nibelia royal family. Why did he project the Nibirius family's territory? Was he trying to threaten him? Let me see, the head of the Nibirius family is called Lucy Nibirius, right? Bai Chen revealed the name of this old-time demon named Lucy Nibirius. I'm now going to answer the question raised by the higher-ranking demon. Regarding the testing ground beneath the Nibirius family, can you explain to me what it is? Bai Chen used projection magic to project the information in his hand directly into the center of the wedding venue. Selling and producing drugs that have a painful effect on demons, illegally biochemically modifying monsters and demons, and devouring talented demons and monsters to evolve their own bloodline. You guys are really capable. Bai Chen listed one thing after another that had already been proven countless times. It hadn't been exposed before, but now that he had evidence, he had to conduct a fair trial. This is just killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The real place to be afraid of is still behind. Lucy Nibirius subconsciously looked at the demon who had just raised the question. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What are you complaining about? Something's wrong now? They clearly knew something wasn't right today, that the Demon King was most likely trying to take action against the old demonic forces, but some people still didn't understand the situation and started to argue. Are these the legendary idiot teammates? The higher-level demon who raised the question hesitated to speak. He finally understood that the other party had already dug a trap and was waiting for him to jump into it. The Nibirius family has been engaged in this kind of activity since a long time ago. My follower, Hage, was also a victim of this kind of activity. His so-called defection was simply because he was being subjected to inhumane biochemical experiments. Bai Chen looked around and spoke word by word. Today is the time to use the Hage incident to express my attitude. It can also be regarded as a formal token of joining the idealistic interest group of the reformists. Bai Chen's statement today at least put himself and half of the Phoenix family outside the neutral boundary. This is what Surzex and Achuka hoped to see. Of course, what they did was actually quite nice, and they gave enough benefits in many aspects. Taking down Akuika's pawn would be quite risky, but if Bai Chen was prepared to stand against the old Demon King, such a risk was something he had to bear. It's basically a no-cost business. Demon Lord Surzex was even more impressive, even saying he didn't care about Tung Asia's issue. Of course, he felt sorry for it, and of course he took into consideration that Gyrifia had never had such emotional fluctuations towards others, but if it were someone else, the outcome would definitely not be the same as it is now. Bai Chen was special, and Surzex was well aware of that. It became even clearer after receiving Gyrifia's report just now. Of course, he believed Gyrifia's intelligence, but the fact that someone less than 20 years old could already kill a dragon was simply shocking. Even the reincarnation of the god of the Bible might not be able to do it. After learning about this, Surzex nodded and made up his mind to block the news. Now that he has grown to this point, what will happen if Bai Chen is given more time? Surzex couldn't imagine. When Akuika received this news, he made a similar judgment as Surzex. No, Achuka's judgment in some aspects is even better than Surzex. After all, Surzex did not accept Bai Chen's proposal of great harmony in the world, but Akuika said there was no problem at all. Bai Chen sighed. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lucina Belius, whose legs were a little weak. After those words were spoken, all the higher-level demons who were about to fight with that higher-level demon restrained themselves and said they couldn't get involved. They couldn't get involved in this kind of thing. It would be even more uncomfortable if some shocking news was dug out later. This time, The 4 contemporary devils should have come prepared. It would be foolish to come out and give themselves away. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you have anything else to say? Bai Chen shook his head. Today was just a stage for expressing their stance, but these people were already panicking to this extent. If it really came to the point of an all-out war, wouldn't they be frightened to the point of peeing their pants? Are all the old demon kings this kind of people? Bai Chen thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Apart from Wally and Rizavim, there seemed to be no one else who could fight. Even Ingvil Leviathan, who possessed the god-destroying tool, could not be considered a member of the old Demon King faction. It really was a talent dwindle. However, Bai Chen was also a little surprised when Eurifia gave him this information. This person's family, the Nibirius family, previously adopted the families of Bain and Hage. So many years have passed, but they still haven't changed their bad habits. Lucy Nibirius's whole body was trembling, and suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. All of these things of yours are fake. My Nibirius family has never done such a thing. He flatly denied it, saying this kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable. Yeah, Bai Chen shook his head. Things had come to this point. Was there any point in quibbling? Don't worry, you are not alone today. There will be many people here to accompany you. If you want evidence, I'll give it to you. The fluctuations of magic power on Bai Chen's body were stronger than ever before. Transformed into pure demon blood, it has a terrifying advantage when using demonic spells. Bai Chen stretched out his hand towards the sky. When everyone was wondering what Bai Chen was doing, they suddenly felt a shift in time and space. The entire building was evacuated. They looked down and saw that the original foundation had disappeared. Below was a magnificent castle. Those with sharp eyes have already recognized it. This is a castle belonging to the Nibirius family. This level of spatial magic is extremely rare even among demon kings. But when I thought about it, it seemed normal for the Phoenix family's worker to use this trick, because he had just defeated the terrifyingly powerful Theodora Astaroth. Since you want evidence, I'll give it to you. Bai Chen said calmly. Some people refuse to give up even when facing death. After hearing Bai Chen's words, Lucy Nibirius' eyes were filled with fear. He knew what kind of things his family had, and he was also very familiar with this area because this was the biggest testing ground. Get up. At Bai Chen's command, the light of the magic chariot diverted all the unrelated people out. Boom. As the formation unfolded, Bai Chen easily dug up the ground, revealing the underground experimental scene to everyone. Everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes, which was like hell on earth. The ground deep inside was dyed red, and they could naturally tell what the red was. They sensed the blood of humans, demons, monsters, and even fallen angels. Originally, the blood that contaminated the soil was sealed by a magic circle and would never be discovered before the demise of the Nibirius family. But Bai Chen broke all the magic circles with just one glance. Although these magic circles are top-notch, they took considerable effort to set up. How could they be broken so easily? After the magic circle was broken, the true appearance of the testing ground below was finally exposed. The thick and disgusting aura emanating from it made most of the higher-level demons frown. Just go down and be with your precious experimental materials. Bai Chen stepped to his side and threw Lucy Nibirius down from the air. Lucy Nibirius subconsciously tried to use his magic to fly, but he found that his magic was completely locked in his body. He couldn't even open the demon wings behind him. Dong. Very easily, he smashed a deep hole in the ground. Ed, Bai Chen said lightly. As you can see, evidence of the Nibirius family's crimes has been provided, and the Demon King is deeply saddened by this. However, such behavior is absolutely not worth promoting, must be absolutely rejected, and must be stopped. Soon, Eurifia began to announce the outcome of this incident. After Bai Chen completed his task of expressing his views, he sat quietly beside them and watched them carry out their speeches and performances according to their original plan. Well, performance. Regarding the outcome of this incident, everyone is well aware that this kind of thing cannot be accomplished overnight. There is the Nibirius family, and there are many other families as well. Surzax gave his final speech. At the same time, The venue where everyone gathered was also attacked by someone with ulterior motives. According to the confessions of captured members of the Trouble Group, they are a well-organized, large-scale, and planned organization that carries out similar terrorist activities around the world. We cannot sit idly by in the face of this kind of organization and the possibility of another incident like this happening again. Therefore, on behalf of the 4 Demon Kings, I hereby propose the 3.5 proposal. We will set up a special demon team to deal with such incidents, select powerful demons to join the team, and fight against terrorist organizations and potential threats. The team's name is DxD, DxD, the Devil Among Devils. Only the most promising and powerful devils can join the team. The third son of the Phoenix family will serve as the captain of the DxD team, and the other members will be selected from among the young demons. As soon as Surzex said this, it caused an uproar among the upper-level demons. Unfortunately, no one dared to stand up and say anything. The reformist superior demon will naturally not go against the will of the reformist demon king. As for the demons from the old Demon King faction, having just been tricked, whether by the people on the other side who let them off the hook or by this group killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, they were hesitant to act rashly for the time being. So, what happened this time was within your expectations, Brother Sama and Chunjun. At the engagement ceremony, tears involuntarily welled up in Rias's eyes. After the policy was announced, the engagement ceremony continued without any interference from the outside world. However, Bai Chen was questioned by Rias. My wedding was used as a fishing ground by my friends and my fiancé. This is the conclusion that Rias and Sona came to after a long discussion. A conclusion that Rias found difficult to accept. This is bound to happen. We just don't know when it will happen. As for the wedding, Rias, I'm sorry. We didn't expect them to choose this place at first. Bai Chen comforted softly. Yes, this will definitely happen. Whether it was Theodora seeking revenge on him or the betrayal of the old Demon King faction, these were inevitable events that would definitely happen, but the timing was uncertain. Rias opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she said nothing. These 2 men, her brother and her 30-year-old fiancé, are basically the closest people of the opposite S**X to her now, and the ones she depends on. If they had all made perfect preparations for this, and had achieved such determination and a near-perfect result, what else could she say? Of course, she wanted to vent her emotions, and asked them if they didn't take her engagement ceremony seriously. But, when thinking about this, Rias suddenly thought of another thing. Originally, wasn't this engagement ceremony fake? She had discussed this with Bai Chen before the engagement, and at that time, they defined the engagement as a ceremony to temporarily free the 2 of them from the shackles of the devil and give them more time to do their own things. Since we've already been engaged, there's no reason for you to rush us, right? Of course she did say that. From this perspective, it was she who had taken the initiative to ruin the engagement ceremony. So what right did she have to blame Bai Chen and her brother? It was precisely because of this that Rias remained silent. Furthermore, she ruined the engagement ceremony because of her own feelings and choices, while Bai Chen and Surzex ruined the engagement ceremony for the sake of the underworld, so she had no reason to be angry. Let's continue with the engagement ceremony. The ceremony must go on after all. Finally, Rias sighed and gave this answer. The wedding went on very smoothly. The ancient demon with a frown on his face returned to preside over the wedding, and this time no one came out to cause trouble. It was just that Rias was a little embarrassed when she accepted the engagement ring. She felt that her hands were very. It wasn't because she was shy about holding hands with Bai Chen, but because too many eyes were focused on her hands. Just looking at her followers, Aquino and Kaneko were looking at her with burning gazes, while Ravel on Bai Chen's side was staring intently at her hand. What made her feel even more strange was that she felt that her best friend Seng Na was also staring at her hand. Is he wishing her happiness? Or is he quite concerned about her accepting the engagement ring? That's not right. Seng Na knew about the deal between her and Bai Chen. As for Seng Na being concerned about her accepting the engagement ring, Rias couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard she tried. In her opinion, Sona and Bai Chen's relationship was just ordinary. There shouldn't be any reason for her to do this, right? Of course, there was one person whose gaze Rias could never guess. Euryphia's gaze. Euryphia quietly watched the joy and happiness on Rias's face when she accepted the ring, her eyes a little complicated. She wanted Rias to be happy, but she wasn't sure if this could bring her happiness. Even she herself couldn't bear Bai Chen's emotions and possessiveness. Could Rias really bear it? Rias initially used Bai Chen to get out of the engagement, and both she and Surzex were well aware of this. But now, she could see that Rias was sinking deeper and deeper into it. Bai Chen has already achieved this effect without any actual action. If Bai Chen really wants to get Rias, wouldn't Rias fall easily? Euryphia couldn't imagine it. Should I first imagine how I should handle this? Euryphia held her forehead with her hand. Is she in a state where she has enough time to worry about others? Let's think about our own affairs first. The engagement ceremony ended with a chorus of blessings. The thoughts of Bai Chen and Leah are unimportant in the eyes of the higher-level demons. What they care about is the happy fact that the pure-blooded demon bloodline has been continued. The third son of the Phoenix family has a purer bloodline than his brothers after going through the trials of the Immortal Mountain. Princess Rias is also a high-ranking demon who inherited the destructive power of the Ball clan. People are looking forward to what kind of offspring they will give birth to. Bai Chen was also very happy. Well, although I am happy to be engaged to Rias, I am even happier to have touched the heart of Euryphia. But as expected, the happiest thing was Rimuru's evolution. Endless. Announcement. Unique skill, Great Sage integrates mutator to challenge evolution. Success. Unique skill, Great Sage evolves into King of Wisdom Raphael. Hundreds of millions of attempts. The Great Sage continued to challenge himself, performing at least 360 billion calculations. After almost eternal attempts, finally. Because of the blessing of the Demon King's evolution, he overcame all difficulties and successfully evolved. Evolved into the world's strongest ultimate skill. This is an extremely rare event, and logically there is no chance of it happening. Is it because the Great Sage has been trying tirelessly, or is it because this is what was destined to happen? Regardless of which one it was, the evolution of the Great Sage was declared a success. From now on, Bai Chen might be called Charles, the King of Wisdom. Theoretically, the successful evolution of the Great Sage is to make it easier to realize the Creator's wishes and does not have personal will. There is no joy in unique skills because they do not know what emotion is. She shouldn't feel happy. But the amazing thing is, it feels very satisfied. Then, use the evolved abilities to fulfill the Creator's wishes again. Doing this is simply to do my part for the Creator's original intention. I'm sorry. Evolution is not over yet. Even King of Wisdom, Charles, is not sure about this. However, Bai Chen is quite confident. He believes that the potential of King of Wisdom seal and Rimuru is far greater than this. The description of the color synthesis reward is that she can eventually grow into a slime girl who is not part of Rimuru in the original plot. How could it stop here? The human world. After the wedding, Bai Chen returned to the human world. Although he gained the status of a superior demon by recovering his pure bloodline and passing the trial of the Immortal Mountain, he also obtained chess pieces and territory. But he still returned to the human world. The environment of the underworld is still too complicated. Moreover, he needs to return to the human world to carry out tasks and collect materials. For example, the last material. Little Bai Chen really has good taste. He actually wants this thing. At this moment, in front of Bai Chen, a fallen angel uncle with a weathered face was recommending his products with a smile on his face. Heavenly Stone. Bai Chen has already collected the ground dew, mountain core, and earth core fragments, and the only thing missing is this last sky stone. So, Azazel, what do you want? If I can accept it, I think this deal is pretty good. Bai Chen smiled and said. After she got the information that the Heavenly Stone was in the hands of the Fallen Angel Governor, she captured the Fallen Angel Governor who was hiding in Jiwang Town. Well, it can't be called catching. He just casually threw a beam cannon at him and then cinched a layer of hair on Azazel's skin. I want the Security's gauntlet, and if possible, I'd like the opportunity to study Sheriosi's gauntlet. Azazel looked directly into Bai Chen's eyes and stated his needs. You said you wanted. Of course, I'm just borrowing it. I'm not so naive as to think that a mere piece of heavenly stone can be exchanged for a divine destroyer. Azazel explained quickly. He knew the boy's temper and also knew the boy's strength. He had also heard about Wally's affairs, and he estimated that if he really wanted to fight him, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage over this kid. Anyway, the heavenly stone is not a precious thing. He took it away from the heaven when he fell from heaven and no one cared about it. Would you like to borrow the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet? Sorry, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet cannot be given to others. It must remain in my hands. Otherwise, I'll go berserk immediately. Bai Chen shook his head. The Security's gauntlet is suppressed by the will of the 3 mythical gods, so it has been in a dormant or shock state. But if it escapes Bai Chen's control and falls into someone else's hands, it will go berserk in an instant. Because the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was forcibly transplanted from High School DxD's body by Bai Chen, the Red Dragon Emperor was filled with anger and resentment. There have been similar examples before. The spirit of the Lion King's battle axe went berserk for unknown reasons after the death of its owner. In the end, even after all the enemies were eliminated, the Lion King's battle axe did not recover. If the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet were released at this moment, the outcome would be similar. Really? That's really a pity. Azazel scratched his head in pain. He really wants to study the Security's gauntlet. What do you think of this? Scratching his head, Azazel suddenly had a good idea. Pure blood, phoenix blood, give me your blood. Azazel clapped his hands, remembering this. He heard that Bai Chen's bloodline had surpassed that of Phoenix's ancestor and reached an incredible level. If this is the case with his blood, maybe we can research something. No, it's impossible. Without any hesitation, Bai Chen refused again. This time the rejection was even more firm than the last time. If he had to choose between the 2 conditions, he would even prefer to give the Security's gauntlet to Azazel to play with, as long as Azazel himself could withstand the consequences of the Security's rampage. There is absolutely no way he could give away his blood. Azazel thought that what he wanted was pure phoenix blood, but he had no idea that what he wanted might be the rarest blood in the world. He would only allow himself to research something from his own blood, and would never allow others to possess his blood privately or even conduct research on it. You're really not cruel, are you? Is there no room for negotiation at all? Azazel felt a little frustrated. He felt that his request was not too much. Forget it, forget it. Let's change another one. I think you should have no objection to this matter. After all, you and I are both fun-loving people who want to solve problems. Azazel finally said this. He could see that Bai Chen really wanted this heavenly stone, otherwise, with Bai Nong's usually indifferent character, he would never have thought of trading with him. Since Bai Chen has this intention, Azazel is also willing to make friends with Bai Chen. No matter how you look at it, regarding Wally's affairs, he really owed Bai Chen a favor. Wally's bloodline, the demon bloodline, was something Wally had never taken seriously. Azazel knew that if Valov focused most of his energy on the artifact, it would be difficult to defeat Li Zevim. Fortunately, he met Bai Chen. After testing, Bai Chen enhanced Wally's demonic bloodline to a terrifying level, which was not weaker even than Li Zevim. As Wally's adoptive father, this is something he failed to do. Of course, he also thanked Bai Chen for helping him discover something. Wally wants to break away from the fallen angels and start his own business as a terrorist. Never mind, let's just consider it as repaying a favor from both sides. Azazel sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. Is it a suggestion that I shouldn't have any objections to? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Bai Chen curled the corners of his mouth. He had already heard that the governor of the fallen angels probably meant to give it away for free. As expected, the governor of the fallen angels is a good person. Soon, Bai Chen finally got what he wanted. Heavenly stone. Bite. Material collection completed. Synthesis materials: sky stone, earth dew, mountain heart, earth core fragments. Is it synthesized? Synthesis begins. As the light of the system interface, Li Liaohao, flickered, the materials Bai Chen placed in it also disappeared. Synthesis progress, 5%, 10%. Bite. Golden synthesis task. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the synthetic product, world-class item, mountain and river state map. Map of mountains, rivers, and states. One of the 11 pieces held by Ainzel Gown, also held by Aura. It is a large scroll approximately 1 meter long. It can trap the opponent in an extra-dimensional space with a very large coverage area. There are as many as 100 types of spaces, with various means of sustainably consuming the opponent's physical strength. But it will also randomly select an escape method from 40 escape methods. Once the opponent successfully escapes from the original Shanha Shujitu, the space will be immediately released and the ownership of the item will be transferred to the opponent. Ainzel Rand controlled this item in this way. The improved Shanha Shujitu no longer has this drawback, requiring players to master all 40 or so escape methods before escaping. World-class props. Mountains, rivers, states, and land map. Perhaps it should be called the revised Shanha Shujitu? The Shanha Shujitu allows Bai Chen to take the initiative in many things. Just look at the absolute mist of the disaster group and you will know. This space-type divine destruction tool has helped the disaster group accomplish countless things. Although the mountain, river, and state map is not as powerful as the absolute mist, it is definitely the best among the best in terms of confinement ability. If nothing else, at least ordering Bai Chen can put your mind at ease. There is also the issue of the placement of Nyx, the goddess of the night, and Joan of Arc. Although they have gradually become accustomed to the life of being supported and even show signs of submission, there is still no guarantee that there will be no problems. On Nyx's side, even if they couldn't mobilize the entire Hell Alliance, they could still dispatch a few of the underworld's main gods. The same was true for Jean's side. Cao Cao himself was indifferent to Joan of Arc's disappearance. What he was worried about was the significance of Joan of Arc's disappearance. Joan of Arc disappeared because of Orpheus's incident, and Orpheus's disappearance is of great significance. Besides, Joan of Arc was their partner after all. If she, as the nominal leader, did not behave as she should, it would be easy for people to lose their morale. So, even if it was just for fun, Cao Cao arranged people to look for Joan of Arc. However, there is no possibility of being found now. But, has Azazel arrived in Jua Town yet? It looks like a tripartite meeting is about to take place. As the captain of the DxD team, I have to take responsibility. After the wedding, Bai Chen had a conversation with the red-haired and green-haired devils and learned the subsequent course of action of the demon side. First, to unite with the basically crippled Bible pantheon to keep each other warm. And then actively expand contacts with the outside world and strive to form a strategic alliance with the pantheon that desires peace. The familiarity between the leaders of the three major forces is not comparable to that of the gods of other pantheons. If these three forces cannot reach an agreement, it will be even more difficult for other pantheons. In the meantime, the problems and obstacles encountered may be countless. What they want to ensure is that the talks go smoothly. Although the meeting was not particularly important compared to Bai Chen's plan to go to the dungeon world, it was something that Surzex and Achuka valued very much. They were both nice to Bai Chen, and Bai Chen had no intention of cheating them. Let's deal with Akino's situation first. She's been acting strange since the wedding. Bai Chen sighed and put these thoughts aside for the time being. Even if they wanted to go to the dungeon world, it would have to be after Akino and the three-party talks. Because he was not sure how long he would stay in this copy world. On Akino's side, just as Bai Chen thought, everything was going smoothly. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Devil. Please take any of the calligraphy and paintings hanging there. I'm not sure how much you paid for them, but it should be enough to cover your reward. The uncle with golden hair among his black hair raised his hand casually. Himejima Akino knew that this meant that she should leave after completing the commission. Yesterday, she was asked to leave after finishing the meal. No need for compensation, I just want to ask you a question. Himejima Akino said very respectfully. However, this decadent uncle sensed the dissatisfaction of the Thunder Priestess from the restless spiritual energy around him. Oh, Miss Devil, what do you want to ask me? Azazel rested his hands on the sofa, looking nonchalant. At least, on the surface, he did appear nonchalant. What I want to ask is, What is your relationship with Baicho? Himejima Aquino asked with a smile. Although she was smiling, the slight flash of lightning on her body showed that she was not in a peaceful state of mind. Exposed? Ha, I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Azazel scratched his head lazily. He thought he could let Baicho feel the warmth of his daughter more, but he didn't expect it to be exposed the next day. He just heard that Baicho seemed to miss her daughter very much, so he asked Himejima Aquino to prepare 10 tables of food yesterday. After Himejima Aquino left, he called Baicho over from the Child of God's Watcher to have a meal. Since he achieved the result yesterday of making Baicho burst into tears after just one bite of the food, he ordered another table today. This was what he and Bai Chen had discussed. Bai Chen asked Rias to introduce Aquino Himejima to him and asked her to work for him on a commissioned basis. Then let him handle the matter between Junai and Baiji. 0 request flowers. This is the price Bai Chen has to pay, which is basically not a price at all. Azazel really couldn't think of what he wanted from Bai Chen. After all, Bai Chen had chosen to refuse what he wanted most, so he finally chose this condition. Since I can do Bai Chen a favor and have the opportunity to solve my old friend's problem, why not do it? He has done this much, and he believes Bai Chen will understand what to do. After listening to Azazel's words, Aquino finally understood. He did know Baicho. What are you doing in Grumry's territory? Also, what is your relationship with that man? Himejima Aquino asked sternly, and a golden magic circle appeared on her hand. Because she hated Baicho in her heart, she usually called Baicho that man. Also, because she had been feeling restless recently, the magic circle in her hand that was flashing with golden lightning showed signs of being out of control. Well, don't be so anxious. Haven't you heard that this town is going to hold a tripartite meeting soon? So, the appearance of angels and fallen angels is quite normal, right? Azazel spread his hands helplessly. Alas, now Baichu will never be able to eat the food cooked by his own daughter again. So, what exactly is your relationship with Baichu? Even if a fallen angel came to Jiwang Town, there's no need to ask the demons of Jiwang Town to cook for you, right? A black feather appeared in Himejima Janina's hand. She had accidentally found this feather in the room of this decadent middle-aged man. She was all too familiar with the scent of this black feather. That's the feather of her biological father, Bai Zhuang, the B************ D father who failed to protect her mother. Huang. Along with the light of the teleportation array, the girl's question was answered. His name is Azazel. You can call him the fallen angel's erotic governor, a fallen angel who fell because of his desire for women's pleasure. Bai Chen cast a playful look towards Azazel. At least, in Himejima Aquino's opinion, it was a playful look. However, in Azazel's opinion, this should be the signal to start the performance, right? Well, actually, that's not wrong. Azazel felt that what Bai Chen said was absolutely correct, and this was indeed the reason for his downfall. I am Azazel, a fallen angel. Of course, I never regret my fall. I'm barely considered the boss of the fallen angels now. I'm here to work. After all, it's necessary to inspect the meeting site in advance. Boom. Azazel spread out his 6 pairs of wings, and Wang Er's inky black wings showed his powerful presence. The governor of the fallen angels. And Qin Jun. Mr. Qin, how did you get here? Himejima Aquino asked in surprise. Because Junai needed me, I came here. Do I need any other reason? Bai Chen smiled and looked towards Junai. You can't say that he's actually been keeping an eye on Himejima Akane 990 nose movements, just waiting for a moment like this to come out and save the day? Union. Not just now, in fact, she has been thinking about Bai Chen for a long time. Qinjun. Did you also notice this? Himejima Aquino nodded slightly. Hey, isn't this the young senior demon Bai Chen who has been in the limelight recently? What's wrong? Is he related to the Thunder Priestess? What a sinister man. Azazel gave a perfectly mocking smile. Just right, it doesn't look like Bai Chen is acting at all, but is genuinely mocking. Azazel is truly a wicked fallen angel, no wonder he fell. From the moment Bai Chen first appeared, Azazel had been watching Bai Chen closely. He wanted to see if Bai Chen would behave differently in front of a female than he had in previous meetings with him. Ed. Azazel was about to speak when he saw what he wanted to see. Wow! Behind Bai Chen, a scarlet gold divine bird flew out and flew directly towards him. Deaf. Oh my god. Azazel's expression instantly became interesting. He had a premonition. Even he would have to lose a layer of skin if he was burned by this feather. Boom. The red gold divine flames exploded in front of Azazel. Azazel immediately put on full defense. He didn't want his old friend to come back and see his feathers burnt. Boom. In a breath, the phoenix's divine flame dissipated, leaving only Azazel standing there in a daze. Slipped away. Azazel shook his head and slipped away without even giving him a glance. I see. Are you planning to solve it yourself? Azazel thought for a while and finally figured it out. So, I'm just a tool? Well, it doesn't matter. After all, we didn't discuss how we should act in the first place. Azazel shook his head and poured himself a cup of tea. Yes, he just decided with Bai Chen to resolve the matter between Himejima Aquino and Baichio, and there was no prior discussion between the two. The so-called acting skills are also improvisations, so it wouldn't be surprising if Bai Chen did anything. I just hope everything goes well. Azazel sighed like an old man and then collapsed on the sofa. The governor of the fallen angels is just so extravagant when it comes to things other than research. At this time, on Bai Chen's side. I remember Aquino lived in a shrine, right? Is that the shrine? Bai Chen and Aquino appeared outside the shrine. Using the magic of transfer, Bai Chen and Aquino were transferred from Azazel to Aquino's home. Himejima Aquino is a demon, yet lives in a shrine. This is one of the many contradictions in her. Yes, this is it, Chinjun. Himejima Aquino looked into Bai Chen's eyes and said, Would you like to come in for a moment, Chinjun? Let me repay Chinjun's kindness. It's my honor. How could Bai Chen refuse such an invitation? If I reject Junake, I will be sad. This is hot tea, Chinjun. After a while, Himejima Aquino had changed into a shrine maiden's costume and handed Bai Chen a cup of hot tea. Thank you, Aquino. I remember you were the leader of the tea ceremony club. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last tasted your tea. Bai Chen took a sip. It does have a unique flavor. Mr. Chen said before that he could completely transform my bloodline into demonic bloodline, right? Completely rid me of this fallen angel bloodline. If it wasn't possible before, is it possible now? Feeling the time was right, Himejima Aquino quickly interrupted the topic. The girl with black hair and a ponytail has a hint of weakness. She used to be full of Yamato Nadeshiko style, but now she actually gives off the feeling of a little woman. Yeah, but I don't think that's necessary. Aquino-san is already quite attractive now. Bai Chen shook his head. He couldn't do it before, but now he can indeed transform Aquino's race into complete demons. It's just that he wouldn't choose to do that. Even after seeing me like this, are you still willing to say this, Chinjun? Himejima Akunomi's purple eyes were filled with sparkling water. Bai Chen knew that if he said something wrong, tears might flow down her face in the next moment. Two kinds of filthy blood, the devil and the fallen angel, are both in me. Perhaps I am a woman entangled in filth and misfortune. Himejima Aquino revealed a sad smile. I originally thought that reincarnation as a demon would allow me to remove the fallen angel wings, but I didn't expect that in the end, the two types of wings would coexist. Even so, would Chinjun still say she is beautiful? Azuna, have you ever heard of a saying? Bai Chen shook his head and walked towards Junai. What? Junai raised his head and his eyes, which had just lowered, met Bai Chen's gaze again. This sentence is called 3.7. What is it called? This sentence goes, if a man makes a girl cry in any situation other than in bed, then this man is disqualified. Bai Chen paused and said, 1313, 1313. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen would say such a thing, and Himejima Aquino suddenly coughed. I'm sorry, Aquino, for making you cry. As expected. I've never been a qualified man. Bai Chen lowered his head, showing a weakness that he hadn't shown for a long time. Well, what was shown was not something that came out naturally. Bukinjun, you are excellent, more excellent than ever before. I can't imagine the days without you, Chinjun. Junai shook his head frantically. If Bai Chen was going to deny herself, then she would have to deny herself to a very high degree. Azuno, Azazel should be bringing guards. Bai Chen silently reminded Junai of this. At this point, Akino understood everything. Why did Chinjun tell me this? This was Junai's first thought. As the governor of the fallen angels, the guards that Azazel will bring are Lexage. Himejima Akino's eyes suddenly narrowed. She could only think of one person. Fallen angel, worship. Her father. That's right, this makes sense. This must be why she found Baichio's feather from Azazel. Baichio has arrived in this town. It seems like you remember who it is, Akino? So, Chinjun, that's why you asked me this question, right? Akino's expression darkened slightly. But she didn't become gloomy because of Bai Chen. It was just that the thought of Baichio and his deeds made her look bad. 30 when she thought about the man who was already in this town, and that the food she had cooked might have gone into his mouth, Akino's face turned even darker. Yes, so Akino, are you going to run away or face it? Bai Chen continued to ask softly. Are you sad because of your own bloodline, or do you want to use some other method to resist? Bai Chen said as he touched Himejima Akino's wings. Isn't it necessary to be sad about your own bloodline? Himejima Akino looked at Bai Chen a little foolishly. Yes, that's right. Actually, I know that Akino doesn't hate herself for having this bloodline, but simply hates the person who gave her this bloodline. Himejima Akino didn't say anything, which was considered as her approval of what Bai Chen said. So, I have a solution to this problem. Would you like to hear it? What method? Himejima Akino looked at Bai Chen with hopeful eyes. This method is, Bai Chen said as he touched her wings. Bai Chen's next words made her pupils shrink instantly. Use your fallen angel bloodline, which far surpasses his own, to completely surpass him in strength, leaving him with nothing but admiration for you. It's not about using his bloodline, but about surpassing his bloodline. If it comes to that, even if you, Akino, question Baichio on the spot and beat him up, no one will question you. Speaking of this, Bai Chen's mouth corners curled up slightly. Even though he tricked his future father-in-law before they even met, he still felt very happy. Azuno, I believe we can do this together. As long as you are willing to trust me, I can make you do this. Bai Chen whispered in Akino's ear. Yes, he could make Akino do it. Now his strength has reached the peak of the highest level demon with the nourishment of high-level blood, and it is no problem to raise Himejima Akino's fallen angel bloodline to the main god level. If Akino could get used to his own strength, defeating Bai wouldn't be impossible. Himejima Akino didn't say anything, but just subconsciously took a deep breath. Indeed, just as Chinjun said, she has always adopted an evasive approach to coping. Using Chinjun's method, she could have hit the man in the face, instead of just sobbing and escaping in Chinjun's arms like she is now. But, Chinjun, using this method will not harm your body. It's okay, Akino. For Akino, this little price is not a problem. Bai Chen said softly. Akino's voice trembled a little. She knew why it was so easy to increase strength. What price would no one can pay to be able to have the strength to defeat a cadre-level fallen angel? Although Junai already knew that Chinjun was very strong, even stronger than her father, the difficulty of making others stronger was not on the same level as making oneself stronger. Chinjun, even if it means paying a huge price, will you let her find a way to face Baichio? Well, there is actually a price, but it's not as big as Akino thought. It only takes 10 days of sucking blood. Unless one wants to elevate a person to the level of a transcendent being, otherwise, it is only at the level of a main god, which is not too difficult for Bai Chen now. Bai Chen thinks it won't cost much, but Azunai thinks it will cost a lot? Facing Chinjun, who is determined to give her the possibility of revenge even at a great cost, Junai felt her heart beating heavier than ever before. Well, it's heavy, not accelerated. Come to think of it, Chinjun, aren't you and Rias having a fake engagement? Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Himejima Akino changed the subject. Yes, it is true that someone would come to cause trouble, which was also unexpected. If it's a fake engagement, then why is Chinjun so close to Rias? Rias really has the courage and nerve to do such a thing with Chinjun and laugh in front of everyone. As she spoke, Himejima Akino's expression became more Yandere. Rias, indeed, showed a happy and shy smile, which she, as her best friend, could see very clearly. The more this happens, the more dissatisfied she becomes. Azuno. Rias's wedding has been ruined by the old Demon King faction. This level of compensation is what we deserve. This is the reason given by Bai Chen. Well, that was a reason that left Himejima Aquino with almost no way to refute. After all, it was a fact that Rias's engagement ceremony was ruined. No, Chunkuin, I think I should be ahead of Rias. This time, unlike before when Bai Chen was whispering in Himejima Aquino's ear, it was Aquino whispering sweet nothings in Bai Tiao's ear. *BR. Before Bai Chen could finish his words, he was silenced by Himejima Aquino. At this point, Bai Chen understood what he needed to do. To satisfy Himejima Aquino, that's all. Very skillfully, Bai Chen's eyes turned blood red. Although it is a good choice to take advantage of a girl when she is mentally hurt. But as expected, being pushed in reverse still makes people more happy in some ways. The sunset in Jiwang Town slowly sets. Komyo Academy. After all the students had finished school, Baichio returned to Jiwang Academy, the old school building where her daughter was supposed to stay during the day. He knew that his daughter had left here, and now, Azuna should be in that shrine. But he was still not ready to see his daughter, so after hesitating for a long time, he returned to the old school building. At least here you can still remember people by looking at things. It's almost time to go back. Looking at the darkening sky, Baichio sighed. He didn't know that at this moment, his daughter was much happier than he was, swaying her waist with joy, as if she had forgotten all the troubles in the world. In a conference room at Jiwang College. Are you guys the members of Dongshi's team? Not bad, not bad. Looking at the man and two women in front of him, Bai Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although there is no comparison with him, it is still quite excellent. Is the young master of the Phoenix family so outstanding? He can actually become my captain at such a young age, and he can even stand in front of me and lecture us. In front of Bai Chen, a man with a mature posture said with a smile. This is a beautiful woman with two horns on her head and long curly cherry-colored hair. If you think this is a lecture, then so be it. If you are dissatisfied with this so-called lecture, you can also challenge me. Looking at the female demon named Roy Jen, Bai Chen said lightly. Roy Jen Belphegor is the second most powerful female demon in the game. But it is rumored that she likes beautiful human boys in their teens and 20s, and in the original plot, she claims to have a crush on Issei. Later, she was banned for using the king chess piece. That's right, king piece. She is a female demon who uses the king chess piece, and her strength is truly at the level of a demon king. Except for Girifia, no one knew what happened in the space where Bai Chen and Theodora fought that day, so Roy Jen had no idea what kind of monster he was facing. Okay, Miss Roy Jen, Mr. Bai Chen is my captain, a captain jointly appointed by the demon lords. It's normal for us to follow the captain's instructions. Another woman in the team spoke to save the situation. The girl with a quiet temperament is named Sikvera Agars. She is the successor of the Grand Duke Agar's family. She has the strength of a top-level demon. Like Sona, she is a strategic and tactical woman who wears glasses. Sikvera from the Grand Duke's family, Sarorg from the Grand King's family, Rias from the Grummery family, and Sona from the Seedy family are collectively known as the Four New Kings. Among them, in terms of their own strength, Sikvera and Sarorg are much stronger than Sona and Rias. The main reason for Sona and Rias is that their followers are more capable. Sikvera-san has shown extraordinary power in her specialty, which is the manipulation of time. At the same time, she is also an avid fan of robots and assisted Issei Hayadu in awakening the powerful modes of A times A, AXA, Transcendence, and even Dragon God level. She was Issei Hayadu's absolute killer in the later period. You can tell how powerful it is just by looking at its naming method. DxD means dragon among dragons, and is the nickname of the Red Dragon God Emperor. Bai Chen's team's codename now is Dvil among Dvil, Devil among Demons, representing the devil among demons, and they are the absolute best team among demons. The DxD team in the original plot has more meanings. In addition to the original demons, there are also dragons and downfalls. Although Bai Chen's current team only has 3 members, considering the future plans of Surzex and Aquika, he believes that the number of people in the future will definitely be quite a lot. So, I must establish absolute authority before the team expands. Captain Bai Chen, I have an unwelcome request, and I beg you to agree to it. Roy Jen calmed down, but the other man had no intention of calming down. He looked at Bai Niao with eyes full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm like a lion. A look like fire that makes people dare not look directly at it. Normally, his gaze is gentle yet resolute, and only when he's fighting can he reveal such a look. His name is Serorg. Tell me, Serorg, what do you want to do? Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. He already knew what Serorg was going to do. The last person left among the 3 was Serorg. Serorg Ball, the next head of the Ball family and Rias's cousin. I want to fight Captain Bai Chen. Serorg made no secret and revealed his purpose. Sikvera-san couldn't help but touch her forehead. Is that really the case? Although she could understand Serorg's thoughts, she still couldn't accept such a radical and fearless approach. Yes, as long as you can win, you can ask for any conditions. But on the other hand, if you lose, you must obey. Bai Chen said lightly. Captain Bai Chen, are you serious? Serorg looked at Bai Chen quietly, but the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Absolutely. Bai Chen's words made Serorg completely determined. Serorg's idea was simple. What he really wants to be is actually the Demon King. Of course, becoming the Demon King is not the goal, but a means. He wants to change the banquet world into what he wants to see after becoming the Demon Lord. However, he also knew that it was impossible to do this with his current experience and background. Besides, there has never been a Demon King in the royal family. Therefore, before becoming a Demon King, one needs to accumulate one's own capital and strength. If it is this team, he believes that it will provide him with a high enough platform. Apart from anything else, just the fact that he could establish good relationships with those members of the team who had at least reached the peak of the Demon King or even higher was attractive enough. Although Sikvera's physical strength is not very strong, her talent is also very strong. Her talent in time and mechanical aspects make her have a promising future. Being here represents the Demon King's recognition of him. Serorg's eyes were filled with determination. At least, he wanted to become the captain of the DxD team first, so that he would be qualified to represent the Demon King in enforcing the law in the underworld and officially enter the upper class. Serorg certainly thought so. Unfortunately, the reality was quite different from what he imagined. It was not because of this that he entered the upper echelon of Li Dezhao, but because he already had the strength to reach the top level, so he was temporarily appointed as the so-called captain. Bai Chen himself has no interest in the position of captain. On the training ground, Serorg took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. Bai Chen didn't do anything, just looked at Serorg quietly. Although he had no interest in the so-called captain, he still had to get rid of the troublemakers in the team. Quietly, Bai Chen's body moved naturally. It's as if Sikvera and Lloyd didn't notice anything unusual, but Serorg was instantly terrified. That is the vibration of life. That is the fluctuation of will. Sure enough, just as I imagined, Captain Bai Chen is indeed the strongest among the strong. A gleam of brilliance shone from Serorg's eyes. He had already seen that Bai Chen used moves and skills from the same school as him. Its name is Fighting Spirit. A new power that is born from the combination of mental strength, spiritual strength, vitality, fighting spirit, etc., which is born when both the body and the mind reach their peak. He had never seen any other Dochi user besides himself, but today, he finally saw one. Although he didn't know how Bai Chen had become so unknown before using Dochi, he was indeed more excited than ever before because of this situation. Bai Chen, fighting spirit? Is it difficult to learn this thing? I have blood that exceeds the limit of cat and goblin. I naturally produce it when I use my spiritual energy, demon power, and immortal energy to the limit. Isn't this a simple thing? Well, mandrill blood. Heish has a fearless spirit and courage. She felt that with Bai Chen's perversion, he might actually put his previous suggestion of getting the kitten pregnant into practice, so she said, as a sister, she was determined to protect the kitten. Younger sister. Well, the way to protect my sister is to sacrifice myself. The initial purpose was indeed to protect his sister, but later on, he couldn't tell whether he was enjoying the feeling or wanted to protect his sister. It's just that he is much more active than before, there is no doubt about that, so active that he even goes to Bai Chen's bed every day. As expected, cat demons are creatures that admire strength. On the training ground. Don't you use that thing, master of the Nemenian lion. Bai Chen raised his eyebrows and pointed directly. Why are you still pretending? I've known for a long time that you are the user of the god-destroying tool. Do you think you have any hope of defeating me without using that thing? Yes, without using the God Slayer, even if Sarorg unleashes all his fighting spirit, he will only be able to reach the Demon King level. He must put on the Lion King's armor to truly gain the power to fight the Dragon King. I see, Captain, do you already know? Sarorg took a deep breath. This captain is truly extraordinary. Okay, Captain Bai Chen, I will do my best. Just to get your approval. Sarorg shouted loudly. At this time, his purpose had undergone subtle changes. After witnessing that Bai Chen's fighting spirit was even more refined than his goal had changed from becoming the captain to gaining Bai Chen's recognition. I see you're quite proactive, Sarorg. How about this? If you fulfill my conditions, I'll make you vice captain. Bai Chen touched his chin. He noticed the change in Sarorg's attitude. In fact, compared to Roijan and Sigvera, he trusted the big fool Sarorg more. Sarorg is the kind of person who, if you fight him, will fight openly and honestly, without any shady tactics. After a fight, you can become close friends. Conditions? Could you tell me what the conditions are? Sarorg asked hurriedly. It's simple. Just hold on while fighting me. Bai Chen spread his hands. Simple, right? I see. Is this the test Lord Bai Chen is giving me? With the honor of the great king's family at stake, I, Sarorg, will definitely pass Lord Bai Chen's test. A layer of fiery fighting spirit also emerged from Sarorg's body. Are you ready? Bai Chen looked at his fist, wondering if he should hold back. For example, don't use fighting spirit and immortal arts. After all, boxing seems to be just a normal attack, but Bai Chen has a lot of normal attacks. For example, a normal attack with the power of the giant god soldier, a normal attack with the power of the pterosaur, or simply a strike that reached the pinnacle of immortal arts and fighting spirit. These are all normal. Ready. Kacha. The floor beneath Sarorg's feet shattered. The space and air around him also grew thicker. Then let us show our strength to our adversaries, Regulus. Yes, my lord. In Sarorg's hand, a golden lion appeared from space and responded to its master. Even if this body and soul fall into the abyss thousands of times, my lord and I will also pursue the kingly way tens of thousands of times until our bodies and souls are worn out. Growl, boast, slaughter, and shine. Even if this is the body of a demon beast. Take possession of my fist, mighty king of light. Dance. Dance. Bloom to your heart's content. The tyrant beast is liberated. Regulus Re Leather Rex Imperial in Pure Jiu-Jitsu. The golden armor wrapped around Sarorg and the surrounding space seemed to be shattered. Captain Bai Chen, please. Sarorg raised his hand slightly and spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, he was almost unable to move. He had used all his strength to maintain his current state. If he moved even a little, he might lose his strength. 0 request flowers. In contrast, he gained the power to not be broken even by a direct hit from a Dragon King-level dragon's breath. Even Roijan showed a look of surprise, because this seemed almost impossible to her. The power that Sarorg displayed now actually surpassed her slightly. She had previously thought that Sarorg was a young brat with potential. She had never expected this brat to be so abnormal. Thinking of this, Roijan couldn't help but look towards Sigvera. This guy is so perverted, will the other kid in the team. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Sigvera-san hurriedly shook her head, clearly expressing her meaning with her body language. Here I come. A faint white light appeared in Bai Chen's hand. Seriously, punch. There's no technique involved, just a punch to knock down the enemy in front of you. The ultimate immortal arts and fighting spirit strike. Plus dragon physique. Bang! With ease, this punch created a sonic boom, tearing the air into a vast vacuum. If you look closely, you can see cracks. Crack in space. Bang! When the two fists collided, Sarorg felt a surge of emotion within his body, as if he were being suppressed by an extremely terrifying aura. Puff! Along with a streak of blood spurting out of the air, Sarorg spat out blood and his breath instantly weakened. But he still stood there. Passed. After leaving this sentence, Bai Chen left. A few minutes later, Sarorg finally came to his senses. He really didn't expect that he would be injured seriously by this punch. If he were to receive a few more punches, he would undoubtedly be severely injured or even on the verge of death. Originally, he thought Bai Chen was at most at the peak of the Demon King's strength. However, he actually possesses strength that surpasses his own. Horrible, truly horrible. Is this really the physical strength that a demon can display? It seems that we have to listen carefully to what this captain says. Roy Jen smiled and shook his head, and Seek Verasan nodded hurriedly. They understood why Bai Chen accepted Sarorg's challenge. Now, they just want to know how far they and others will go under the leadership of this captain. Everything went smoothly, and the time for the tripartite talks arrived. I don't know if it's the butterfly effect caused by Bai Chen's arrival, but so far, there is no sign of the Holy Swordsman and Kerbol, who were supposed to appear at the corresponding time. After the teaching visit, Juwang College fell into a state of tranquility. Quietly, there is something abnormal. On the campus of Juwang College, Jitu Kangna was doing the final investigation. As the student council president of Juwang College, she has this responsibility. She knew that Juwang College, as the venue for the conference, must have undergone countless inspections, but she still chose to go in person. Because she believed that she was the student union president of Juwang College, if there was anything unusual in the college, she would be able to detect it at the first time. This was an intuition that was above magic. Of course, today is different from usual days. Today, Sona is accompanied by a handsome boy. A young man who meant a lot to her. Bai Chen. As the captain of the DxD team, Bai Chen also has the obligation to patrol, so Tsing-na also went together. However, she would never admit that she went on the inspection as the student union president because she thought she could be with Bai Chen. Absolutely not. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in Tsang-na's heart. She had actually been worried about one thing today, but that person hadn't appeared in front of her yet. Judging from the feeling now, it won't be. Sure enough, she soon heard a sound that was familiar to her to the extreme. Sona-chan. A lively voice came from far away, causing Sona's expression to freeze instantly. It looks like you're in trouble, Tsang-na. Bai Chen also recognized whose voice it was. Yes, it's almost time. That person should be here. Sona-chan. Hearing this voice, Tsang-na looked at Bai Chen in front of him again and made a decisive decision. When hiding behind Bai Chen, Tsang-na showed a look of nervousness and a hint of excitement. I see. Bai Chen smiled and stood in front of Tsang-na the moment Serafal came towards Tsang-trap. I can't just remain indifferent at a time like this. Bai Chen stretched out his hand and accurately hugged Serafal's waist in midair. Then, he exerted force with both hands and fixed Serafal in front of him. In this way, Tsang-na should be safe behind him. Bai Chen, what are you doing? Don't disturb the intimacy between me and my Tsang-na. The demon girl Serafal was a little angry because she failed to be intimate with her beloved Sona. She is still being bound by someone else, so what she needs to do is very simple. Break free from this man. Then go find Sona-chan. However, the development of things was obviously not as she expected. Bai Chen's eyes flashed with a faint dark copper color, and he began to wrestle with Serafal. Dragon power. Your power is so great? Serafal's eyes widened, her rose-colored pupils filled with disbelief. She knew Bai Chen was very powerful, but wasn't Bai Chen's strength due to his phoenix flame? Now, without even lighting the flame, or even changing his expression, he was able to pin her down so easily. Serafal didn't know that Bai Chen had been able to hold down Tiamat, who had transformed into a half-dragon not long ago, and holding her down was now a very simple matter. Maybe it was Sona who gave me the strength. Bai Chen responded with a smile. I have to say, Sarah Fall has a good figure. You can clearly feel that it has been tempered, but at the same time it is still soft, like a piece of soft jade. I was so focused on sucking blood before that I didn't pay attention to this kind of thing. In the world of high school, kittens are actually quite rare, right? Bai Chen couldn't help but think. However, it seems that whether it is pure lowly like Orpheus or Kitty, they all have the demeanor of a queen in the later period. Orpheus was sculpted by myself, but the kitten grew naturally. After hearing Bai Chen's words, Sarah Fall was stunned for a moment, then revealed an extremely dissatisfied expression. What do you mean it might be Sona-chan who gave you the strength? It's obvious that you, a pervert, want to woo Kangna. Bai Chen, it's a canon, not a bubble. Sarah Fall, don't you think that Sona has grown up now, and that it's a disservice to her that you, as her sister, still cling to her? Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Bai Chen's words made Song Na, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, nervous again. She didn't object to Bai Chen's words. After all, her sister's doting on her had indeed affected her life a little. But she knew what these words meant to his sister. What is the relationship between you and Sona? Why do you interfere in the affairs between Sona and me? Sarah Fall's tone was a little colder. It doesn't matter what you say to her, it doesn't matter if you hold her body, it doesn't matter if you even suck her blood. But this man touched the spot that she absolutely didn't want to be touched. He tried to sow discord between her and Sona-chan. Of course, in her eyes it was provocation, but in Bai Chen's eyes it was just stating the facts. Do you think that if Sona and I had no relationship, would we choose to take a walk on campus at dusk? Bai Chen shook his head and asked back. Sona-chan? Is what he said true? Sarah Fall's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she cast an incredible look at her sister. Sona-chan, what is your relationship with this man? But this man has only been here for a few months. Her profile also shows that Sang Na and Bai Chen have very little contact. 4.6. Sang Na wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. There really is a relationship. But she felt it was not good to let her sister know. It's not that it's not good for Bai Chen and her, but it's not good for her sister. She heard that Bai Chen's bloodline surpassed Phoenix's ancestors, and if he fought against the Demon King, he would definitely be able to drag the Demon King down until his magic power was exhausted and his body was weak, thus ultimately winning. What Jitsu Kangna didn't know is that, in a sense, her sister's progress was much faster than hers. She had only performed 2 blood-sucking acts, but Sarah Fall had done far more blood-sucking and physical contact than her, and was much more intimate. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she had betrayed her sister. However, since the two of them used different strategies, this kind of surprise was quite normal. Really? Sona-chan doesn't need me anymore? After a few seconds of silence, Sarah Fall spoke. This time, her tone was not as lively as before. In her opinion, Sona's silence undoubtedly represented her consent. It's not that I don't need you, I just don't want your doting. So-called love doesn't mean imprisoning someone by your side in the name of love. You can't expect her to be by your side forever, right? Love that deprives her of her freedom, is it still love? Bai Chen hadn't said anything final yet because he didn't mean to get angry about this kind of thing. He was just presenting the objective facts. Of course, Bai Chen himself is not qualified to talk about things like love. At most, he was just satisfying his possessiveness and thoughts about the past. At most, could he express this kind of emotion towards Ravel? So, what exactly is freedom? Isn't Sona free now? Sarah Fall retorted. If I hide behind me after seeing you come out, I don't think this is freedom. Bai Niao said lightly. Seraph was silent. Sona, does Sona really hate her? Well, big sister, what Chen Jun said is actually nothing. As long as you restrain yourself a little, it will be fine. Seeing that Sarah Fall was getting depressed, Sona spoke words of comfort. Chen Jun was indeed too strong, and he directly broke her sister's defense. But she couldn't say anything to blame Bai Chen, because what Bai Chen said was what she had always wanted to say. There is no other way. I should comfort my sister first. If she gets angry and can't control her outburst, it will be a disaster. The house can be repaired, but to cause such a disturbance on this occasion is really out of place. Saying nah. The tightly pressed bodies of Serafal and Bai Chen gradually lost their strength and became as soft as water. Along with her body, her mentality and expression also softened. Sister has some things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Serafal left the place without looking back. This, the sad place that made Sona say such words. Saying nah, is it really okay to say something like this? Bai Chen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Tsang Na would remain silent, but he didn't expect that she would speak words of support for him in front of her sister. Yes, Chinjun. After a few seconds of silence, he responded. It's thanks to Chinjun being here that I have the courage to say this to my sister. Okay, since you have such a will, then feel free to consider me as your backup. After all, given the relationship between us, it's normal for us to support each other. Bai Chen respected Jitsu Kangna's approach and was even happy about it. This represents Jityu Tsang's trust and dependence on him, and represents the difference between the present Tsang and the past. I still need to think about my sister's matter. Sorry, Chinjun, I have to leave first. A complicated look was revealed in Tsang's rosy eyes. He said hello to Bai Chen and left temporarily. Bai Chen also expressed his understanding, saying that what happened today must have caused a great psychological shock to Tsang Na. But impact is impact, right? Without impact, how can there be change? Who was the last person who needed comfort after a severe emotional shock? Oh, it looks like Akino. After leaving Kangna, Bai Chen continued his inspection. Suddenly, Bai Chen felt a strange breath. The breath of death? The breath of Hades? That's right, Bai Chen felt the breath of the underworld. That's right, Master, this is indeed the breath of the underworld, there's no doubt about it. Sky Dragon echoed. Osiris's Sky Dragon is based on the Egyptian god of the underworld, Osiris. Like the Osiris killed by Marquis Vauban, he is a god of the underworld. Naturally, he is extremely familiar with Kang's aura. 0955081330 Felu 0133233011. Xiao. In an instant, Bai Chen's figure disappeared from the spot and moved towards the place where the breath came from. God of the underworld? Now that he has conquered the goddess of night, Nyx, most of the gods of the underworld are his enemies, that's for sure. No more. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and walked deeper into the alley. Yes, indeed, the aura of Hades has disappeared from this world, leaving only some residual information. The voice of Great Sage, or more precisely, King of Wisdom, Charles, rang out, confirming Bai Chen's thoughts. King of Wisdom, Charles, has extraordinary ability in this area and is even more sensitive than him. Even if he uses the cat demon bloodline that surpasses his ancestors, it is difficult to catch up. Can it be analyzed? Yes, you can. The analysis will take approximately 5 minutes, by which time we will be able to determine which underworld deity's aura it is and track it down to the space it disappeared from. Charles, the King of Wisdom, gave a very reliable answer. Okay, then I'll just move around a bit during this time. Bai Chen smiled, turned around, and looked outside the alley. He heard a very small sound and felt an extremely weak breath. Although it was very weak, Bai Chen still detected it. Yes. King of Wisdom, Charles, immediately entered calculation mode after giving his response. 233 in her opinion, what Bai Chen was facing at this moment was indeed just a joke. So, you're here to get back at Wally? Turning around and looking at the man and woman in front of him, Bai Chen asked with a smile. These two people probably came here because they sensed the breath of the god of the underworld, because he knew very well that the degree of concealment of his breath would definitely not be discovered by people below the transcendent level. He knew both of these people. They were both from the fallen angel's side, and they were also the holders of the god-destroying tool. Yes, it seems that you know something, Mr. Bai Chen. Originally, we came here for the breath of the Hades god, but now, I feel that you are more important than the Hades god. The black-haired young man stared at Bai Chen, paying him his utmost attention. Just like Tobio said, I also think your matter is more important. Next to the black-haired young man, the blonde lady exuding a lazy aura also became a little more serious and looked at Bai Chen warily. Azi Dahaka and Lavinia. These are the names of these two people. It seems like we're in love. I'm also interested in you guys. Bai Chen's eyes flashed with blood. He is now at a critical stage of evolving to the Demon King level. How can he let go of such a high-quality blood source? Lavinia is a high-quality blood source. Azi Dahaka and Lavinia. Among them, it can be basically confirmed that Azi Dahaka is on the side of the fallen angels, while Lavinia is very close to the fallen angels because of Valley and Azi Dahaka. Azazel was indeed very far-sighted. These three people alone were 3 god-destroying tools, at least 3 Demon King level, or even higher combat power. Lavinia, a beautiful blonde magician and the owner of the god-destroying tool, Eternal Ice Princess. Having awakened a divine weapon since childhood, he was troubled by frozen monsters that materialized around him and were invisible to others, and was therefore regarded as a weirdo by those around him. After his parents were killed in an accident, he was adopted by Glinda, the Witch of the South in the land of Oz. After being taught magic and knowledge of divine tools, he understood that the frozen monsters were the embodiment of his own divine weapon, Eternal Ice Princess. A few years later, Glinda sent him to study with Mephisto Ferris, the chairman of the Grey Magicians, and to communicate with other magicians. After hearing the news that Glinda was attacked by the Witch of Oz, he returned to Glinda's house, but found it empty. In order to find his mentor Glinda, he has been hunting down the Witch of Oz. But her personality is a bit natural. In a sense, she is very similar to AIC. Both are blonde and innocent. Lavinia loves Valley, who is a few years younger than her, very much and treats him like a younger brother. Because of his relationship with Lavinia, Azi Dahaka is also very familiar with Valley. This is also the reason why they raised their vigilance to the highest level after meeting Bai Chen. The ability to seal dragon artifacts or even soul artifacts shouldn't have any effect on Blade Dog, right? Azi Dahaka felt a little uneasy. Based on the information he got from Wally, he arbitrarily judged Bai Chen's strength to be this type of strength. I don't know if it's the power of a divine weapon, or the power of some original talent, or the special use of some special means like magic. The ability to analyze this far is enough to prove Azi Dahaka's excellence. Azi Dahaka is a second-year student at Hara High School, and he inherited the bloodline of his grandmother, Azi Dahaka, whose original surname was Himajima. In his body resides the Black Blade Dog God, a divine slayer weapon that runs in the bloodline of the Himajima family. It is a combination of 2 different legends, King Lycaon, who was transformed into a wolf by Zeus in Greek mythology, and the Japanese 10-beam sword of Amino Ohabari, who slew the god of fire, Kagetsuchi. At birth, he awakened the forbidden skill, Yotenko's Blade Dog God, and was sealed by Himajima Juba's spell. When he was young, the fallen angel Governor Azazel recognized the god-annihilating tool on him. Azi Dahaka also awakened a clone of a black dog that could produce blades from its body and shadow, and named it Blade, calling it Blade Dog. As a teenager, he met Lavinia Renee, Samejima Tsunayoshi, and Wally Lucifer. Finally, after a series of adventures, he successfully released the forbidden ability of the god-destroying tool, killed the villain, and saved his classmates. Congratulations. Ahem. Later, Azi Dahaka transferred to the Fallen Angels School, the Fallen, and learned about the world of supernatural powers in the classroom of the Fallen Angel Cadre Baicho. This was considered to be the true mark of the Fallen Angels' power. The reason why Bai Chen values them is their luck. This world is called the Devil's High School World by Bai Chen, but what is happening is not just the Devil's High School world. High School tells the story of Issei Hayadu, but there are other protagonists in this world. Azi Dahaka in front of Bai Chen is one of them. Azi Dahaka in Fallen Dog God and Kanzaki Mitsuo in Denpachi are both children of another world in this world. In contrast, Lavinia, who is beside Azi Dahaka, naturally has quite sufficient luck. The Demon King level is a level of great significance to Bai Chen, which means that he can absorb the blood from Orpheus. In order to reach this level as soon as possible, Bai Chen has recently focused all his energy on deepening and developing the power of the vampires, and the number of times he has sucked blood has also been much more frequent than before. For example, the blood of the mandrill, the blood of the gods, etc. Bai Chen reached the highest level during this period of time. What's wrong? Seeing you care about me so much, are you planning to seek revenge on me on behalf of Valley? Bai Chen asked with a smile. When he left last time, in order to give Wally some motivation, Bai Chen made a promise to Wally. If Vala could defeat him in advance, the White Dragon King's Wings of Light could be returned to him. It must be because of this condition that these two people became hostile to each other in the first place, right? Although, Wally said he would use his own strength to get his things back, but I think it's okay if I do it for him. After all, I think it would be better for him to take it back from me with his own strength when the time comes. Akai's Tobio said calmly. No matter how you look at it, the matter between Valley and him is a matter between their own people and naturally cannot be compared with an outsider like Bai Chen. Of course you can if you like. But, are you ready for the price? If there's no price to pay, why would I bother fighting you? I'm fighting Valley because I'm attracted to his artifact. So, why do you think I'm fighting you? Bai Chen spread his hands and asked with a smile. Are you interested in our artifact? Okay, I can wager my own artifact in battle with you, but in return, you'll have to wager Vala's. Accused Tobio displayed a spirit befitting a leading man. No, I only want her. Bai Chen pointed to Lavinia next to him. Artifact? What use does he have for this, Black Blade Dog God? His dogman form is so ugly, and his armor form can't even compare to the divine armor of the three mythical gods. What is he going to do with it? Huh? Lavinia took a step back in surprise. So, Bai Chen's target is her? Is it the vampire's desire for a gifted medium? But, I'm sorry, I can't agree to this condition. Levine, Zhao Liao Zhao, is not something that can be traded. Akai's Tobio's speech was quite decent, so decent that Bai Chen almost thought he was a villain. But Bai Chen thought about how he was dealing with those so-called villains now, and it seemed that he really was the ultimate villain, surpassing all the villains? No, Tobio, no problem. I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Lavinia said something that was beyond accused Tobio's expectations, but within Bai Chen's expectations. But in return, I also want to join my own battle. What do you think? Lavinia turned around and looked at Bai Chen calmly, with a serious look in her lazy eyes. Lavinia. Akai's Tobio wanted to say something. Of course, no problem. It's no problem if you two come together. Bai Chen showed his white teeth and smiled happily. Can he say that this is what he thought from the beginning? Lavinia, be careful. Accused Tobio's voice was heavy. Since Lavinia made this choice, he respected it. All he could do was to cooperate perfectly with Lavinia and defeat this powerful enemy. Lavinia nodded. She believed that she could do it if she was with Tobio Accuse. Then, let's change the venue for now. Bai Chen waved his hands as he spoke. Looks like it's time to beat up the kids again? Because there are a large number of people belonging to the three forces in Jiwang Town, and even many people outside the three forces, it would not be good if they were seen by others. As Bai Chen waved his hand, the celestial phenomena changed. No. To be precise, it wasn't a celestial phenomenon that changed, but rather everyone was directly transferred to 10 new spaces. A general space teleportation array is one in which the teleporter teleports the living being as a unit to another space. Bai Chen's magic circle uses space as a unit to replace other spaces. In this way, people will be teleported away without any resistance. After all, what everyone cares about first is the condition of their own body, not the condition of the space. By the time they discovered that the space around them had undergone tremendous changes, they had already been transferred to another space. Has the space been shifted? Accused Tobio noticed the situation around him, and although he acquiesced to the proposal to teleport to fight in order to avoid disturbing the talks with the fallen angels, but he didn't expect that Bai Chen had transferred the space without them noticing. In other words, Bai Chen can replace space at will when they are not careful. This is of great significance in battle. Yeah, after all, you've noticed that there are too many people in Jiwang Town, right? Bai Chen asked with a smile. It's not just us. The need for the trilateral talks has brought together a large number of powerful individuals from the three factions, and the combined power will attract even more power. Akai's Tobio also narrowed his eyes. Staring closely at Bai Chen, a black figure gathered behind accused Tobio. Its name was Blade Dog. Blade Dog is the true form of the dog god Black Blade. Although accused Tobio himself is not without strength, he is essentially a blade launcher. If a three-way war broke out in Jiwang Town, he was not sure whether he would be able to survive. Even if he was qualified to go to hell with Surzex to cause trouble for Hades in the original plot, he might not survive. After all, even gods fell in the last war. Let's get this resolved quickly. We can't be away from Teacher Chio for too long. Lavinia narrowed her eyes and focused her gaze on Bai Chen. It was obvious that she was not very wary of Bai Chen. Bai Chen was the one who easily defeated Valley. To be honest, even if there were two of them attacking together, she still felt unsure. So, you must pay 100% attention. The light of the divine weapon on her body was dense to the extreme, and the ice attribute energy that was condensed to the extreme was restrained. Ice. The eternal ice princess of the Godslayer is generally a pretty violent Godslayer. Bai Chen said with a smile. Careful. Seeing the change in Bai Chen's expression and eyes, the first thing that Akai's Tobio thought of was to remind Lavinia. It was normal to attack the weak first, and he had indeed always had the upper hand in the battle with Lavinia. Blade Dog. The big black dog beside Akai's Tobio displayed unprecedented spiritual power. As a fellow divine destroyer, the black blade dog god would not feel any fear even when seeing the amplified Arubian. This will actually make it more passionate. Cut off the world, and let the world wail for 1,000 generations. In an instant, accused Tobio and Hada turned into a black mass, corroding everything around them. Cut off the transformation, and everything will be praised. My name sinks into the darkness of shadows, deflects the polar night, and transforms into a false god. You sleep under my black blade. Turn into stupidity, extraordinary creator. The big black dog turned into a black-bladed dog god clad in the clothes of night. Forbidden Hand, Yutanguang's chaotic blade dog god. The black blade dog god is similar to Susanoo from the world of Akame Killer and can communicate with his master's mind, but he is not a piece of equipment, but an individual with independent consciousness. In addition to being able to execute the master's orders, it can also make independent judgments to fight. Accused Tobio realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly took out his sickle from the darkness. Blade Dog also pulled out a sword from the shadows and held it in his mouth like Zoro. Zero request flowers. Lavinia wouldn't be so naive. She reacted immediately and a layer of ice shield appeared in front of her. She knew what accused Tobio meant. He wanted her to take the damage first, and he took this opportunity to counterattack Bai Chen. Because it is obvious that blocking is no longer possible. An ice shield condensed to the extreme surrounded Lavinia's body. When the ice shield was just formed, there was an explosion. Click. As Bai Chen's fist collided with the ice shield, an ominous sound came from the ice shield. Can you see it's pretty hard? Bai Chen smiled. Although he was just testing his skills, he had also initially used the Dragon Clan's Demon King level body and the Cat God magic and sorcery to enhance his physical fitness. The fact that Lavinia was able to take on this task was enough to prove her excellence. Of course, excellence alone is not enough. Excellence has always been a gift given by those in a higher position to evaluate those in a lower position. It's not enough. Bai Chen tapped his toes lightly and stepped into the air, making a burst of explosive sounds. He changed his trajectory in the air again. Where? Lavinia didn't notice Bai Chen's movements for a moment, so she simply covered her entire body with ice. It's a pity. This time is different from before. Click. Bang. The fighting spirit easily penetrated the ice, and a white and tender palm appeared at Lavinia's neck. What? Seeing Bai Chen capture Lavinia in an instant, Akai's Tobio stopped and the sickle stopped in front of Bai Chen's neck. Now that Lavinia is in Bai Chen's hands, he absolutely dare not act rashly. Or, am I a step too slow? Accused Tobio had never imagined that during the time it took him to use his killing move, Bai Chen had already reached Lavinia. Bai Chen, you have time to chant, right? I can't just stand there while you chant, right? Although the chanting time is very short, it does exist. It is very short for others, but for Bai Chen, it is enough for him to defeat a magician with a fragile body. Seeing that accused Tobio chose to stop, Bai Chen nodded with satisfaction. It's a wise choice. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would threaten the lives of others. Bai Chen smiled. Of course, he did not hand over Lavinia to Akai's Tobio because of this. Akai's Tobio had never reached an equal agreement with him. He could defeat Lavinia at any time, but even if Akai's Tobio placed his sickle across his neck, he would not be able to threaten him. That's what you said, then you should return the person to me first. Seeing Bai Chen saying this without any movement of his hands, Akai's Tobio was also complaining in his heart. First of all, you have to understand that even if you put a weapon in front of my neck, there is no way you can fight your way in, understand? Bai Chen held Lavinia in one hand and reached for the sickle across his neck with the other. Gala gala gala. As his fingers exerted force, the sickle made a rather ominous sound. Hearing this voice, Akai's Tobio's face turned completely dark. Where on earth did this pervert come from? Akai's Tobio couldn't help but roar in his heart. How about if you promise me one thing, I'll return her to you. Bai Chen looked at Lavinia and cast a silence spell on her. H+. Although Akai's Tobio retreated temporarily, he still did not put down the sickle in his hand, because he had not given up the idea of finding an opportunity to rescue Lavinia. However, he discovered a very painful fact. No matter how hard I tried to find this man's weakness, I felt like he had seen through me. If he was the only one who felt this way, it would be fine, but since Blade Dog felt the same way, then he must be right. In fact, this also reflects the strength of accused Tobio. Most people, when facing an overly powerful opponent, don't even realize that they have been seen through by the opponent. My conditions are actually very simple. I have a treasure. If you can get out of it, I will return her and the White Dragon Emperor's wings to you. How about that? In Bai Chen's hand, a simple and unpretentious drawing emerged. Treasure. Akai's Tobio frowned. He knew that the other party would not return Lavinia to him so easily. But it is obvious that this drawing is a trap. Although the other party did not show obvious hostility or murderous intent, there was no doubt that the other party had the intention of teasing or even educating them. Why, are you scared? Bai Chen threw the drawing away casually. This blueprint is a treasure that Bai Chen obtained not long ago, a world-class item, the mountain, river, and state map. If you can do what you say. Akai's Tobio didn't waste any time and rushed directly into the drawing. Bai Chen was stunned by the speed. It seems that the other party is indeed a decisive person. Bai Chen sighed. It seems that Jianxiang seems to have realized that he has no ill will towards them. That's right, Bai Chen himself has no ill will towards them. At most, he was interested in Lavinia's blood. However, there is a high probability that these two people will join his team after this meeting. Now that there is an opportunity, he might as well educate them in advance to avoid trouble in the future. But he really made the wrong choice. Although in his opinion, Ollie was most likely undergoing a trial or something like that, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. But without Bai Chen's permission, Kaite's Tobio would never be able to come out of the Shanhe Sheiji too. Bai Chen had a purpose for locking him up, and he couldn't be released until that purpose was achieved. It seems that accused Tobio is quite courageous. Bai Chen put the blonde girl down in his arms and said with a smile. Lavinia snorted coldly and then lowered her head in self-blame. She knew that it was because her side died too quickly that accused Tobio fell into such a predicament. It's because of her, it's all because of her. Wanna watch the live broadcast? Bai Chen smiled and said. Of course, it depends on. How could Lavinia not want to see what's going on with Tobio accused? He had stepped into a place that was most likely a trap without hesitation just because she was captured. How could she not want to know about his situation? Moreover, she was very curious. If he had captured her, he could have just told Akai's Tobio to stop, so why did he insist on letting Akai's Tobio enter that place? Could it be that? Is this just his bad taste? Wrong. His purpose should be. Lavinia's eyes widened slightly. 0. The target is she? Then let's take a look together. It won't take long. Bai Chen drew a line in the air, and the scene in the map of mountains, rivers, and the country appeared in front of him and Lavinia. "It won't take long, what's wrong?" Lavinia asked immediately. "It won't be long before I go in and rescue them," Bai Chen said with a smile. "Could it be that you thought what I said was that it wouldn't take long for him to come out?" Bai Chen ruthlessly shattered the last hope in her heart. "I believe he will be able to come out." This was Lavinia's only retort. "Then you can just look forward to it slowly." Bai Chen did not comment on Lavinia's stubbornness. Facts are facts after all. Just as Bai Chen thought. After a few minutes, Lavinia could no longer hold back and showed a rather out-of-control look. In just a few minutes, she saw Bai Chen use countless methods. Demonic spells, fairy spells, white magic, black magic, fallen angel power, witchcraft spells, elven magic, and so on and so forth. There's even dragon language magic. The complexity of it was so great that even she, a magic master who had meticulously studied countless magic spells, felt ashamed of herself. In addition to its complexity and rarity, its power was also astonishing. This was the only time she saw accused Tobio being suppressed to the limit after entering that state. If we continue down to 5.0 like this, accused Tobio will undoubtedly be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Enough. Enough. We give up. Anyway, this bet only involves me. As long as I admit defeat, there will be no problem, right? Lavinia finally made up her mind. Then you should know what it takes to admit defeat, right? Bai Chen shook his head. He was willing to accept the loss, so of course there was nothing much to say. He was just shaking his head at Lavinia's strength. "I know you have vampire blood." Lavinia's eyes were quite determined, as if she was determined to go to hell if she didn't. "Then I won't be polite." Lavinia felt fear, nervousness, and even a hint of anger and excitement, but she also felt pain in her neck. Bang! As the scroll unfolded, a young man in a high school uniform fell out from it. It was quite some time later when accused Tobio came out of the Shanha Shujitu. Lavinia hurried forward and prepared to help the seriously injured accused Tobio up. Although she was seriously injured and lost consciousness, she knew very well that Atsuo Akai's was not alive. It seems that not only the man's methods, but also his strength are almost perfect. "I'll help you with this little thing. I look forward to meeting you later." Bai Chen stretched out his hand, and the teleportation array gradually rose under the feet of Lavinia and accused Tobio. He knew very well where the fallen angel's base was in Jiwang Town. Although he couldn't send it directly to Lavinia's residence, which he didn't know, it was still no problem to send it to the vicinity of their base. "What?" Lavinia gave Bai Chen a complicated look and slowly disappeared into the teleportation array. Perhaps she was thinking of something she shouldn't have thought of, but an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Just after teleporting the two away, a voice came from Bai Chen's mind. "Master Bai Chen, please tell me where he is. Master Surzex wishes to discuss something with you." "I've searched the entire Ju Academy, but couldn't find Master Bai Chen." A rather businesslike voice. Girifia's voice. Bai Chen can establish a connection with people who have his blood in their bodies. Just now, he felt the situation on Girifia's side, so he started the communication between Girifia and him. "Oh? What's going on?" Bai Chen shook his head. Didn't he expect it to be this late? "Today, I tasted new blood and had new experiences, so I felt a little absent-minded. Top-level luck blood, intermediate talent blood, intermediate mirror-breaking blood, quite good quality, and, because of Bing Ji's own artifact and physique, it has a feeling of ice drink, which makes Bai Chen linger. The battle only takes a short while, and the main time wasted is on sucking blood." Even Ice Princess Lavinia herself did not notice that the time had changed from evening to night. Lord Surzex requests Lord Bai Chen to visit the conference room. Originally, Surzex-sama wanted to discuss the matter we mentioned earlier. However, since we haven't been able to find Lord Bai Chen, I've been told to go directly to the meeting room after I find him. Girifia said very respectfully. "Okay, I'll be right back," Bai Chen said with a smile. His words made Girifia completely believe one thing. Bai Chen was indeed not in Jiwang College just now. Why do I feel that Master Bai Chen has a special smell? As soon as they met, Girifia pointed out the differences in Bai Chen. As a descendant of Bai Chen, she could feel some of Bai Chen's physical signs at such a close distance. It was visible to the naked eye that the blood flowed faster and even showed a clear expression of joy, coupled with the unfamiliar blood and energy. Eurifia had already deduced 80% of it. Did he engage in vampire sucking? Isn't having us, his descendants, enough? The Demon King's blood is definitely better than other blood, right? Eurifia said as she walked. Well, you have to try something new, otherwise you'll get tired of it. Bai Chen acted very calm and composed, not feeling like he was caught cheating at all. What? Catching an adulterer? Eurifia herself didn't admit that she was the wife, so why did she catch him cheating? Besides, isn't it good that she behaves like this? It means that she has begun to care about him in all aspects, and of course he will feel happy. Moreover, he was telling the truth. Blood of the same quality will naturally have the greatest effect the first time it is sucked. Besides, if we only talk about the quality of blood, cough cough, Eurifia may not be able to compare with Lavinia. Top-level luck blood is so rare that Eurifia may have won in other areas, but overall she is not inferior. Eurifia didn't say anything, but subconsciously opened her cherry lips. So, can this kind of thing be said so openly? But she soon realized the logical flaw. In my current position, I am not qualified to take care of such matters. Although she was concerned about the person Bai Chen mentioned whose blood was no worse than hers, she didn't say anything in the end. She just walked quietly towards the meeting room with Bai Chen. She noticed the change in herself and was quite troubled by it. Click. Eurifia opened the door for Bai Chen, and Bai Chen walked in without any hesitation. Isn't this kind of treatment normal? As soon as he walked in, Bai Chen saw an acquaintance. His eyes met Seraphal's, and then Seraphal looked away unnaturally. That evasive and lost look seemed to show that he cared deeply about Sona's affairs. Or maybe, has a psychological shadow on him. Bai Chen looked around and saw that they were indeed the core of the three major forces. Every force has two top figures. On the demon side are Surzex and Seraphal. Seraphal's main responsibilities include diplomacy, and Surzex is the #1 demon lord. On the side of the fallen angels are Baichu 040 and Azazel. Azazel is the governor of the fallen angels, while Baichu is known as the most powerful attacker among the fallen angels. On the angelic side, there were Michael and Paul. Perhaps because of the extremely powerful phantoms of the 10 incarnations that had appeared in Jiwang Town before, the fallen angels and angels brought many more people than before. In addition, the guards of each force also have considerable strength. On Bai Chen's side, there were him and Eurifia, and on the fallen angels' side, there were Vale and Lavinia. Vale is the wielder of the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, and Lavinia is the wielder of the Divine Destroyer, Eternal Ice Princess. Both are among the 13 existing Divine Destroyer artifacts. Of course, there is actually another god user who should come, just Masua. However, Akai's Tobio temporarily withdrew because of Bai Chen. The angels were no less impressive, with Diorio, Shido Irina, and Zenobia standing behind them. Among them, Diorio is the user of the God-Annihilating Tool, Brilliant Sky Thunder Prison, which is the second-ranked God-Annihilating Tool. He is also very powerful, and if he fights with Wally, he will undoubtedly win. Bai Chen was a little surprised to see Zenobia and Irina. Did they actually become angels due to the change in the plot? Is it really okay for Zenobia to become an angel given her personality? Aren't you afraid that she might fall from heaven one day? Because this meeting was of great importance, the three major forces all brought bodyguards of sufficient quality. Chenjun, you're finally here. I thought something happened to you, Surzex said with a smile. Bai Chen arrived at the right time, as the meeting would start in about 10 minutes. Lord Surzex, how could I be late? Bai Chen smiled. Well, actually I was almost late, but that was obviously not something I could say in this situation. Are you the person Icy mentioned? You're actually a demon. When Irina saw Bai Chen, she covered her mouth lightly with an incredible expression. She remembered that I Chang had told her that he had a good friend who helped him cure his delusions, and finally showed her a photo of this good friend. At that time, she just sighed that her friend was quite handsome, and she didn't expect to meet him in person here. But is he a demon? Is such a handsome guy actually a devil? It's such a pity. No, Irina, your judgment is not quite right. Beside Irina, the angel with golden wings spoke kindly. Eh? Isn't he a demon? But he's sitting on the demon's side. Irina was also a little confused about the situation. What else could it be but a demon? Sitting there as a human? Because she had been educated in the church, Irina was not very well informed and did not fully understand Bai Chen and related events. Mr. Chen is truly the son of the dawn. He can be an angel or a devil, right? Michael said with a smile. The son of the dawn is used to describe Lucifer in mythology and legend. It is not the devil Lucifer, but Lucifer, the first angel and later the first fallen Lucifer. When Michael said this, most people looked at him with a look that said, as expected. Sure enough, Michael also knew about this. It's just like they say. Bai Chen waved his hands, and the wings of an angel and a devil appeared on his body at the same time, while the red glow and the golden light reflected on Bai Chen's face. Irina's eyes almost popped out of her head. Angels and fallen angels are incompatible, and angels and demons are even more incompatible. How could two powers appear in one person at the same time? My issue shouldn't be the main topic of the meeting, right? If you really care, you can ask me after the meeting. Let's focus on the purpose of this meeting first. Bai Chen retracted the wings of the angel and the devil. Since Irina was so interested in him, he didn't mind fooling her. If Irina has wings, does that mean she has become a reincarnated angel? I'm really a little upset. But why believe in Michael instead of believing in him? Bai Chen decided to find an opportunity to persuade Irina to rebel. Considering how naive Irina is, maybe she can be fooled successfully. Seeing that everyone was present, Azazel shook his head. Now, everyone from the three parties should be here, right? Since everyone is here, why don't we start the meeting early? Azazel said casually. The people in charge here all knew his character and didn't care. No problem. Serzex said with a smile. It's the same on our side. Michael showed a gentle expression. There are three main topics this time. First, the strategy for dealing with the Trouble Group and Orpheus. Second, the exchange, cooperation, and confrontation with various mythological systems around the world. Third, the worsening three major racial situations and how to address them. These three questions, no matter which one, are quite tricky. These are all issues that, if not resolved, will lead to the risk of racial decline and even extinction. First of all, it's still Orpheus's problem. Orpheus and the group of disasters gathered under Orpheus' power are the first things we have to deal with. Michael's voice was very gentle, but within that gentleness, he conveyed an extremely firm will. Don't worry about Orpheus. According to my information, Orpheus has been missing for quite some time. The silver-haired young man who was posing beside Azazel said calmly. Not long ago, he almost had a fight with Chow Chow because of this matter. Of course, he didn't intend to say that he was a member of the Misfortune Group, and Azazel didn't allow him to say it for the time being, so he was just speaking based on his own information. Is he missing? If this information is true, then the threat posed by the Trouble Group will be greatly reduced. Serzex analyzed the situation very carefully. In fact, he had long planned to bring along Bai Chen, Aquika, Azazel, Michael, and a large group of people to hold Orpheus back. If Orpheus is missing, or even confirmed to be unable to take action, that would be really great news. Eurifia looked at Serzex quietly, her eyes filled with anxiety. She knew. She knew something about Orpheus. Don't worry about Orpheus. Orpheus is on Bai Chen's side. He might even be able to help them. There's no need to worry. Even though she was extremely anxious, she could only watch quietly. Restricted by the contract, she couldn't tell anyone even if she knew about Orpheus. Don't worry, there's only one person in the Misfortune Group who can be considered a threat, and Orpheus has never been a threat. A voice came into Eurifia's ears. It was a voice she was extremely familiar with, Bai Chen's voice. I hope so. It would be great if it wasn't a threat. Eurifia was worried that if Orpheus could be easily fooled by Bai Chen, wouldn't he be fooled by others then? Wouldn't our Orpheus then become an enemy? Eurifia thought very carefully, but it was impossible. After witnessing the brilliance that Bai Chen had once displayed, OSS had already made his choice. The discussion of the disaster group is over. The final conclusion is quite simple, which is to unite to fight against this terrorist organization. Originally, this was only something the devil needed to do, but the reach of the trouble group was too long, even reaching into the realm of fallen angels and angels. It was normal for the three parties to unite to fight against the trouble group. The result achieved is simple, but the process is quite complicated. This is how political negotiations are. Of course, there are also people who don't want to make things so complicated. So, how about this? Let's sign a peace agreement among the three of us. That way, we can find solutions to the next two issues. Seeing Surzex, Michael, and the others talking in detail, Azazel finally couldn't help it. Let him be the first to take the lead. Really, everyone is clearly longing for peace, so why is no one willing to propose it? Let me be that person, Azazel complained in his heart. He is indeed a governor with a strong personality. In the original plot, he first proposed the idea of peace during the three-party talks, and later used his abdication as a bargaining chip to resist the three major forces and other pantheons and pull Orpheus into his camp. Although he is very frivolous, he is destined to be a governor who transcends time and will be remembered forever. Well, he is remembered in the heavens as the first angel to fall because of a woman's *****, and in the three realms he is remembered in the underworld as the governor of Padling. After so many years of fighting, so many years after the death of the first generation of demon kings and gods, I believe everyone has realized 10 problems. As expected, peace is best, right? Azazel said while looking at everyone with a smile. After hearing what Azazel said, no one present showed any abnormality. It seemed that the angels had also told these people the news. At this time, they either inherited the Lord's will or changed their faith, but no matter what, they still belonged to the same sect and worked for the same doctrine and God. Azazel 557, what do you mean? Michael couldn't hide his surprise. He had never expected that Azazel, who he had always considered a frivolous man, would actually say such words first. He originally thought that it must have been him or Surzex who said it first, but he didn't expect it to be Azazel, such a big shot. But it also seems somewhat normal. Given Azazel's character, he said it out loud without giving up on himself, and both he and Surzex need to think carefully about it. My point is very simple. All that matters is that the three major powers sign a peace treaty. If the three of us continue to fight among ourselves, it will be difficult for us to survive in this world. Whether it's the fallen demon king on the demon side or the fallen god on the angel side, neither of them wants to see the three major factions being swallowed up by other factions, right? A ray of light flashed in Azazel's eyes. Being the leader of the three major forces is indeed a high-risk job. I am so lucky to be alive until now. If possible, he really wants to be a salted fish, just researching artifacts every day or playing with women to spice things up. This is indeed not what the demons want to see. Dad, Surzex mused. Although the demons were the most powerful, that was because all the demonic forces were united. The devil has three transcendents, but Li Zevim, the son of the former devil Lucifer, is from the old devil faction. The struggle between the devil's reformists and the old devil faction is really serious. It was evident from Bai Chen's last wedding that the old Demon King faction was still intent on stealing, and the power they had accumulated was definitely not weak. If Bai Chen himself wasn't a bug, it would probably have developed into a riot that would have thrown the entire underworld into chaos. It would be good to be able to unite with other forces. Anyway, the old Demon King faction will regard them as a thorn in their side, regardless of whether they unite with other forces or not. If that's the case, why not do it drastically? We also believe that this is not what the gods wish to see. Michael said as he prayed. So, is that the decision? Does anyone else in this room have any objections? Feel free to share your thoughts. Hey, how about starting with you, the son of the dawn that Michael calls? Azazel was referring to Bai Chen. If I have any objections, Azazel, do you think you still have hair now? Shouldn't I have roasted you like a chicken the last time we met? Bai Chen asked with a smile. Forehead. Puff. Beside Azazel, Valet couldn't help but make a sound. Very quickly, almost in an instant, the moment Azazel turned his head to look at Valley, Vala's expression returned to his usual aloof look, leaving Azazel stunned. This kid Wally seems to be a little different from before. Well, it seems this person has no objection. Azazel smiled. He dared to bother with Wally because Wally was basically his godson, but he had an average relationship with Bai Chen, and he had no intention of making enemies with Bai Chen. Wally and Blade Lavinia? What do you think? Lavinia nodded gently, her eyes a little vague. No opinion, Wally said lightly. All I need is to be able to fight against the strong. Valley also said lightly. Then Valley won't be a problem either. He can still fight strong men in peacetime. Wally hasn't graduated yet. He needs to graduate from the young powers of the three major sects before he can think about other things, right? Azazel hinted at something. Why don't you first defeat Bai Chen on the demon side before going out to train? Azazel turned around and cast his gaze towards the Angel One. What about you, Joker? Brilliant Sky Thunder Prison, the second-ranked Divine Destroyer, is even capable of defeating the Holy Spear's user. Your opinion is also very important. Azazel concealed the desire in his eyes and swallowed his saliva. Greedy, he is really greedy. It's a pity that Diorio's strength is equal to his and even surpasses him in some aspects. Otherwise, he really wants to capture him and study him. As long as I can eat delicious food from all over the world, that's all I need. Or rather, only with peace will I have more time to travel, right? Diorio said with a smile. In fact, he is also quite annoying. He was originally traveling, but when he was called by the heavens, he had no choice but to go there to work. What he didn't know was that it was far more than that. His value was very high. His actual combat value alone was top-notch in the world. How could he be allowed to retire like this? Just like now, isn't he being pulled here to work? Not only the angels, but also the demons and fallen angels have tried their best to implement the strongest security measures. The number of members of the three major forces patrolling around Jiwang College has reached the limit. A lot, indeed a lot. However, most problems cannot be solved by multiple means. Are there enough people besieging Bai Chen? But Bai Chen displayed extraordinary strength, causing his opponent to lose the whole game due to a single careless move. Such an extraordinary life form. It does exist. For example, the God of the Bible, the Beast King who crippled the God of the Bible, and even those alien visitors from Exody against the God of Elegance. So, are you leaving just like that? Signing a peace treaty? Azazel was serious for a rare moment. I have no objection to signing the covenant, but... Surzex spoke. But... Azazel frowned. Surzex, what are you planning to do at this time? But I think that even if we sign a peace treaty, there will still be a lot of opposition and friction. That's natural, but it should be much less than it is now, Azazel said. That's true, but I think in order to avoid chaos in governance, we must be prepared. Surzex supported himself with his hands. This is what he wanted. What preparations? Azazel couldn't help but ask. As long as Surzex doesn't object, it's fine. If he does, a war will start, and fighting will be really troublesome. As for the disaster group and the external god system team, there are teams that can punish the disaster group and represent us to the outside world. So, I suggest we set up a team for all three realms. What do you think? A team specifically designed to deal with situations like this. A specific team has already been established, the DxD team. What Surzex needs to do now is to promote this team among the main right forces. Is there a special team ready to handle this situation? That's a good idea indeed. Michael also agreed. So, how should the three major forces form this so-called team? Azazel asked. In fact, when he asked this question, he had already thought of the candidates for his side, and by the way, he had also guessed the candidates for the other two sides. The initial plan is for each faction to send out a representative. On our side, it's Tinjun. Surzex said with a smile. Then the only one on our side can be Joker, Michael said to Diorio. Diorio, who felt that he had been pushed into another task and had no time to have fun, silently cast a resentful look at Michael. The fallen angels are definitely the ones with the Blade Dog. Azazel spread his hands and said. Although Blade Dog did not come, if we had to choose a representative, he would undoubtedly be the most suitable. Valley is weaker than Rangu in terms of power and also has some personality issues. Akai's Tobio is more reassuring. However, thinking of Blade Dog, Azazel subconsciously glanced at Bai Chen. The situation of Blade Dog's battle has become so bad, he doesn't think that he can make things better if he goes up. In other words, if Bai Chen wants to do this, he will really become a hairless crow. Isn't this great? Using humans, who are now the primary forces, as our watchdogs. Surzex looked at the three men. He could sense that these three individuals were extremely powerful humans, and even if they were taken individually, they would not be weaker than the so-called 4 Demon Kings. Although Diorio will be reincarnated as a 10-winged fallen angel in the future, Diorio is currently just a human being, and the angel's reincarnation system has not yet been established. If these three are representatives, then there should be a general representative, right? I see that you two seem to have your own plans. I don't need to tell you anything, right? Just ask the other two if they have any opinions. Azazel said I was already lying down. Anyway, Blade Dog definitely doesn't have any objections. He was seriously injured because he had an objection, and he doesn't have time to come here now. XS? Michael couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Azazel must have recommended someone stronger than the White Dragon King. Even such a person was given a severe lesson? But fortunately, Diorio is a very easygoing person and would not provoke Bai Chen or anything like that. I'm definitely going to travel around the world, exorcising demons. Captain, of course, I don't want to do that. Diorio almost spoke his true feelings. So, is this a done deal? If this is confirmed, then peace can be maintained, right? Azazel sighed. Finally, we have come to this point. Isn't it just a peace? We have all agreed and signed a contract and it will be over soon? Why do we have to hold such a long meeting? Azazel knew this was a necessary process, but it was still too troublesome. Yes, the prerequisite for the formation of this team is peace, so, the peace contract. Surzex said. Let's just sign it. Michael added with a smile. No, it seems that we cannot sign this contract now. Just as everyone was about to sign the contract, a young man's voice came from the conference table. Everyone was shocked, because the one who made this voice was none other than Bai Chen, who had been silent all this time. He disagrees with the peace treaty? How is that possible? Why would Surzex bring me here if I didn't agree? Everyone move. Bai Chen stared intently at a distance not far away. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a map of mountains, rivers, and states unfolded from his hand, instantly taking in the entire conference room. That's the feeling. Akwika was the first to stand up. He was about to say something when he was immediately swept away by the map of mountains, rivers, and the country and disappeared on the spot. He was the second person besides Bai Chen to notice it. It was precisely because he realized what it was that he lost his composure. Swish! The entire conference room disappeared into the space. Time is of the essence. This is all Bai can do. As soon as the conference room disappeared, the space where it was located shattered. A head emitting a sinister and ferocious aura appeared and swallowed the entire conference room into its mouth. I don't think I got a good bite, what a pity. If it bites, even a god would perish. What a pity. Beside the giant beast, a grinning young demon floated in the air, admiring the magnificent view created by the tyrant. In the young man's hand, a golden cup sparkled with brilliant light and exuded a mysterious aura. Of course, compared to the young man, the one with a greater presence is undoubtedly the giant beast that suddenly appeared. It was a giant beast with 7 heads, a leopard, a bear, a wolf, and a dragon. Each head wore a crown, and on the crown were written 3 numbers, 666. This is the ferocious beast engraved in the Bible. His entire body seems to be made up of various beasts, full of primitive power and savagery. Jiang. In just a moment, countless magic spells bombarded the Beast King. The guards performed their roles very loyally. However, these effects are really limited. The 7 heads of the Beast King simultaneously let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The huge sound waves directly lifted up the earth, adding another mark to the earth that had been damaged to the extreme. At the same time, with the Beast King as the center, All the guards within a few hundred meters exploded. Even though they were at a considerable distance, the guards further away had their bodies blown apart, and they could barely maintain their form. This is the power of the Beast King. Violence, cruelty, chaos. This is everyone's first impression after seeing Beast King 666. Let's treat everyone well. The young man said this, but there was no hint of command in his words. Because he really could not give any orders to the being called Beast King, all he did was release the Beast King. As for controlling the Beast King, he had given up on this idea long ago. At most, he would lure the Beast King, the big nuclear bomb, to act as a 490 cleaning machine in various places. For example, now, after just transferring to the Shanha Shejitu, Bai Chen released everyone again after realizing that the situation outside had changed. The mountain, river, state map was his fastest means of disregarding everyone's will and directly transferring them. Teleportation arrays and the like made it difficult for superiors to forcibly change their positions. Back in the human world, no one quite understood what had happened. They just knew that Bai Chen had the ability to instantly transport them to another place. Excuse me, what exactly is going on? Michael was the first to ask Bai Chen a question. Take a look outside. It looks like something interesting is happening, Bai Chen said lightly. After saying this, Bai Chen looked in the direction of Li Zuim. Beast Emperor. Was it actually figured out by Li Zuim in advance? Is it because I've realized that transcendent-level combat power is not enough? Is it because I've already used up a lot of the cards in my hand, so I have to resort to this kind of battle? In short, there is only one thing Bai Chen has to do now. Go home. I have to go home first. Only then will I have the strength to resolve this matter. After Bai Chen finished speaking, everyone extended their perception toward the outside world. After sensing the violent presence, they instantly withdrew their perception, revealing expressions of headache and understanding. They finally understood why Bai Chen transferred everyone without saying anything. If they hadn't been transferred, I'm afraid the top brass of the three major factions would have lost most of their combat effectiveness. It's really a headache, Li Zuim. Releasing a monster like this, as expected, shouldn't I have let you go from the beginning? Seeing the damage around him, Surzex's face darkened. Although the core figures were protected by Su Yang, Surzex was still concerned about the demons responsible for the protection. He did not blame Bai Chen for not rescuing everyone, because he knew that this was probably Bai Chen's limit. Moreover, he knew exactly who the culprit was. Azazel, Michael, perhaps we're about to recreate the war in mythology. The destructive magic on Surzex's body seemed to be destroying everything around him. Since this Bratli Zevim can do this, then let's do it. After all, as long as we can hold him off, the other gods won't sit idly by. In Azazel's hand, the noble phantasm of the golden dragon Lord Fafnir appeared. With the help of Fafnir's power, he can further enhance his strength. Well, although it is still far from enough, I still have to express my attitude. Everyone, can you help me hold on for a while? When the three giants were about to discuss how to fight, Bai Chen stood up. Hold on for a while? Bai Chen, what you mean is? Azazel narrowed his eyes. No way? He shouldn't have understood it wrongly, right? Mr. Chen, do you have something important to tell me? Surzex was also concerned. He was just about to give Bai Chen a heavy task. After all, there are only 3 of them who are beyond the underworld, and each of them has a lot of work to do. Help me hold on for a while, I'll be back soon. When the time comes, I can handle the Beast King by myself. Bai Chen glanced in the direction of the Beast King, then retracted his gaze. Although he is now confident that he can deal with the Beast King. But this kind of situation where he wasn't 100% sure, he didn't like it very much. He didn't want to see himself put in danger because of dealing with the Beast King, or be shown to be weak in public. Only the unknown is the most frightening and awe-inspiring thing. You mean? Michael began to doubt his life. Before, it could be said that he had misunderstood, but now that Bai Chen said in person that the Beast King would be handed over to him, there was absolutely no possibility of misunderstanding. Bai Chen really wants to take down the Beast King by himself. Michael couldn't believe it. The Beast King had taken so much effort from the gods to seal, and yet Bai Chen was so sure of it. Even the reincarnation of the God of the Bible couldn't do this, right? Bai Chen, are you sure? Azazel asked in a deep voice. If you say yes, I will definitely wait until you come back, even if it means risking my life. Azazel's eyes were more determined than ever before. Have. Bai Chen knew that just one sentence was enough. By the way, if I leave, I'll leave these two to you to help in the battle. They should be able to play a role. Before setting off, Bai Chen threw out two scepters, one black and one white, and then disappeared into the teleportation array. Although there are restrictions here and teleportation is basically impossible, Bai Chen's attainments in magic arrays are close to Aquika's level, so it is still easy to get out. 0.8. The two scepters thrown out by Bai Chen, one black and one white, turned into black and white particles in his empty hands. In a trance, a seductive and sacred posture gradually condensed. It's a shame that I can't have a proper fight with you today because of my master's order. Lilithmon, transformed from the black scepter, looked towards the golden-armored angel next to it. Although it was different from the Ultra-Angewoman she knew, this one was indeed Ultra-Angewoman, not Holy Angeman with green armor but golden armor. When Bai Chen used the angel's true feathers and the cat demon's hair to synthesize it, Bai Chen thought he was playing with Pokemon and summoned a shiny Pokemon. Facing Lilithmon's ridicule, Ultra-Angewoman simply nodded. She knew what she should do, complete her master's orders, that's all. This is it. Michael's eyes almost popped out of his head. Seraph. 12-winged Seraph. He definitely didn't see it wrong. Nor did he perceive it wrong. Although it's a little subtle, it's definitely the Seraph of the 12. The reason why he felt strange was because Ultra-Angewoman was not the Seraph of this world, but the Seraph of Digimon White's world. However, because he and Lilithmon are Digimon weapons awakened by Bai Chen's blood, they are also contaminated with the aura of the Seraph of this world and are extremely close to the Seraph of this world. Not only 12-winged Seraphim, but also 12-winged demons? Why didn't this guy leave me a 12-winged fallen angel? Azazel complained in a very unpleasant manner. Azazel, please don't do anything with this new Seraph. As if sensing Azazel's thoughts, Michael said to Azazel with a smile. This guy Azazel definitely wants to test this new Seraph, to see if he can trick her into joining the 30 fallen angels, right? This is absolutely not possible. Although the Lord is no longer here, the Seraph, as a symbol of heaven, must never fall. Well, I know. I know I wouldn't dare to make any moves on Chen's people. Azazel waved his hand. Does he dare? How could he dare? Having 12-winged angels and 12-winged demons as servants, this kind of standard is not much different from the God of the Bible, right? In addition, Bai Chen had just said that he would deal with the Beast King alone. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. This guy, could he be the God of the Bible? Okay, I'll assign specific combat methods to everyone. Please follow the designated plan. Suddenly, green communication arrays appeared beside everyone's ears, followed by the voice of the Demon King Aquika. After receiving the news, Aquika rushed here immediately. After all, this is no joke. If we don't handle it properly, maybe all three major forces will be buried here today. As an expert in numbers and formations, Aquika has amazing accomplishments in studying this kind of large-scale offensive battle. After all, the only person who could be defeated by a formation master like him who has reached the transcendent level by ganging up on him is a strong person like the Beast King. The other side. Bai Chen reached his home in one step. In his home, a little girl with black hair and black eyes was already waiting there. Orpheus. Infinite Dragon God Orpheus. After receiving Bai Chen's contact, Orpheus entered the door opened by Bai Chen and returned to this world. After Bai Chen gained the ability to travel to the copy world, Orpheus went to the other world at Bai Chen's invitation. On the one hand, Bai Chen was worried that Orpheus had been tricked, and on the other hand, Orpheus himself also had a certain interest in the other world. And now, Bai Chen has finally waited for that time, so he called Orpheus back from that world. Roughs. Orpheus looked in the direction of the Beast King. Although there were countless obstacles between them, he seemed to be able to see the Beast King in the distance at a glance. Even when facing the Beast King, there was no wavering in his gaze. Perhaps this was the composure of the infinite dragon god. No, I am the one who will deal with the Beast King. Bai Chen corrected Orpheus. Not enough. Orpheus shook his head and slowly walked towards Bai Chen. It is indeed not enough. Unless you fight with all your might, it is difficult to suppress the Beast King. The Beast King has an incredible ability to recover in a short period of time even if his limbs are cut off or his head is chopped off. Only absolute power can suppress him. For example, Orpheus herself. Although the power of the infinite dragon god is not truly infinite, it does allow him to use his power at will during battle, and it is also very easy to always maintain the maximum output. Only infinity can deal with infinity. This is Orpheus's idea. Therefore, if one wants to suppress the Beast King, she is the only one who can do it. Of course, she could choose not to take action. After all, the Beast King was not stupid and would not easily provoke Orpheus. But if it was Bai Chen's request, Orpheus felt he could give it a try. 0955081330, Phila 0133433251. Bai Chen has already proven her potential during this period. She only needs to wait a little longer to fulfill her wish. So, she is willing to take action. Orpheus, you know I won't do anything I'm not sure of. You think my power is not enough, isn't that why I came to you? Bai Chen looked into Orpheus' eyes and said solemnly. So, what Bai Chen means is... Orpheus opened her cherry lips slightly. She seemed to understand what Bai Chen meant. Although I'm a little anxious, I think the time has come. Orpheus, I need your blood. That's why Bai Chen said it would take some time. According to his calculations, Lavinia's blood has basically allowed him to reach the bottleneck of the highest level demon. In the absence of a large amount of new blood, we can only rely on time to slowly grind it out. This time is not long, maybe just 1 or 2 months or at most a few months. What a pity, there is no such leeway now. Morning, is that time coming? Orpheus was stunned for a moment, remembering what he had said to Bai Chen before. She had asked Bai Chen if he needed her blood, and Bai Chen's answer at the time was that he did not yet have the ability to bear her blood. In other words, is it possible now? Well, Orpheus. Bai Chen nodded. Actually, it's still a little off. According to his calculations, one must reach the Demon King level to absorb Orpheus' blood. The current situation is that he believes that you can reach the Demon King level after absorbing Orpheus' blood. Of course, the two are different. It is definitely not an easy task for Bai Chen to absorb Orpheus' blood now. As you wish, I will grant you my blood. A few seconds later, Orpheus responded. After giving this response, Orpheus stood there blankly, looking at Bai Chen quietly. Orpheus, could you please tilt your head? Bai Chen said slowly in an extremely gentle tone. Orpheus responded softly. Orpheus, it might hurt a little, please. It was the same response as before, but the reaction was a little bigger. Maybe the word pain made her care more. Orpheus, remember to relax and don't resist. Hiss. Although he was mentally prepared, when the situation really came, Orpheus subconsciously frowned. A rather delicate feeling. But not bad. This is how Orpheus felt. After feeling that slight pain, Orpheus completely entered the state. Experiencing this unprecedented experience, a tear involuntarily flowed from the corner of Orpheus's eye. A sudden tear. It was so sudden that even Orpheus himself didn't know why he suddenly had this reaction. Unlike Orpheus's fantastic feeling, Bai Chen felt the most direct impact. The blood of the infinite dragon god was rushing through his body, causing him to feel unprecedented pain. But besides the pain, his body also felt the pleasure and satisfaction of sucking blood, which made him subconsciously continue and even intensify the blood-sucking behavior. An unknown amount of time passed, and just when Bai Chen's mind was about to vanish from the powerful impact, he finally felt a sense of relief throughout his body. A feeling of unimpeded flow and sublimation 897 came from all the extraordinary meridians, and every drop of blood was pulsating. I was excited for the arrival of this moment. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the high-level blood of luck, the top-level blood of talent, and the top-level blood of mirror breaking. Bite. Host advancement detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the color synthesis task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the golden synthesis task. Synthesis materials: 7 holy swords plus will of the God of the Bible plus 3 sacred artifacts plus higher dimensional angel asterisk 9999 equals holy sword Emperor Esther. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. Bai Chen once again updated his blood-sucking record since coming to this world. He even crossed a great realm, directly refreshing from the main god level to the dragon god level. The other side. On the front battlefield. Surzex looked at Li Zevim in front of him and took a deep breath. At this time, Surzex could no longer be called a demon. He was a new existence that surpassed the demon race, representing the purest and most primitive destructive power. With the others holding the Beast King back, Surzex had the opportunity to face Li Zevim alone. Li Zevim, why do you want to go to such lengths? Is all you desire chaos and destruction? MJ4ND2 and TC30DM1ND3 and Jake2 JY smiley face. Looking at the young man in front of him who had a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face and a sick smile, Jax's voice was very low. You ask me this question? Ha ha ha. You ask me this question. Li Zevim seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He laughed heartily, and his waist bent at an extremely exaggerated angle. Do you think you, who want to unite the demons, angels, and fallen angels, are qualified to ask me such a question? Chaos and destruction? Isn't the idea of allowing races that are supposed to be enemies to coexist peacefully a form of chaos and confusion? Li Zevim himself actually doesn't care about the relationship between demons and other races, not even other people from the old Demon Lord faction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to stand idly by when other people from the old Demon Lord faction were about to be destroyed in the original plot. What he pursued was something even more extreme and crazier, a level that those rubbish who only wanted to regain their past glory could never imagine. Mass-producing powerful evil dragons, directly attacking artifacts in various places, building their own Phoenix production line, using the power of Orpheus to rebuild an obedient Orpheus, and even resurrecting the Beast King. These are things that Xiao Luba and others dare not imagine. He chose to speak out about the 3 major forces at this time only to refute Surzex. He himself did not care about such things. Anyway, his goal from the beginning was the whole world. Perhaps it's really as you said, the fusion of the 3 major forces is chaos. But what's wrong with chaos? Surzex shook his head. In his opinion, Li Zevim still didn't understand. Whether to maintain so-called purity and slowly disappear, or to become chaotic and survive, I think there is no need to hesitate. Just like the current demon reincarnation system, it does indeed lead the so-called demons into conceptual chaos, but ultimately it also allows the demon race to continue. I think this is what I'm pursuing, the exact opposite of what you're pursuing. Surzek's body was completely transformed into the purest destructive force. At this moment, even an enemy of the same transcendental level would gradually perish in the destructive force if they touched Surzex. Take Li Zevim, for example. Li Zevim is of course a transcendent, but there are also differences in strength among transcendents. Surzex is a strong man who will not lose points even if he fights directly with the top 10. Li Zevim is much more weak. Really? That's why we're here, isn't it? Behind Li Zevim, the Holy Grail was shining with a strange light. Although I cannot use the Holy Grail due to my physical condition, if the Holy Grail were my own, the result would be different. The Holy Grail, is this what you use to resurrect the evil dragon? Surzex narrowed his eyes. The Holy Grail, one of the 3 holy vessels, the power left by that be ********** God is still quite useful. Don't look at me like this. I respect that God very much. Li Zevim smiled cynically. Oh? Really? Suddenly, such a voice made Li Zevim's face change. The Holy Grail is truly a valuable item. I'll keep it with you for now. I'll come get it once I'm done with my business here. That's Bai Chen's voice. Surzex felt a little better. Was Bai Chen's situation settled? Jin gang gang gang. With a sharp cry, the divine bird of the sun descended into the sky. The spirits sing, the eternal power governs all things. The highest and most ancient god, the god of life and immortality, manifests himself here. His life, his soul, and even his body. Life and death are here, and they will also be rekindled here. Those who call your name, all. God descends. Array's winged dragon. This is not the word spirit of God's armor, but the word spirit of God's true body descended into the world. A red gold divine bird was circling around the young man. The blazing divine flame seemed to burn through the surrounding space. He just stood there quietly, and the white robe on his body seemed to emit a holy glow. A pair of star-like eyes seemed as clear as ever, and the pure black pupils revealed a strange charm. Mystery and the desire to explore are the thoughts that naturally pop up in the minds of anyone who sees this young man. Just like the abyss, it attracts all beings to approach and fall. Pterosaur, how do you feel when you first see this world? The boy is spiritually connected with the gods around him. Yes, it was my first time seeing this world. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that LA's pterosaur had seen this world. All other times, they had shared vision with Bai Chen's permission. My lord, this is a wonderful world. It would be even better if there weren't this mindless guy below who only knows how to destroy. The pterosaur was referring to the beast king who is roaring below. That's why I called you out. This way you'll have more opportunities to face opponents of the same level. That's right, after evolving to the Demon King level, Bai Chen has the power to make the 3 mythical gods appear in the world. Leave it to me, I will definitely burn this guy to his most primitive state. No, I think it's better to leave it to me. A sturdy figure responded to the will of the pterosaur. He was extremely familiar with this voice. So he was extremely unhappy. It's that rough guy's voice. The rough fellow named Giant God Soldier is absolutely powerful in terms of strength, but in the eyes of Pteranodon, he lacks elegance and style. The master's order is to eliminate that person. As expected, the 3 of us working together is the most efficient. This was the voice of another red and black guy, and Pteranodon was quite familiar with it. Originally, Pterosaur wanted to confront these 2 people, but when Sky Dragon brought Bai Chen out, he decisively backed down. In that case, you 2 should stop holding me back. After saying this, the pterosaur transformed into a scarlet gold divine flame and rushed towards the Beast King. The master's intention is to deal with the Beast King as quickly as possible, so he will undoubtedly be the one who contributes the most among the 3 mythical gods. As for how to maximize your effort? Of course, we should just start hammering before those 2 guys come out, right? If he could crush them the moment they emerged, wouldn't that prove his unique role among the 3 mythical gods? Oh my god. You're so despicable. The giant god couldn't help but smack his lips. How could you do this? I bet you can't do it. Absolutely not. Although the Sky Dragon said this, he still accelerated the time of his descent. Just when everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the golden bird next to Bai Chen, 2 more divine beings emerged from behind him. When the sky thunders and chaos reigns, the form of the Sky Dragon appears. Gathering the dead gods in the chain, their power can be infinite. The sky, the underworld, and the earth are all under you. He who calls your name is your lord. God descends. Sky Dragon of Osiris. The red-black Hades dragon was filled with majesty and pressure, but the words he spoke were not consistent with his majesty at all. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I would come out before you go for it. After saying this, the Sky Dragon swayed its body and joined the battle below. Look. He knew that Pterosaur couldn't handle it in such a short time, so he still had to rely on him. Fortunately, Bai Chen was the only one who could understand the Sky Dragon's voice, otherwise he would have lost all his dignity. Seeing that the Sky Dragon was coming from behind, the giant god soldier also lost his composure. When it arrives, the sky of yellow sand will howl and a scorching wind will blow across the desolate earth. Under you, the living can become corpses, and the dead can also come back. War, power, thunder, your body has already appeared here. You are the guardian of the obelisk. When your name falls from holiness to evil, you will return. God descends. Obelix's giant god soldier. After the giant god soldier descended from the alien world, he rushed towards the Beast King with his fists swung. I'm clearly the best in physical attack power, the best in pure strength, so you 2 should get out of my way. The mission of the three mythical gods is to suppress the Beast King, or preferably to destroy the Beast King directly. Of course, Bai Chen also has his own tasks. Lies of him. BB, let's get started. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Li Zevim. Now that I've temporarily gained this kind of power, how can I not use it well? Bai Chen curled his lips. This was his first time using a power that was almost sub-dragon god level without any side effects. Of course, achieving sub-dragon god level power isn't easy, but if Bai Chen were to fight Shiva, the world's second-best fighter, without resorting to any other tactics, using only the power of his bloodline, he could secure a draw. If King of Wisdom Seal and Rimuru are added, Bai Chen has more than a 90% chance of defeating Shiva. This is Bai Chen today. After absorbing Orpheus' blood, Bai Chen finally showed signs of transcendence. 0. VR, where the hell did these things come from? Looking at the three mythical gods who were joining forces to beat up the Beast King, Li Zevim stood there in a daze. That's right, absolutely not wrong. These three are all life forms on the same level as the Beast King, but where did they come from? Why was there no trace of them before? What made him doubt his life even more was that they all seemed to be following Bai Chen's orders to kill him. My time is limited. Can you please hand over the Holy Grail? The black-haired, crimson-eyed boy asked with a smile, a mysterious glow shimmering on his body. The reason for smiling is because of absolute certainty. The Holy Grail is one of the three holy vessels, the other two being the Holy Cross and the Holy Lance. The Holy Spear is in Cao Cao's hands, and the Holy Cross should be in Huabo's hands. The Holy Grail should be in Li Zevim's hands, otherwise he would not be able to resurrect so many evil dragons. Humph. If you can come and get it, then come and get it yourself. Li Zevim had no intention of giving in. At least, that's what it says verbally. In fact, he had already given up when he saw the three mythical gods. Wasn't it agreed that the only extraordinary powers in this world were the Beast King, Orpheus, the Red Dragon Emperor, and the God of the Bible? The God of the Bible is dead, Orpheus is missing, and the Red Dragon God Emperor generally does not interfere in the affairs of the human world. In this case, shouldn't the Beast King be nearly invincible? These three perverted corpses popped out from that corner. God? Or a being born alongside heaven and earth? Li Zevim felt the priesthood, but it was different from the priesthood in this world. It was a more complex and more powerful specification. But no matter which one it was, at this moment, he really had the intention to retreat. Success. After finally catching the guy behind the scenes, how could Bai Chen let him escape? World-class props, map of mountains, rivers, and states. The already arranged mountain, river, and state map was instantly activated, absorbing Li Zevim, who was still trying to keep calm and think about how to escape. I apologize, Lord Surzex, for robbing your opponent, but I must ensure he cannot escape. Bai Chen smiled and said, No, Chenjun, as long as we can ensure that he cannot escape and ensure that he is eliminated, there is no problem with the 163. Surzex finally relaxed and gradually returned to his normal state. Of course, he had no objection to Bai Chen snatching his opponent, just like he had no objection to the matter between Bai Chen and Eurifia. It would be better to say that these were things he was happy to see. Of course, Lord Surzex. See you later. After Bai Chen finished speaking, he gradually disappeared from Surzex's sight. It's true that the young are formidable. Seeing Bai Chen completely disappear, Surzex shook his head and looked towards the Beast King not far away. Not only Li Zevim was puzzled, he was also puzzled. Not only is Bai Chen strong himself, but I have also heard Eurifia talk about Bai Chen's abilities before. But what about this monster that was suddenly summoned? An existence on the same level as the Beast King? And three at once? If it is said that before, Surzex and others regarded Bai Chen as the reincarnation of the God of the Bible or an existence equal to the God of the Bible because of the existence of the 12-winged demon and angels. Now, Surzex felt that he was totally wrong before. The God of the Bible? The God of the Bible really cannot suppress the Beast King to this extent. If the God of the Bible was stronger than Bai Chen, he would not have suffered almost irreversible injuries because of the Beast King. After these three terrifying things are over, should I ask Chinjun about it? No, forget it. Judging from Chinjun's appearance, he is not the kind of person who seeks chaos and war. As long as he stands on our side, it will be fine. Soon, Surzex came to this realization. On the front battlefield. After the three mythical gods joined the battlefield, the masters of the three major forces all retreated to the second line. Everyone is not a fool. Their attacks could only tickle the Beast King and at most provide a slight hindrance. After seeing the real boss coming, they naturally headed to where they were more needed. Well, where they are needed more. For example, repairing the barrier. When the Beast King first descended, he came from the dimensional gap and directly bit the space and conference room on the other side of the conference room. After that, Aquika arrived. In order to prevent the human world from suffering greater damage, he directly covered Juju Town with the 10 Kang fruit space. The alien space is exactly the same as Juwang Town. As long as the alien space is destroyed, Juwang Town will definitely not suffer any damage other than the initial disaster. This is the limit of what they can do. Basically, all the gods do this. No matter how fierce the battle is, it rarely affects the human world. Because the human world is not just the human world of one force, almost all the gods are built on the basis of the human world. If the human world disappears, perhaps only beings above the peak of the Demon King level will have the hope of surviving in the dimensional cracks and trying their luck to find a new world. In a sense, this world is an isolated island, and the human world is the cornerstone of the island. That is why Bai Chen's ability to reach other worlds is so precious to Orpheus. Bang! A punch that shook the heavens and the earth, tearing through the air and crushing the gods, hit the 7 heads of the Beast King head-on with one punch after another. The crown on the Beast King's head also shattered one by one before this all-crushing fist. Perhaps it was a return to nature. The current battle situation was very similar to the most primitive beasts biting each other. The Sky Dragon's slender body wrapped around the Beast King, like a giant ant entwining a beast. Not only that, in addition to the suppression on the physical level, the Sky Dragon also gave a considerable degree of suppression in other areas. Thunderbolt, the Sky Dragon itself is a god known for its suppressive power. At the same time, it has given the Beast King the greatest degree of suppression in terms of physical body, spirit, and strength. It is because of the existence of the Sky Dragon that the Pterosaur and the giant god soldier can attack with confidence. If there were no Sky Dragon, the giant god's fists would definitely not be able to smash as happily and smoothly as they do now. Boom! While suffering a heavy blow on the head, the Beast King's huge body was also being burned by the sun god's flames. The flesh and blood gradually turned into nothingness under the sun god's flames, but because of its extremely strong recovery ability, it slowly recovered. While recovering, it was also burned, making the Beast King feel unprecedented pain. Even when it was sealed by the god of the Bible with endless forbidden spells, it had never felt such pain and humiliation. Yes, humiliation. The Beast King, who shouldn't have had this feeling, actually had it. This was a feeling that even wild beasts would have. However, the fact that this ignorant monster, the Beast King, could have this feeling also showed how powerless Beast King felt about the battle situation at the moment. Oh my god. You should be more careful. Don't burn me. The Sky Dragon, who was accidentally burned by the Pterosaur, complained in pain. Who told you to wrap the ground so tightly? Can you leave me a little more space? If you wrap it a little more, it will be 1.7, which is equivalent to blocking the way for this guy, understand? Pteranodon said, "This is not my fault. You're responsible if he breaks free? Who do you think you're enjoying fighting so much now? If it weren't for the Master's order, I wouldn't have let this guy get away. How could I hold him so tightly?" Sky Dragon retorted without hesitation. Master's orders, Master's orders. You just use this thing to pressure us all day long. I get it. The Pteranodon said it very unhappy, but it was indeed more careful when attacking. If the Sky Dragon is burned and hurt, he will just let go. If it's more serious, the Beast King will just run away. How will he explain to his master then? You two idiots, hurry up and finish your work. Watching the quarreling long snake and stupid bird, The giant god soldier grunted and continued to strike the Beast King with even greater ferocity. Long snake, The sky dragon does look a bit like a long snake. Not to mention the silly bird. The pteranodon seems to be talking about him no matter how you look at it. You silly little thing. I'll deal with you when I get back. Winged Dragon and Sky Dragon said in unison. This has never happened before. Pterosaur and Sky Dragon have reached an agreement? The silly little guy is undoubtedly referring to the giant god soldier. Of course, the giant god's head is not small at all. It's just because the body of the giant god soldier is so strong that its head appears small. Deal with me? If you're thinking that now and you can't complete the task later, you'll see who the master will deal with later. The tone of the giant god soldier was a little gentler, cowardly, than before. But what he said was undoubtedly correct. That's true. The master has a limited time to get us all to show up. If we're not done by then, the master will probably be angry. Sky Dragon thought, tightening his grip on the Beast King's body. We'll discuss this with you guys when we get back. Pterosaur knew time was limited, so he decided not to bother with these two idiots. If they were 30 each, Bai Chen would still be able to make them appear for a long time, but it would take a lot of energy to use up 3 of them at the same time, and even Bai Chen now finds it a bit too much to handle. Just when the wills of the 3 mythical gods reached a consensus, the Beast King, who was supposed to be emotionless, suddenly had an ominous premonition. That was a feeling he had never experienced even when fighting the god of the Bible. The feeling called the threat of death. The other side. Bai Chen sighed. After entering the map of mountains, rivers, and the state, Bai felt completely relieved. According to Bai Chen's own judgment, in the history of this world, there is only one person who can truly break out of the mountains and rivers and the country with his insight, wisdom, judgment, and powerful strength. God of the Bible. Only the God of the Bible meets this standard in terms of power, wisdom, vision, and insight. Sadly, the God of the Bible is gone forever. Other beings such as Orpheus or the Red Dragon God Emperor only have power. Without sufficient understanding and wisdom, it is impossible for them to defeat Motu of Shanha society. Therefore, only after imprisoning Li Zuim in the Shanha Shejita did Bai Chen completely feel relieved. Are you here? The biggest variable in the world. As soon as he entered the Shanha Shejitu, Bai Chen saw Li Zuim waiting for him. It seemed that the other party had been waiting for him. The biggest variable? No, the biggest variable is actually you. Bai Chen said lightly. I will definitely transform the world into what I want it to be, but you will only lead it to destruction and chaos. Who do you think is the variable between us? Bai Chen asked in return. From the perspective of a time traveler, Bai Chen changed the plot, which is of course a variable. But from another perspective, if Bai Chen is sure that he can guide the world into the way he wants it, then he is not a variable. What a sophistry. Chaos? Disarray? Isn't this what the world's most primitive state looks like? Li Zuim continued to defend himself. But you want to single-handedly stop this world from moving towards chaos. You possess such a powerful force and even servants of this caliber, yet you are willing to become someone else's sharp sword. I haven't become someone else's sword from the beginning to the end. I have always acted according to my own will. Bai Chen interrupted Li Zuim. He seems to have had some misunderstanding. It's a pity you came too quickly. Wally hasn't even finished training yet. Originally, I wanted to give Vala the power to kill you with his own hands. Isn't it a very romantic and fateful way to die, to be killed by this descendant of someone you once looked down upon and who has held a grudge against you for a long time? Bai Chen sighed. He really felt sorry about this matter. Kr. Li Zuim narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he felt that he smelled the scent of his own kind. Bai Chen also seems to be pursuing fun. Moreover, the ill will towards him does exist. First, I want to ask you a question. Were you the one who ordered the capture of the Phoenix family members to be used to create Phoenix tears? Bai Chen bowed and asked one of the things he cared about most. He had some speculation in his mind, but still wanted to verify it himself. Isn't this natural? Before a war begins, we must first stockpile war resources. Aren't Phoenix's tears an important war resource? Li Zuim remembered that he had indeed asked someone to do this kind of thing. I see. Li Zuim understood. So, Bai Chen was doubting him? When did it start? Why did you suspect him? Logically speaking, there should be many forces in the world that covet Phoenix, right? Since you admit it, then let me tell you. Bai Chen curled his lips and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. That's easy then. Before Li Zevim had time to understand the meaning of this sentence, his body had already grasped its meaning. Boom. One hit. Just one hit. Phoenix's flames covered his body, burning it instantly. Bai Chen, who uses various bloodlines to enhance himself, has become as powerful as Shiva after absorbing the blood of 013 Orpheus. With this kind of strength, one move is enough to defeat a parallel transcendent like Li Zevim. Or, in other words, killing it once is enough. Ah, you're really irritable. Li Zevim's body quickly recovered under the light of the Holy Grail, and after a second or two, he was able to start talking again easily. You're so rude that you don't even wait for others to finish speaking, Li Zevim said with a smile, not hiding the sarcasm in his eyes at all. So what? So what if we trapped him? He is immortal as long as he possesses the Holy Grail. Sizzle. After saying this, the next moment, Li Zevim was covered by pure light, and the power of angels instantly purified his demonic body. I told you to at least let someone say it. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. This time it was the power of destruction that annihilated everything and destroyed Li Zevim's body again. And Bai Chen finally heard the voice he wanted to hear. Announcement: analysis of the Holy Grail is complete. Calculations for the Holy Grail resurrection ritual are now underway. The voice of Shar, the King of Wisdom. Bai Chen certainly knew that it would be difficult to kill him, but wasn't it too much of an underestimation of him to think that he was helpless? You really have no manners. Are you really from a high-ranking demon family? Did you ever receive etiquette instruction from a high-ranking demon when you were a child? After being resurrected, Li Zevim was unaware of his situation and continued to taunt. Of course I have accepted it, but I just don't think it's necessary to enforce it on you. Bai Chen paused for a moment and said lightly, Talk about etiquette? Is this something that Li Zevim, who just let the Beast King come and bite without saying anything, could say? Maybe you haven't noticed any changes yet, but don't worry, I will let you notice it soon. Bai Chen grinned. It was quite difficult for King of Wisdom, Charles, to conduct an analysis before Li Zevim used the resurrection effect, but since he used it so many times, it was normal for King of Wisdom, Charles, to analyze the countermeasures. Before Li Zevim finished speaking, he felt the sensation of death again. This time, the attack was quite direct. A combination of magic and sorcery destroyed his body functions in an instant. His internal organs and body were annihilated together. This feeling, he really can't like it. Hey, can you please let me finish what I'm saying? Having just been resurrected, Li Zevim could hardly control his expression. Although he could indeed be resurrected, being killed like a chicken made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. If the other party showed an unhappy expression because of his ridicule, he would be happy, but if the other party kept killing him, he would be very uncomfortable. The feeling of death is really not pleasant. Wait. Just after complaining, Li Zevim finally found something wrong. Oh? Did you finally notice it? Bai Chen curled his lips. Did this slow-witted guy finally notice it? Asterisk. It seems like the resurrection time has become longer. Li Zevim indeed had this feeling. From the previous mode where he could be resurrected almost instantly, it has changed to the current mode where he needs to be resurrected for a while. Was this person the one who did this? Yes, I made the hand. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and raised his hand slightly. The formation arranged in the mountain, river, state, and state map was activated. As the overwhelming energy surged, the being named Li Zevim disappeared again. 1 second, 5 seconds, 30 seconds, and a full minute later, Li Zevim's body gradually took shape. This time, Li Zevim could no longer sit still. The resurrection time was delayed to 1 minute in just a short period of time. If this continues, will it be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, several days, or even impossible to resurrect? After obtaining the Holy Grail, Li Zevim felt a feeling of fear for the first time. Isn't it immortal? Why did something go wrong? Is it because of the existence of this person in front of me? Don't worry, you will soon be able to fall asleep forever. Bai Chen smiled and stretched out his hand in the direction of Li Zuim, slowly raising a finger. Tisk, kid, don't underestimate me. Li Zevim held the Holy Grail in his hand, and soul energy sufficient to break through space overflowed from it, and dozens of mass-produced evil dragons were generated behind him. This was enough evil dragons to wipe out an entire pantheon. At this moment, they were summoned out in one go by Li Zevim. Dangerous, extremely dangerous, a danger that must be avoided, a danger that must be eliminated. This was the first time that Li Zevim felt this sense of danger after he had his own understanding. Unfortunately, it's too late. From the moment he was included in the Shanha Sheiji 2, it was already too late. You like to call people, don't you? I like to call people too, but I don't know which side of ours calls more people more powerfully. Bai Chen licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a playful expression as he released blood. Sizzle. The clothes on Bai Chen's back were torn, and 2 wings made of blood grew out from his back. Blood danced wildly behind Bai Chen, weaving into the shapes of human bodies. Yes, it's people. They're humanoid life forms filled with various transcendental auras. This feeling is... Li Zevim reacted to one of the humanoid life forms. Because he actually sensed a demonic aura from it that was much stronger and purer than his own. The original Demon King? No, it should be a demon that surpasses the level of the original Demon King. Does this kind of demon really exist? It doesn't exist in myths and legends, but actually exists in the real world? Soon, Li Zuim discovered that it was not just that. Not only are they pure-blooded demons, but every figure behind Bai Chen possesses a pure and transcendent aura. Angels with 12 rainbow wings, 12-winged fallen angels, pure-blooded dragons, demons, vampires, monsters, world dragons, ice phoenixes, vampires, and so on, more than 10 races of pure-blooded auras. Furthermore, each of these figures exuded an aura no less powerful than that of Bai Chen thousands of years ago. This is the ability that Bai Chen awakened after this advancement. Blood of 1. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Blood of 1 can fully reproduce Bai Chen's peak combat power among all races. The more races that absorb blood, the more clones can be summoned. At this moment, each clone has the strength of the top 10 in the world. Under this almost absolute crushing of combat power, even Li Zevim fell into complete despair. This kind of perversion turn out to be, does it really exist in this world? Outside world. It's almost time to give him the final blow. Help me suppress it. The giant god soldier concentrated his mind and gathered strength. The sacred and violent aura compacted the surrounding air, and the space seemed to become sticky. Even the highest level demon would find it difficult to move in the space around the giant god. Oh my god. Why do you have to be the last one to make the move? Are you trying to steal the credit? Who was the first to start? Pteranodon didn't expect that you, the giant god soldier with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would do such a thing to steal someone's head. I didn't expect you to be such a giant warrior. No, just leave it to me. Suddenly, the 3 mythical gods heard such a voice at the same time. A voice that all 3 of them were extremely familiar with. Bai Chen's voice. Owner. Master, I'm sorry, we haven't. Before the sky dragon could finish its words, its body turned into a point of light and disappeared beside the Beast King. The same goes for the pterosaurs and the giant god soldiers. All of them returned to Bai Chen's side. The red, blue, and golden lights converged and turned into the purest gold. In the sky, Bai Chen, dressed in white, transformed into a golden ray of light and rushed towards the Beast King with the force of thunder and destruction. The light of creation. A ray of light. A ray of light caught everyone's attention. Everything born in this light also disappeared in this light. HT73. The light of creation. The ultimate light born from the fusion of the powers of the 3 mythical gods, the pure light of the creator god of light. Under this ray of light, the Beast King's nearly eternal body finally dissipated completely and irreversibly. This day is called the Day of Light Descent. It is a day that is still remembered in the Bible hundreds of years later. After the arrival of the light, the 3 major forces spread the news that caused a great uproar in the outside world. The three major forces formally signed a peace treaty and will maintain a consistent attitude and course of action in a large number of subsequent events. This shocked all the gods. The three major tribes that had been fighting since ancient times actually reconciled? But if you think about it carefully, there seems to be some truth in it. After all, if the three major forces continue to fight, in the end, even if there is only one left, there will be no one left. What a powerful force. Even without the intervention of other pantheons, the remaining victors will gradually disappear in the long river of history. However, what surprised other pantheons even more was yet to come. After the three major forces united to establish the biblical pantheon, they actually actively extended an olive branch to other forces. In a short period of time, he had already won over a large number of forces in Fuso and established a substantial alliance with the Norse pantheon. That's fine, but the news that spread today has set the entire world ablaze. They want all the pantheons to attend a meeting there? What? Could it be that the god of the Bible has been resurrected? In the underworld, the skull-headed underworld god with a flickering soul fire exudes a smoldering breath. No. What appeared before should be just the afterglow of the god of the Bible. If the god of the Bible is resurrected, there shouldn't be no movement at all. What appeared before refers to the light that appeared in the sky above Fuso. That brilliance even surpassed the previous god of the Bible. All the gods were curious about what this light was, and finally, an explanation came from the angels. It is said that this was a backup plan left by the god of the Bible. After paying a huge price, they finally activated the backup plan left by the god of the Bible and resolved the crisis of the Beast King. At least, that's what was announced to the outside world. Bai Chen still needs time, so he chose this mode of action after discussing it for quite a long time. Wait patiently. Develop your power to an absolutely strong, unprecedentedly strong, and absolutely invincible level before taking the next step. Of course, Bai Chen is now able to sublimate a person's bloodline, and there is no problem in directly sublimating it to the transcendent level. However, this would also consume Bai Chen's own essence, which he could replenish a lot of previously due to the initial blood-sucking behavior. Now, as his level gradually increases, even the initial blood-sucking behavior is difficult to make up for, so Bai Chen needs more time. If nothing else, at least we have to create dozens of transcendents who have the ability to fight against the world, right? This deadline was temporarily set at 100 days, so the three major forces announced to all pantheons that a meeting between pantheons would be held after 100 days. Announcement based on Bai Chen's will. Although the Beast King was destroyed and Bai Chen's identity was not made public due to pressure from the top leaders, Bai Chen had become completely different in the eyes of the top leaders. I can no longer look at the boy in front of me with equal eyes. If they were just complaining and joking before, after seeing Bai Chen use the light of creation to kill the Beast King, Michael and the other four seraphim really suspected that Yunong was the reincarnation of the god of the Bible or the descendant of the god of the Bible. Mr. Bai Chen, after you suck my blood, will you really tell me your identity? In Bai Chen's room, the blonde angel looked at Bai Chen with a wavering look in her eyes. As a member of the Seraphs, Gabriel, the top combat force in heaven, is naturally one of the first candidates to enter the transcendent level. Well, because Bai Chen cannot accept male blood both physically and psychologically, the only option is for the other party to do more. Everyone also knows that this kind of thing cannot be done for free, and it is impossible to transform a Demon King-level strongman into a transcendent without any cost. So, what men cannot give can only be made up from women. Fortunately, Bai Chen now has enough blood resources, so one person won't have to bear too much and become weak. Of course, fresh blood is also needed. After all, the effect is greatest when sucking blood for the first time, and it can also offset many of the side effects of Bai Chen forcibly raising others. Requesting flowers 0. This was the situation of Seraphim Gabriel at this moment. After preparing herself mentally for quite some time, she finally mustered up the courage to meet Bai Niao. She was very confused. Why did Bai Chen, who was obviously a vampire, have such terrifying divine attributes? Why was he different from other vampires and possessed all kinds of strange abilities? Although Gabriel got the explanation from Michael that Bai Chen is not a vampire, but belongs to a completely new race, he still wanted to ask Bai Chen himself. In fact, without this level of analysis, Gabriel would also have great psychological barriers to letting a vampire suck his blood. But if you think about it this way, Bai Chen is a completely new race that needs blood. His divine attributes surpass those of everyone else, and he already leans towards divine attributes. If you can bind him with divine blood and make him like divine blood, will his attitude and attributes also change? This is the reason why Michael and other seraphim tricked Gabriel into going to Bai Chen. But this was their misunderstanding. Bai Chen himself does not contain any attributes and is in a neutral and chaotic state. It is only because he has the 3 mythical gods that he can use the terrifying divine power of the god of creation of light. Of course, it's only natural not to hide anything from one's own people, isn't that right? Facing Gabriel's question, Bai Chen responded with a smile. Identity? Wasn't his identity made clear? Let me demonstrate first, Seraph. If you don't cooperate with the master, I will be very troubled. Seeing Gabriel complaining so much even when offering blood to the Lord, Angewoman couldn't sit still anymore and took the initiative to sit on Bai Chen's thigh. Well, Angewoman. Without the power of Bai Chen's blood, Lilithmon and Angewoman usually remain in their complete form to receive energy. Eh? Is that so? Gabriel was a little at a loss as to what to do when she saw that this fellow seraph seemed very dissatisfied with her. Take a good look at it. This is the master's gift. You just need to accept it with a pious heart. Before she could finish her words, Angewoman felt a slight tingling and itching sensation, and then gently closed her eyes. Looking at Angewoman's expression, the blush and drunkenness on her face, Gabriel immediately covered his eyes with his hands. This kind of scene, can she really watch it? Of course, although he was blocking it with his hands, the huge gap between his slender fingers and the golden eyes in the gaps fully displayed Gabriel's nervousness and excited anticipation. Gabriel maintained this posture and watched from the beginning to the end. As for whether she listened to Angewoman and wrote down all the details so that she could cooperate with Bai Chen later, only she knew. Are you ready? Putting the sleeping Angewoman down, Bai Chen asked with a smile. He seemed to have seen this kind of behavior of covering one's ears and stealing the bell on someone before, as if it seemed that when he was in the room with the Mono Yuma last time, Aisha outside the room seemed to be in the 750 posture. Could it be that all blonde girls with church attributes like this? When Gabriel heard Bai Chen ask her if she was ready, she immediately stood up from the position she was lying on the ground, her face flushed as she wanted to say something. Don't be nervous, it won't hurt. The next moment, Gabriel heard a voice coming from his ear. Before she noticed, Bai Chen had already come to her side. Gabriel's angel heart accelerated to the extreme, a frequency that had never been reached before. Sound of skin being cut. Hiss. Gabriel frowned subconsciously. At this moment, Song had 10 thoughts in her mind. Wasn't it agreed that it wouldn't hurt? However, this thought only lasted for a short time, and soon, it disappeared from her mind. She felt a sense of redemption and peace of mind that could only be felt when the Lord was still with her. The devil sighed. Hey, Serzax, why did you ask me to reduce my forces recently? Did something happen? The last of the 4 great demon kings, Demon King Falbuin, found the red-haired Demon King and wanted him to give a reason. The deployment of troops in the underworld was a matter of great importance, but wasn't it a bit disrespectful for Serzax and Achuka to simply inform him to deploy the troops? You two are indeed transcendent, and you, Serzax, are also the leader among the demon lords, but can you at least give a reason? Sorry, Falbuin, I've been busy lately and forgot some things. Serzax smiled helplessly and began to explain to his old comrade. Of course, he still felt a little bit upset. He originally thought that Aquica would explain to Falbuin, but now it seems that he has not done so. Demon Lord Falbuin is also a genius among demons. Unlike Demon Lord Serzax, who is powerful in destructive power, and Demon Lord Achuka, who is powerful in magic, Demon Lord Falbuin is strong in strategy and combat. During the war against the old Demon King faction, Falbuin's war and strategic talents were unparalleled. After the reform of the old Demon Kings, Falbuin also became one of the 4 great Demon Kings, in charge of the army of the underworld. Falbuin, it's actually not a big deal. It's just a strategic retreat to avoid any unexpected situations. Qinjun will be away for a while. Before Qinjun returns, we must stabilize the situation first, so we can't adopt the previous expansionary strategy. Surzex said slowly. The situation at this time has changed greatly compared to before. This policy change is implemented only for the existence and actions of Bai Chen. This seemed almost impossible in the past, but now it seems quite normal to all those in the know. Qinjun? You mean Bai Chen? He's going away for a while? Where is he going? When he heard that Bai Chen was leaving temporarily, Falbuin felt relieved. Yes, if Bai Chen wants to leave, the configuration will have to be reduced. I don't know. Qinjun didn't tell us where he was going, but only told us that he should be back within a week. Of course, Surzex also asked, but Bai Chen's attitude was very firm, so he didn't ask any more questions. He only remembered Bai Chen saying one sentence before he left. When he comes back, most of the previous problems will no longer be a problem. Is that so? Never mind. If he doesn't tell us, what can we do? Falbuin smiled helplessly and didn't think much of it. Of course, I didn't dare to make any fuss about it. Although Bai Chen was born a demon and was very close to the demons, the 3 major forces now knew about Bai Chen's transcendent nature. Although he is a demon, he is also a fallen angel, a god, a dragon, and can transform into any race if possible. That's all, Surzex. I'll go make the arrangements first. After getting the answer he wanted, Falbuin had no intention of staying any longer and left to deploy his troops. When the army mobilization was almost completed, Bai Chen had already left this world. Bite, are you sure you want to go to the dungeon material world? Yes. To access the dungeon material world, you must collect all the necessary materials within 72 hours, otherwise the material world will not be open to you later. Ding! The copy world has been successfully opened. Bite. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the dungeon world. This instance of the dungeon contains the material the host needs, the Holy Shroud. You can specify the target material direction once every 6 hours. Please pay attention. Bai Chen looked at the question mark in his own world, and a question mark also appeared above his head. An unknown world? Is it possible to be like this? Bai Chen went to this world to look for the Holy Shroud. The shroud is the cloth that wrapped the body of the biblical god and is one of the most important holy relics in religion and faith. However, when Bai Chen asked Michael for this item, Michael told him directly, this item 1.9 has never existed in the beginning. Of course, he had suspected that they didn't want to give him the holy relic and so simply said it didn't exist. But when Bai Chen realized that all the information channels he received were the same, he finally believed it. So, the Holy Shroud really didn't exist? In desperation, Bai Chen chose to open the copy world, but he didn't expect that this copy world gave him a surprise from the beginning. Anyway, let's first see which direction that thing is in. Bai Chen looked into the distance and started an exploration. This direction, southeast? While pushing his physical strength to the limit, Bai Chen rushed towards this place. The replica world rejected his body, so he could only use pure physical strength. If he used his original strength, he would be forcibly sent back to the original world within a certain period of time. Although my supernatural abilities are temporarily restricted, it doesn't matter. Bai Chen has now reached the sub-dragon god level solely through his physical abilities. Without using fighting spirit, immortal arts, or sorcery, he can engage in pure physical combat with the previous Beast King. Of course, Bai Chen couldn't do this when he just encountered the Beast King period. However, afterwards, because Bai Chen needed to upgrade many people to the transcendent level, the amount of blood sucked increased greatly, and the original upper limit also increased a lot. This level of strength can basically dominate all the worlds. Moving in the direction indicated by the cursor, Bai Chen saw nothing. Not seen. But Bai Chen sensed some changes. Many times, The perception called intuition or sixth sense is much more reliable than vision. Bai Chen stood quietly, waiting for the changes to reach a certain extreme point. A few seconds later, click, 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 click. A rather ominous sound came from the space not far in front of Bai Chen. Bang! Just as Bai Chen expected, this space could not hold on and turned into fragments. After the space collapsed, the storm in the dimensional rift was exposed. Looking at the scenery, Bai Chen was stunned for a long time. Originally, Bai Chen was quite familiar with the scenery between the dimensions, but the scene that unfolded before him was indeed quite surprising to him. In the gap between dimensions, a golden, sacred figure shining with endless holy light was confronting a giant beast. Jiang Ah, the familiar being in front of him, filled with violence and chaos, let out a familiar roar. The roar that once shattered countless demon angels and fallen angels only existed as the most primitive roar in a battle of this level. It serves no purpose other than expressing its anger and brutality. On the opposite side was a humanoid body wrapped in golden light. It was enveloped in pure and powerful divine light, forming a sharp contrast with the Xing Emperor in front of it. Through his own eyes, Bai Chen saw clearly the figure in the endless holy light. It is full of divine aura. If ordinary people see it, they will be attracted by its holiness, and then believe in it, worship it, and become its believers. She is such an existence. That's right. She. Bai Chen was quite sure it was her. Although Bai Chen didn't know what she looked like, her name had already been called out in his mind thousands of times. Of course, it's not just Bai Chen. Her name is spoken and worshipped by too many lives in the world. She is the god of the Bible. The god of the Bible is a girl? Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It seems, given the nature of this world, this possibility does exist? The Beast King and the god of the Bible? In other words, I'm not in a different time and space now, but in a previous timeline. Bai Chen frowned. How was he supposed to get the Holy Shroud? Was he supposed to create it himself? According to Michael, the Holy Shroud never existed in the first place and was a fiction created by the Bible. From this perspective, it seems normal to teleport him to this time and space? Because the shroud itself is the cloth that wrapped the body of the God of the Bible, so of course it has to come from the body of the God of the Bible? No, that's not right. I think it's more important to first consider whether what's happening in this world will have an impact on my original world. Bai Chen thought of a more difficult matter. The relationship between this space-time and the space-time he is in. Is this copy world the timeline before his original world, or is it a completely new world, a completely new world line? If I do something in this world, will it cause any major changes in my original world? In fact, when Bai Chen arrived here, the change had already occurred. The golden figure seemed to notice Bai Chen and looked in the direction of the three people. When Bai Chen was surprised by this fact, Xing was also surprised by the scene in front of him. Her reaction was similar to Bai Chen's. Bai Chen's attention was drawn to the god wrapped in holy light, and the god was also drawn to the young man with a strange aura. He just stood there quietly, as if he had anticipated their arrival. However, when she and the Beast King appeared there, he did show a look of surprise, which meant that it was beyond his expectations. So, what was going on? Shang had a subtle feeling from the bottom of her heart. She had never cared so much about a stranger before. A pair of star-like eyes seemed as clear as ever, and the pure black pupils revealed a strange charm. Mystery and the desire to explore, such a feeling appeared in the heart of Saint. This was a feeling she had never had before. In the brief moment she and Bai Chen stared at each other, something strange happened. These are so excited. Beast King 666, who had just recovered from his shock, charged directly towards Saint. Sizzle. The ferocious giant mouth instantly swallowed up the holy light figure that was stunned for a moment. The figure with brilliant holy light disappeared in front of Bai Chen. WTF. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Bai Chen couldn't help but be stunned. If you want to fight, just fight. But when you fight, can you be more serious? Don't you know what it means to be bitten by the Beast King? Click. The Beast King opened his dragon head, and a dim golden figure fell from it. It's really troublesome. Bai Chen no longer cared about his previous thoughts. He crushed the space with one foot and grabbed the girl who was falling into the dimensional gap. At this moment, he already understood that the battle situation had changed because of his arrival, so he no longer had to worry about whether to take action or not. According to his memory, the Beast King was sealed in an alien space by an endless forbidden spell, Noa Qian's. But now, Bai Chen could clearly feel the girl's weakness. It was absolutely impossible to seal the Beast King at this level. What the hell is going on? Bai Chen swung his foot again, chopping down the head in the middle of the Beast King. Jiang. Accompanied by bursts of painful sounds, the Beast King was also knocked away by Bai Chen's enormous force and flew towards the distant dimensional rift. Bai Chen's simple physical body was able to achieve this level, which made Saint widen his golden eyes. This kind of physical quality is far beyond salvation, right? God of the Bible, do you still have the strength to seal the Beast King? Bai Chen didn't say much nonsense. If possible, he wanted to minimize the impact. Seal, we can try. Sheng was a little surprised at first, but after hearing what Bai Chen wanted to talk about, he suppressed his emotions and answered seriously. DX03? That's not really good news. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, saying that he was not sure. And he never likes to do things that he is not sure of. In my current state, it's impossible for me to cause any effective damage to the Beast King. Even if I can tear through space, it's still difficult to defeat the Beast King with just my fists and feet. Bai Chen frowned slightly. Is it possible that method should be used? Sheng was also stunned for a while because of Bai Chen's words. Kung Fu? May I ask what you are? If it's me, you can call me Saint. Saint was indeed very confused. After reaching this level of physical strength, could he only use fists and feet? It's come to this point. Why aren't there any magic-based moves? Although she had many doubts in her mind, she still introduced herself first. This is etiquette. Bai Chen, my name is Bai Chen. Bai means white, Chen means morning light. Because I'm not from this time and space, I can't use my supernatural powers here. That's why I said it's difficult for me to deal with the Beast King. Bai Chen had no intention of hiding anything and directly revealed his identity. Because what he had to do next was to make Saint trust him and cooperate with him wholeheartedly. Not from this time and space? Can't use abilities here? Is it because using powers that don't belong to this time and space will be rejected by the world? It seems that there is indeed such a statement. Saint half struggled to get up from Bai Chen's hand and looked towards the position of the Beast King in the distance. So, young man from another time and space, why did you come to this time and space? Also, I see that although you're a little anxious, you have not lost your composure. Do you have any solution? Saint noticed some subtle details. Indeed, what she said made sense, so much so that it was a little unusual. I can't reveal my purpose yet, but I absolutely don't want any major changes to happen in this space and time. Then, judging by your anxious look, has something unusual happened? Saint nodded. Although she didn't quite understand the laws of time travel and world line changes, she understood Bai Niao's feelings about not wanting the timeline to change. If the timeline changes, the time and space where the boy originally lived will also be affected. It is normal for him to not want to see such a thing. Well, it has happened. Bai Chen stared at Xing. He believed that Xing already knew the answer. Is this change related to me? Saint looked at Bai Chen's fixed gaze and slightly shifted his own gaze. She had never been stared at so seriously by a member of the opposite S*X before. To be precise, it's related to you and the Beast King. Bai Chen sighed. It would be nice if he could determine whether this world would have an impact on his timeline. If it can be confirmed, there is no need to put all your efforts into maintaining the original world line. It seems that I will destroy the Beast King in the future, or at least seal him up. Saint smiled with a sense of relief. Did she already do it in the future? No matter what the price, did she finally do it? I think you could actually be a little more anxious. Bai Chen smiled helplessly. How come the Saint is in this state, and he doesn't seem anxious at all? No need. I know you should have a way. Saint smiled slightly and cast a questioning look at Bai Chen. She finally met an equal, and she was quite interested in him. She wanted to see what means the other party wanted to use to seal the Beast King. In this world, The only ones who are equal to or superior to her are the Beast King, the Red Dragon God Emperor, and the Infinite Dragon God. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are of the same size. She was very sure that Bai Chen had no incarnation. This was Bai Chen's original appearance. She is the embodiment of light and holy power. She wants to see what kind of existence Bai Chen is and what kind of power he can use. I have a way? No, I don't have a way. Bai Chen shook his head. Eh? There's no other way? If there's no other way, how can you still be so calm now? I don't have a solution, but I will let you find a solution. Daff. Bai Chen interrupted Sheng's words. Die tight. Bai Chen whispered in Sheng's ear. Saint subconsciously wanted to dodge, but she suppressed the urge. She was quite interested in this so-called method. After a few seconds, after listening to Bai Chen's method, Saint was silent for a long time, looking quite surprised. In fact, Bai Chen was not completely sure, as he had never used this ability before. However, compared to simply using the physical body to challenge the Beast King, letting Saint assist on the side to see if there is a chance to seal it is much more likely to succeed. How about it? Want to try it? Bai Chen turned his head and saw the Beast King, who had recovered, rushing towards him and Saint. He grabbed Saint's little hand and stepped out of the Beast King's attack range. Fortunately, the Beast King attacks based on instinct most of the time. It is very difficult to defeat it, but it is very easy to delay it. Saint raised his head, wanting to say something but stopping himself, his golden hair falling from his ears, revealing his tender red earlobes to the fullest. Even she couldn't help but hesitate when she saw this method. Can you win? After a while, Saint finally adjusted his mental state, looked into Bai Chen's eyes seriously, and asked. Over 90% winning rate. Bai Chen also gave a positive answer. Okay, let's get started right away. Saint showed his decisive side. After saying this, she let go of all her vigilance and alertness, both physically and mentally, and entered a defenseless state. Good. Bai Chen didn't say much and closed his eyes as well. Mobilizing the blood in the body, Bai gradually assimilated his body. Gradually, Bai Chen's body dissolved, and all of it turned into golden blood, which slowly merged into the body of the saint. As the golden blood poured in, an abnormal flush appeared on Saint's face, and his body began to tremble. But soon, after a few seconds, she calmed down completely. After calming down, she naturally exuded an aura of transformation and transcendence. Transformation from old to new. Transcendence from low to high. Saint can feel what she is going through now. A few seconds later, slowly, Saint opened his golden pupils and looked towards the outside world. At this moment, she has returned to her original form, with golden sacred light surrounding her, as if all things in the world are singing praises and cheering for the birth of this existence. This is Bai Chen's method. How do you feel? In a trance, Saint heard this voice. It was the voice of the young man just now. It's quite good. No. I should say, I've never experienced such a wonderful state. When she mentioned the word wonderful, Sheng's voice paused. Having someone penetrate her body was certainly not a pleasant experience. But now she felt better than ever, and all of this was because of that young man. I feel really strange too. This is my first time using this ability, Bai Chen sighed. He had thought he'd never need this ability, but he hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. By transforming himself into blood and blending it into another's body, Bai Chen could perform many incredible things at his will. For example, he could grant the other party equal strength, significantly enhance the user's essence and power, and even instantly heal injuries. Perhaps I can use this move more often in the future? Within the saint's body, Bai Chen felt no repression from this world. This meant that this almost ticket-dodging behavior was permitted. Or, even if it wasn't permitted, it was a loophole outside the rules and could be used. Since this was Bai Chen's first time using this ability, he wasn't quite proficient. Furthermore, the saint was also a transcendental powerhouse, so Bai Chen needed her to be completely unprepared for the fusion. It seemed the fusion had been a complete success. However, it is really surprising that she is so decisive. Is it because she trusts me? Bai Chen was very concerned. After hearing what he said, Saint gave up all the defenses of her body without any hesitation. Wasn't she afraid that he would have bad intentions? After using this ability to enter someone else's body, Bai Chen could easily dominate the life and death of others, and even take away control of the body. The saint had seen a lot and should have known that this ability would have this kind of function, but she did it anyway? Was it because she felt it was the only way to win? Or was it simply because she trusted Bai Chen? Bai Chen didn't know. However, he had no intention of seizing the saint's body. Seizing a body? Why do something so regrettable and wasteful? Wouldn't it be better to use it as a medium and blood source? This was top-tier blood source, on the same level as Orpheus, even surpassing the heroines in quality. It really is a magical power, Bai Chen. You really are a magical person. Saint sensed her body's condition. It was better than ever before. The terrifying and profound holy power flowed freely within her body. Just by calculating the quantity and quality of holy power, Saint knew she had been strengthened by more than double. Although I don't know what your purpose is in coming to this era, but are our current goals the same? Saint's golden eyes shone with light as she looked towards the Beast King. In her opinion, Bai Chen was being completely modest. It wasn't just a 90% chance of winning, it was 100%. Absolutely no problem. Actually, it's not entirely consistent. My goal is simply to seal the Beast King. In our time, the Beast King was sealed until he was freed by someone with ulterior motives and finally killed by me. Bai Chen reminded Saint, of course, it was just a verbal reminder. I see. Saint nodded gently as if thinking about something. The goal is to seal the Beast King, no problem. In the hands of the Saint, a golden magic circle slowly rose. With a flick of his hand, it became a forbidden spell-level magic circle. This was the pinnacle of the God of Scripture's attainments in formations and techniques. Of course, Bai Chen put aside some of his thoughts and wholeheartedly assisted Saint. Now he was the one who took the initiative. Boom! As if a world awash in light had opened up, endless holy light emanated from the magic circle. This was a judgment of holiness and light. Holy power, powerful enough to crush alien space, poured down upon the Beast King's body. The golden light collided with a body imbued with a savage aura, the two negating each other. This level of attack wasn't enough to instantly destroy Beast King 666. It possessed near-infinite healing power and stamina, so the God of the Bible ultimately chose to seal it in another dimension. Of course, inflicting sufficient pain on it was absolutely enough. After the forbidden spell of light dissipated, the Beast King, trapped within the dimensional rift, let out a weak roar for the first time, much weaker than his previous arrogance and dominance. How could it be possible? How could he, having barely encountered an opponent, be so easily wounded? In reality, the gap between the sub-dragon god level and the dragon god level wasn't as vast as that between the demon king level and the transcendent. Even the true Crimson Dragon God Emperor had the guts to challenge him, but the Beast King couldn't understand why he had just gone from an absolute advantage to this state. Could it be that the life form before him, which it hated, had almost reached transcendence? The truth was that cruel. This was just the beginning. With Bai Chen's assistance, the saint couldn't even feel the drain on his physical, mental, or holy energy, remaining in peak condition. The Beast King felt a flicker of fear. Beasts are like that. They retreat when faced with a being truly stronger than themselves. As the Beast King hesitated, forbidden spells erupted from the saint's limbs, chest, head, and other areas, gathering and dispersing in the air like stars falling to earth. Since Bai Chen mentioned a seal, then used this move. A magic circle resembling diamond stars formed around the saint, forming a brand new magic circle. Even Bai Chen narrowed his eyes at this maneuver. Sure enough, the God of the Bible is still very powerful. He thought that he was no weaker than a Quicca in the art of formation, but in front of the saint, he was like a child in front of an adult. Saint is undoubtedly the person with the highest and most profound attainments in this world over the years. Sensing the saint's aura and concentrated power, the Beast King didn't even bother to roar, shattering the space in front of him and preparing to flee. If you can't afford to offend me, why not just run away? A perfectly accurate judgment, in line with the beast's instincts. Unfortunately, it was too late. The golden heaven-reaching array had already flown from the saint's hands. As the formation took effect, the golden forbidden spell formation turned into a divine chain of law, tightly locking the beast king's body. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The golden divine chain split into countless parts and connected to each other. Each magic circle echoed with each other, flashing with mysterious rune light. On the chains, layers of magic arrays reappeared, weakening the Beast King's aura even more. Be exiled here forever. Saint, according to his original idea, was banished by the tightly locked Beast King to a different dimension far away from the Earth. This was the location she had already decided on before the war began. Before the battle with the Beast King, Saint had speculated on the outcome of her battle with the Beast King. Even if she could win, it would be a miserable victory. The most likely possibility was that she would use magic to seal the Beast King semi-eternally. Bai Chen's words also confirmed her statement. If the young man 190 from another time and space did not exist, the final result should be that she overdrew herself and sealed the Beast King in that alien space. Looking at Xing's actions, Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Would you like to come with me? Let's go to the heavens and rest for a while. After taking care of all the necessary details, Saint smiled and made an invitation to Bai Chen. How do you know I would accept your invitation? I don't think someone who comes from another time and space would have the time to visit someone else. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Bai Chen once again transformed into golden blood, which flowed out of the body of the saint and gathered into a human-shaped life form. Of course I know, because your purpose is related to me. Saint tilted his head slightly and looked into Bai Chen's eyes, seeking an answer. That's correct. How did you know that? Bai Chen knew that even if he said no, Saint would not believe him, so he simply admitted it. Don't you think the way you look at me is unusual? You don't usually look at others with such demanding and lustful eyes, do you? Sheng smiled sweetly and asked back. Eyes? Bai Chen was stunned. Is there something wrong with his eyes? Yes, your eyes. When you first saw me, you were indeed surprised. But afterwards, I clearly felt the exploratory and longing gazes. It was either a desire for me or something related to me, but in short, your desire was related to me. Sheng gave a simple analysis that surprised Bai Chen. Is this the God of the Bible? Both his observation and analytical skills are top-notch. Am I being that obvious? Bai Chen touched his chin. He really wanted to get the Holy Shroud from the saint. Holy Shroud, wouldn't it be easiest to take it from the God of the Bible? So, do you want to visit the heaven? If you do, I think we can discuss it. As a reward for your help to me before, I will also try my best to help you. Saint smiled and extended the invitation again. Helping you? It's also helping myself. Bai Chen sighed and agreed with Sheng's suggestion. The creator of the Holy Shroud is right in front of him. If not her, who should he follow? Is this the heaven? Under the guidance of the saint, Bai Chen came to a magnificent and different space. This alien space is attached to the human world, and there are a large number of light spots connecting this alien space and the human world. Bai Chen recognized those spots of light, which were the history of faith. You don't seem very surprised. Have you been to heaven in the future? Saint glanced sideways and asked with great interest. Well, I went there once, and overall it was a good experience. Bai Chen thought about the last time he went to heaven. After sucking Gabriel's blood, he successfully promoted Gabriel to a transcendent angel and gained a large amount of faith from Gabriel. Then he was invited by the 4 candle envoys to go to heaven. What to do in heaven? Of course, it's for the future of the 3 major forces, right? There is basically no bad angel as a medium in heaven, whether it is a reincarnated angel or a native angel, they are all quite excellent. As long as these angels are female and agree and have their applications approved, they can go to Bai Chen to experience it. The experience during that period made Bai Chen feel quite subtle. It feels like he is a bull with good seeds being bred, 0. Fortunately, in addition to feeling happy, Bai Chen also gained a certain improvement in his strength limit, so he was not depressed. In fact, He was even a little proactive and was thinking about taking a trip to the demon realm someday. Since the angels have done this, Surzax and the others shouldn't remain indifferent. I always feel like you are thinking about something strange. Saint keenly sensed something. When I asked Bai Chen if he had ever been to heaven, he actually showed a dreamy and confused expression. What did he do in the future? No, it's your illusion. Bai Chen shook his head. He felt that if Saint knew that he had gone to the heavens to cause trouble, he would probably look at him with a more subtle look. Fortunately, the theater staff helped Bai Chen out of the predicament. Saint returned to heaven, and the 4 great seraphim also received the news. During the conversation, the 4 great seraphim had already led a large group of angels to the front of Saint. As angels of Saint, of course the first person they noticed was Saint. Lord. All the angels looked at Holy with pious eyes. The Lord went to deal with the Beast King not long ago. Judging from the current situation, the Lord has definitely won. Moreover, unlike what the Lord had told them before that she might die in this battle, Saint's aura was quite perfect, and at most she only suffered some minor injuries. However, after a few seconds, their looks became strange. Because 2.3 they noticed the existence next to the Lord. The reason why they said it existed was because they couldn't even tell what race that person was. They just saw him standing next to the Lord God. However, no matter how doubtful we are, since they are all people brought by the Lord, they must be absolutely safe and trustworthy. This issue can be put aside for now. They are more concerned about another thing. Why does that human boy also have a strong aura of the Lord? That's right, at this moment Bai Chen exuded a strong aura of holiness. The seraphim would never guess the reason for this phenomenon, and it was impossible for them to imagine that this young man had merged with their gods not long ago. How's it going? I saw that you were very concerned about Gabriel just now. If you want, I can give Gabriel to you. In Saint's private room, in an environment filled with holy power, Saint smiled and said something that was not sure if it was a joke. She noticed that Gabriel's attitude towards Bai Chen was very normal, but Bai Chen seemed to care about Gabriel very much. Combined with the previous judgment, he should have been to heaven in the future, and he and Gabriel are old acquaintances, right? No need. Even if you gave it to me, I can't take it back. Bai Chen smiled and waved his hand. What if I give it to him? Even if he didn't give it to him, as long as he returned to the original world line, wouldn't Gabrielle, such a naive little girl, be easy for him to fool? Can I ask you something? Shang didn't argue much and asked Bai Chen to sit opposite her. Okay. After all, even if you don't ask, I still want to tell you something. Bai Chen looked into the golden eyes of Saint and said seriously, you come from the future and come here for something related to me, but you don't want to change the past because of this, right? Right. Bai Chen nodded calmly. Sure enough, Saint is the top level. But that's not entirely correct. I'm not sure if I'm in another world line or a timeline before my original world line. Bai Chen added. If this is another world line, then whatever happens here shouldn't affect my original world. If it happened before my original timeline, then what happened? Did it create a new parallel world, or did it change the future by changing the past? Bai Chen said a lot, and Xing listened very carefully. Does the time-space paradox make you unwilling to see major changes in the world? Shang nodded to show his understanding. So, am I the one who bothers you the most? Saint changed the subject and looked at Bai Chen with a smile, wanting to get an answer. When fighting with the Beast King, she first noticed the strange existence of Bai Chen, and then was seriously injured by the Beast King because of her trance. It was at this time that Bai Chen clearly had emotional fluctuations, joined the battle, and finally assisted her in sealing the Beast King. Theoretically, Bai Chen comes from a different time and space, and should do things as best as possible without disrupting history, and then return to the original world. But he used almost all his strength, which means that history has changed, and he wants to use his own power to change history back. So, it can only be because of her. Because of her, history changed, so Bai Chen wants to change it back. That's right, it's because of you. You shouldn't have died in the battle with the Beast King. In history, you died in the battle with the 4 demon kings. Bai Chen's words were so shocking that Shang's breathing subconsciously quickened for a moment. Did she really meet her death? That's right, when she looked at Bai Chen, she also saw Bai Chen's eyes. If she were still alive, based on her strength and the status of this time traveler, he should have met her in the future. But she didn't read that from Bai Chen's eyes. The 4 Demon Kings? The 4 Demon Kings. After a few seconds of silence, Saint raised his head again. Is it because I paid a huge price to seal the Beast King that I lost in the battle with the 4 Demon Lords? That's right. So, you can't die in the battle with the Beast King. Bai Chen nodded. So, do you want me to die in the battle with the 4 Demon Lords? Shang lowered his body and looked up at Bai Chen, wanting to get an answer. If possible, that's it. Bai Chen pondered. Only if the God of the Bible dies in the battle with the 4 Demon Kings, then the great news of the death of the God of the Bible will reach the ears of some people and have the same impact on the world as the original world line. After thinking for a while, Saint finally spoke again. I feel I have a responsibility to take responsibility for your future. So, don't worry, I will die in this war just as you expected. Saint's golden eyes were filled with a determined look, causing Bai Chen to subconsciously frown. From another perspective, if someone said this to him, even if he knew it might affect the future world, he would choose to preserve his own life and would not follow the laws of history. Are you serious? Yes, it's like repaying a favor, isn't it? If you weren't here, I'm afraid I would have died. No, that's not how it works. If I weren't here, you should be able to seal the Beast King smoothly. Bai Chen objected in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud in the end. Actually, this problem is not without a solution. After taking a long breath, Bai Chen prepared to speak his mind. Since the saint has this level of awareness, he should also adopt a corresponding attitude and take corresponding actions. Solution? Your solution is... Before Saint could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of a bell. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, bells rang everywhere in heaven, melodious and loud alarm bells. This is the alarm bell. Woo woo woo. Then came the sound of horns. The rapid ringing of bells and the distant sound of trumpets added a solemn atmosphere to heaven. Ice cream. Saint's eyes became sharp. Only when the highest level of war is being waged will the 7 heavens sound their horns simultaneously. Really? The war is coming. Bai Chen shook his head. This war should also be engraved in history, right? Is it the war you mentioned, Zhao Zhao? Saint asked Bai Chen, a strange light flashing in his eyes. A war that can make the trumpets sound in the 7 heavens will definitely go down in history. And in this timeline, what force will launch a war that will sound the clarion call of war? Shang feels that the answer is obvious. Yes, this is a 3-way battle between demons, angels, and fallen angels. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and looked towards the underworld. In the underworld, he should have something to do, demon? Regardless of whether it was as he imagined, he felt that he needed to go find it. If it's really what he thinks, then this must be fate. So, what was the outcome of this battle? Saint asked about the outcome of this war, not only her outcome, but also the outcome of other races. In that war, the gods on the angel side and the 4 demon kings on the demon side perished together. The fallen angels lost most of their cadres, and the demons lost a large number of pure-blooded demons. All 3 major races were severely damaged and only began to recover in my time. After hearing about the situation of the 3 major forces, Saint also frowned. Of the 3 major forces now, even the angels alone are worthy of the title of top strength. If it is really as Bai Chen said, the 3 major forces will be in a very dangerous position in the future. Let's go and see what's going on. Saint's golden eyes were filled with determination. I was originally dead. Or will he perish together with the younger brothers of the 4 demon kings? What an ironic ending. Since he was able to seal the Beast King, his strength would probably drop to that of a transcendent. At that time, it was very likely that Lucifer, the original ancestor of the transcendent level, would be killed together with 3 half-step transcendents. However, if this is the destiny, then face it. At least, judging from the fact that this boy came from the future, this world still has a future and will not be destroyed by another world in the near future. Let's go. For 73, Bai Chen and Saint looked at each other, then simultaneously transformed into a golden light and flew towards the direction of the four seraphim. They're very clear about this. Although this war was nominally a three-way war, it was definitely mainly the demons joining forces with the fallen angels to attack the angels. Because the God of the Bible is so powerful. In fact, if the demons and fallen angels had not received the news that the God of the Bible was going to deal with the Beast King, they would not have dared to start a war so easily. I see you seem a little absent-minded. Is there something important you haven't done yet? Before, Saint discussed with the four seraphim how to deal with the Demon King, he noticed Bai Chen's absent-mindedness. Yes, Bai Chen noticed another thing at this time. I guess so. Bai Chen sighed and said, of course, even if this is the case, he will not leave Saint. Saint is the purpose of his coming to this world. Moreover, although he felt a little sorry for Saint, he would be very troubled if Saint could not be defeated as he imagined, so he had to at least stay by Saint's side to confirm this. Don't worry, since the world is still flowing in your time, then I will definitely follow destiny and make the world continue to move. As if seeing through Bai Chen's thoughts, Saint smiled and comforted him. All right, I'm being distracted, Saint. I still have some things I want to take care of. I'll leave the matters with the four demon kings to you. A hint of relief flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. He seems to have always been doubting Saint. Judging from the descriptions in later generations and the fact that Saint dared to seal the Beast King alone, she should be a good god, caring about the world, having compassion for the people and willing to take her own responsibilities. But he always doubted her. Bai Chen knew it was normal for him to think this way, because there were too many things he was uncertain about. However, he also knew what kind of mentality Saint had when he said to him, don't worry, I will definitely follow fate and let the world continue to operate. Although she didn't say it out loud, she must still be disappointed in him, right? In that case, then as expected, I'll just act according to my own ideas. Bai Chen also made up his mind in his heart, and he was ready to leave Xing's side. During the battle with the four demon lords, the two celestial dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, intruded upon your battlefield. Together with the four demon lords and the fallen angels, you defeated the two celestial dragons, collected their dragon souls, and crafted them into divine annihilation tools. Before leaving Xing, he told her everything Xian would do. Are those two divine extermination tools called the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet and the White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings? If I were to name the two celestial dragons divine extermination tools, I think I would definitely name them like this. Saint asked with a smile. God annihilating tools, yes, if possible. Before she disappears, she wants to leave behind more God annihilating tools. Of course, what made her even happier was that Bai Chen's gaze seemed different from before. After giving the necessary instructions, you left first. Holy reunites with the seraphim. The war officially begins. Of course, it was just a war in name only. In front of the saint who was not seriously injured, the four demon kings, Azazel and others were no different from kindergarten children. In the fight with the four demon kings, Saint perfectly demonstrated his acting skills, showing his weakness vividly in front of everyone. Saint, I guess those people are already thinking about how to harm her since she is weak. In this way, there should be no problem with the script she designed to die together with the four demon kings. As Bai Chen expected, she got two good things this time. Draeg and Arubian's dragon souls, you will serve as the greatest trump card among the artifacts and as my legacy to the world. Explore the possibilities in this world. After Saint came back, he started making the god-destroying tool with these two unlucky guys. These two guys broke in during the three-way battle. Although Tianlong was powerful, he was defeated under the Siege of March. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand, the White Dragon Emperor's wings of light, and so on and so forth. 13 of these divine annihilation tools in total. I grant this possibility to humanity. I hope that humans, the creatures most capable of breaking their own limits, can break the limits of the god-destroying tool and reach my level or even beyond my realm. Saint has already made a decision in his heart, granting divine weapons and divine annihilation tools to humans. Although humans are not as good as angels, monsters, and gods in terms of innate qualities, humans do have one characteristic. Because the upper limit of human beings is too low, if you want to become stronger, you must constantly break your own limits. It is this ability that Saint values. She hopes that humans can transcend the limits of the God-destroying tool and reach a realm above the transcendent. Only in this way will they have a greater chance of dealing with crises in other worlds. After making up his mind, Saint began to make the God-destroying tool. She has now made many God-annihilating tools, and making them is quite simple. Have you finished your work? Suddenly, Saint spoke into the void. Just as Saint finished speaking, a young man stepped through the space and returned to her. It was Bai Chen, who had gone out not long ago. Yeah, it's done. Bai Chen looked at Xing with apology in his eyes. It seems he really is judging others by his own petty standards. Saint is indeed acting, and it seems he's doing it very well. Now can you tell me what you want from me? Saint noticed the change in Bai Chen and asked with a smile. The shroud, one of the famous holy relics, is the cloth that wrapped the deity when she passed away. So, in other words, it's my clothes? Sheng paused, his expression a little unnatural. Clothes. Clothing. The gazes between Xing and Bai Chen shifted. I had clearly made up my mind before, no matter what it was, I would give it to him. Now that it was time to give, Saint hesitated. As for the holy shroud, does it count as her underwear? Bai Chen, do you have any misunderstanding? There is something subtle about Bai Chen's eyes. Ahem. This should be no problem. By the way, where did you go before? Did you deal with something? Now that you are back. That should be done, right? Saint changed the subject in a rare move. Just now, she showed a different attitude in front of Bai Chen for the first time. There is no doubt that she is a god, but she is also a girl with a girlish heart. It's just that there has never been anyone who can make her show her girlish heart. Now, the one in front of her was undoubtedly a special existence, the only one she felt any sense of. Well, she had some feelings about him from the aspects of his hard power, appearance, and behavior. Of course, it's just a few things, but if you don't even have these feelings, then it's impossible for anything to happen. She could also understand Bai Chen's thoughts. She understood very well that he couldn't completely trust her feelings. After all, he was the one who suffered the loss no matter how you looked at it. In the previous timeline, she didn't dare to act rashly for fear of affecting the later timeline. But as long as she only cared about herself, she could act completely freely and change her own destiny. Her promise should have no effect on him. But in the end, Saint saw Bai Chen's actions, and he completely handed over the right of action to her. He had no intention of interfering, and even went to another place himself. Distrust is normal, but taking such action after both parties have opened their hearts is also a manifestation of trust in her. Did I deal with something? Bai Chen pondered for a few seconds. I'm sorry, I can't tell you, but I feel that this is something I should do and must do. Really? Can't you tell me? Saint pursed his lips and smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. At least Bai Chen himself didn't think it was a big deal. He just went to the border of the underworld. Not long ago. In the Phoenix's fire feather, Bai Chen once heard the words of Duke Phoenix. Xiaochen, perhaps you also understand the origin of your name. Let me tell you a story. Duke Phoenix's words were the reason why Bai Chen went to the border of the underworld this time. A long time ago, it should be, the time of the three-way war between demons, angels, and fallen angels, right? At that time, the head of the Phoenix family became a thorn in the side of other forces due to the outbreak of war and was hunted down. Because everyone's attention was focused on the God of the Bible at the time, the demon kings believed they could defeat him, so they mobilized most of their forces, and the forces protecting Phoenix were significantly weakened. The Phoenix family was almost completely wiped out, with only our ancestors escaping. Under the siege of fallen angels and demons, our ancestors were on the verge of death. Even with the blood of the Phoenix, they were caught in a life-or-death situation. At that time, a man came and saved my ancestors and wiped out all the enemies. He is a half-demon, half-vampire. Since then, we have had ancestral precepts and have followed the ancestral precepts passed down through our bloodline. Duke Phoenix's words were interrupted and the fire feather in his hand gradually dissipated. These were the words that Duke Phoenix left for Bai Chen when he returned to Phoenix's house and took Rebel away. 0 Request flowers. Today, Bai Chen saw a low-health phoenix in the Devil's Frontier. My name is Bai Chen. For what I did today, I will seek retribution in the future. I promise to repay you with my blood and yours. When I return from the world outside of time, that will be the day for my return. After leaving these words, Bai Chen returned to heaven. This is what he told Saint, what he was going to do. All right, the God-slaying tool, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, the God-slaying tool, White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings done. Soon, Xing used the dragon soul of Air Tianlong as the material to create the God-destroying tool. With good materials, it is easy to achieve this. The two Tianlongs themselves are Tianlong-level warriors, and the Divine Destroyer tool made with them as materials can have combat power of at least the Transcendent level or even above. Saint is certainly very powerful. The ability to create artifacts allows humans to gain the power to kill gods. However, in terms of the ability to create strong people, it is still weaker than Bai Chen. Saint at least needs certain materials to create the combat power of the Transcendent level, while Bai Chen's song only needs to consume time and blood to achieve this. This is why the three major forces regard Bai Chen as so important, even giving him an equal status compared to the gods of the past. Saint, what are you going to do next? As for the Godslayer, in our time we also had the Holy Grail, the Holy Lance, and the Holy Cross. Bai Chen reminded Saint. The Holy Grail of the Netherworld, the Holy Lance of Dusk, the Holy Cross, the execution platform of the Purple Flame Priest. Among these divine annihilation tools, at least the Holy Lance was made during the time of the God of the Bible. Yeah, Holy Spear. How about this Holy Spear, joining my will? Saint thought for a moment and asked. Correct. Bai Chen nodded. As expected, the one who knew Saint best was herself. Then let's start making it quickly. Saint felt that he had found the perfect solution. The perfect solution is to not do anything extra, just make your most authentic and natural choice. Heaven. Today, the heavens were plunged into grief. According to the Seraphim, not long ago, the Lord God fell into the weakest state due to the battle with the Beast King. Although the Beast King was sealed, the god was now weaker than ever before. The angels understood that it was precisely because of this situation that the demons and fallen angels suddenly attacked. And tomorrow people go out again. They went out again with a lot of fighting power. All the angels wanted to do their best for the Lord God, but not all angels were qualified to participate in the battle. In this regard, the situation of fallen angels is much better than that of angels. In terms of the average level of individual combat effectiveness alone, fallen angels are far superior to angels. Because not all angels are qualified to fall. Only when they have a certain level of knowledge and self-awareness will they have the idea of falling. The lowest level angels will never have such an idea. The remaining angels prayed devoutly in the seventh heaven, praying that their master would return safely. Zitto. Amidst the prayers of all the angels, blood rained from the sky. It's raining? How's that possible? How can it rain in heaven? Touching the red rain on his face, an angel couldn't help but exclaimed. No, it's not just heaven. It's starting to rain in the human world too. And it's even more severe than here. Another angel noticed the situation in the human world. In the human world, heaven and earth mourned together. Rain mixed with the smell of sadness fell slowly, making all living beings in the human world confused. Strange phenomena in heaven and earth. This situation can undoubtedly be called a celestial phenomenon. The first to react was heaven, because something strange had happened to the reincarnation pond and the heavenly realm's formation. The reincarnation pool dimmed, and the golden light turned into dark gold and continued to dim. Most of the formations set up by the God of the Bible were broken. Those formations needed the power of the God of the Bible to maintain. There is only one way this could happen. The Lord is about to pass away, just as the angels thought. The Lord is indeed passing away. However, it is not the passing of death, it is just a simple departure. Because he felt the need to leave, he was slowly severing his connection with heaven. Of course, although it did not die, there was no doubt that the aura of the saint had weakened to the extreme at this time. Why do you have to go to this extent? Bai Chen looked at Saint, injecting his power into the holy vessel, and a look of emotion appeared on his face. The two of them had just successfully died together with the 4 demon kings, and then, dragging their severely injured bodies, Saint rushed towards the 7th heaven. During this period, she directly took out the source of her power, the heart of God, from her body. This is what is necessary to prepare for the future, Saint said softly. Although the voice was very soft, it was full of determination. As she spoke, she divided her power into 3 parts and integrated them into the 3 sacred artifacts. Don't worry, according to the system settings, even if you possess my artifact, you can't use my power. There are only 2 people in my organization who can use my power, Sheng said. Zhao raised his head and glanced at Bai Chen. Is it, you and me? Bai Chen said with narrowed eyes. Saint, she really can do this. Indeed, if her power was placed in the 3 sacred artifacts and set up so that only she and he could use them, it should not have any impact on subsequent history. That's right. If I don't come back by then, my power will be yours to use. Although Saint was weak, he showed a smile. Come back, you want to leave, right? Leave this world. Bai Chen understood. Yes, if that was the case, if he left this world, the influence of the existence of the saint on history would be reduced to a minimum. Yes, so let's go and prepare for the final things. I leave a will for my children to continue spreading love in this world. Saint used the holy spear to prop up her body. In front of her, the space automatically opened up, and the 7th level of heaven was right before her eyes. From today on, are you going to disappear from this world? Don't you think that would be a lonely thing? Bai Chen said to the saint in front of him. Before, Bai Chen asked her if she was willing to return to the real world with him, but she ultimately chose not to go back. She chose to create a different space by herself or find an uninhabited plane, and just waited for time to pass until the day Bai Chen returned. As long as we wait until that time, until the timeline where Bai Chen is, we can minimize the impact between the 2 time points. No, as long as you have something in your heart, you won't be lonely. But you, don't be weaker than me by then. Saint curled his lips and said something jokingly. Do you know the consequences of traveling to another dimension with your current strength? You may never come back. Bai Chen reminded Saint that this was the most important thing. One must have at least the power of a sub-dragon god to be able to travel between dimensions on their own, and this is like a person looking for isolated islands in the ocean. It is easy to get lost in the cracks between dimensions. By then, what awaits her will be drifting alone in the cracks of dimensions forever until death. Saint lowered his head. She didn't expect that Bai Chen could see through it. That's right, she wasn't sure about traveling between dimensions. Even if one maintains the most perfect strength, there is no guarantee that one will disappear forever in the dimensional cracks. Fighting in the dimensional gap is a normal thing, but wanting to travel between the dimensional gaps is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Fighting in the dimensional rifts relies on the original world, which is equivalent to fighting in shallow water. The second time, Wang Zhao, Yuan traveled was in deep water, and it was in such a deep water that one could not see the direction in the thick fog. So, before leaving, Saint chose to leave her power and hope to Bai Chen, hoping that he could inherit and use her power. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen saw through her thoughts. Come over. Bai Chen stared at Sheng, looking at her fair skin and soft neck, and said lightly. Kr. Saint hesitated to speak, but perhaps because she felt guilty for deceiving Bai Chen, she slowly walked towards Bai Chen. Wow! With a heavy sound, Bai Chen handcuffed Sheng to his arms. Close your eyes. Bai Chen continued, his voice colder and firmer than ever before. Saint did not have blue eyes and turned his head to look at Bai Chen. Then, hiss. A tingling, itchy sensation assaulted her senses and mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the high-level blood of luck, the top-level blood of talent, and the top-level blood of breaking the mirror. What do you mean? As the blood gradually disappeared to an extremely dangerous level, Saint temporarily returned from the blood-sucking state. I have to return, because if I continue, Saint will undoubtedly be sucked to death. The body has issued the most serious warning, and the body's mechanism is prompting the return of the Holy Spirit. Sheng, you're a good person, really a good person. So, you can't die here. Stay within my body, this is my solution. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said. As he spoke, Bai Chen continued to suck blood, with no intention of stopping. That's right, this is his solution, a method that he believes is truly feasible and meaningful. What do you mean? Saint's consciousness was a little dazed. She seemed to realize something and fell into deep thought because of what she realized. Saint wants to think further. ROJ 710. Her physical condition no longer supports her to continue to perform the action called thinking. Saint's body turned into a golden light and merged into Bai Chen's blood. Just as Bai Chen once turned into blood and merged into the body of Saint also turned into a point of light and merged into Bai Chen's body. Wow! With a soft sound, Saint disappeared, and the clothes on her body slowly fell down because of the disappearance of her owner and landed in Bai Chen's hands. Pure white clothing, underwear, outerwear, etc. were all stained with the sacred blood. From a religious perspective, there's no doubt that this is the item called the Holy Shroud. Leave the rest to me. As Bai Chen spoke, a golden holy light appeared. The same holy light as holy. As the light rose, Bai Chen's appearance and body posture gradually changed, covered with a layer of holy cloak. My children, I don't have much time left. I'll leave the rest to you. Above the seventh heaven, the God of the Bible left his final words to the seraphim. Grand Master Shimei. The seraphim could hardly suppress the sadness in their hearts, but in order to prevent the gods from spending more energy to comfort them, they chose to bear this sadness silently. After my death, the war should be over. The three major forces have already suffered too much loss in this battle. The God of the Bible slowly spoke of the will of God, his voice becoming lower and lower, and the power fluctuations on his body becoming weaker and weaker. I love you, my children. Finally, after leaving behind these words, the God of the Bible transformed into the most authentic energy of heaven and earth and dissipated in the seventh heaven. The seventh heaven, starting from today, fell into silence for 7 whole days. 7 days later, the angels slowly came back to their senses and gradually recovered from their zombie state. They changed their goals. If they used to act according to the will of Sheng, now they would act according to the will of Xin and the preservation of this force. They are the embodiment of God in this world, the agents constructed by God's will. It is their bounden duty to continue spreading God's faith and maintaining God's kindness. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Bai Chen. After successfully faking his death, Bai Chen activated the return program and returned from the copy world. He wanted to see if there was any difference, whether this copy world was a separate copy or a previous timeline related to his world. Ding! Return successful. Current world, DxD world. Bai Chen returned to the DxD world and started synthesizing immediately. Byte. Golden synthesis task, material collection completed. Materials, demonic pure blood of all attributes, earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, shroud of Turin, and body of Osiris. Demonic pure blood of all attributes was the easiest thing to obtain. After Bai Chen achieved a higher status, as long as he expressed his will, it would become easy to obtain. After all, this is about collecting the pure blood of demons of these attributes, not letting Bai Chen suck it out himself. Sucking it yourself would cause problems, because Bai Chen only sucks the blood of females. If he collects the blood of so many races, wouldn't he become a big pervert in the eyes of the people? Ahem. Although he is doing similar things now, he still has to save face. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Everything should be done voluntarily. The holy shroud had just been taken from the body of the saint. As for the body of Osiris, The process of obtaining this synthetic material was quite delicate. There is a legend about the god Osiris, a legend of resurrection of the dead. The god Osiris has another body with religious significance. What Bai Chen got was this body. When it was placed into the system, this divine body was completely cut off from Osiris, and his body could never be taken out. However, he didn't know that this was actually his luck. If he didn't have this divine body, and if Bai Chen didn't want to make things worse for the time being, what he would have lost now would be more than just a divine body. Is it synthesized? Yes. Synthesis begins. As the system interface flickered, the materials Bai Chen had placed inside also disappeared. Synthesis progress, 5%, 10%. Watching the progress of the synthesis, Bai Chen focused his attention on another matter. Another very important thing. Sleeping Beauty, it's time to wake up. Bai Chen stretched out his hand forward, golden blood dripping from his hand. After dripping, the golden blood turned into a soft golden light, floating in front of Bai Chen. As the blood dripped, the soft golden light condensed into the human form of a girl. Tick, 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 tick. More golden blood flowed out from his hands, turning into power, light, and holy blood with a purer aura and merged into this golden dream body. Sure enough, I still don't like this feeling very much. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, but continued to recover. Such behavior does him no good at all and only drains his strength, a feeling he does not like. However, he felt it was something that had to be done.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.